हेलो सुधीर सर, आर यू देयर? हेलो।
Hello.
हाँ सुधीर सर, एम आई ऑडिबल टू यू?
Yeah, you're audible.
हाँ सर। सर तो 9:45 से स्टार्ट करना है ना हमें?
हाँ जी. I think very few people have joined.
या सर। सर एक्चुअली हम आस्किंग अबाउट कि सर जैसे हम जूम में कर रहे थे कि अपना पैनल डिस्कशन वगैरह चल रहा था, उस टाइम पे जो पैनलिस्ट या स्पीकर थे उनको ही हम ले रहे थे, तो इसमें कुछ ऐसा ही करना है क्या?
इसमें
यहीं पे अपने इसमें वेबएक्स में जो पैनलिस्ट और स्पीकर है उनको ही एंट्री देना है?
नहीं समझा मैं.
मैं ये बोल रहा था कि सर जैसे हमने अपना ये आईपीआरडी का जो दो पैनल सेशन किया था ना, डिस्कशन पैनल,
हम्म.
इन उसमें हम जैसे जूम में कर रहे थे कि मतलब जो पैनलिस्ट और स्पीकर है उनको ही हम मतलब उसमें ले रहे थे एज अ स्पीकर और मेन आईडी पे, तो यहाँ पे हमें वैसे ही लेना है या फिर ऑल ऑफ दी जो भी है वो आएंगे?
ऑनलाइन तो सब रहेंगे ना.
हम्म।
ऑनलाइन सब रहेंगे. जो पैनलिस्ट स्पीकर्स हैं वो अनम्यूटेड रहेंगे. दे विल स्पीक.
हम्म। ओके सर। हेलो सुधीर सर। हेलो सुधीर सर, एम आई ऑडिबल?
यस अनुराग.
मैं ये बोल रहा था कि जैसे हमने अलग अलग रिपोर्टर अलग अलग सेशन के लिए दे रखे हैं,
हम्म.
लेकिन सर एक कॉमन रिपोर्टर कर दे, मतलब जिसके पास पूरा उसका डाटा भी रहेगा, मतलब वो करता रहेगा 2 दिन के लिए कॉमन, मतलब कहीं डेटा मिसिंग हो गया तो हम वहां से भी कलेक्ट कर सकते हैं।
If someone is ready, you can keep, no problem.
ओके।
Yeah, if someone is ready, no problem.
क्योंकि सर सेशन वाइज कलेक्ट करने में कोई दिक्कत नहीं है, लेकिन अगर उसके पास कुछ पॉइंट छूटा तो हम दूसरे रिपोर्टर से कलेक्ट कर सकते हैं, इसीलिए मैं पूछ रहा था।
Anyway, two reporters will be there, na, per session.
या सर।
Yeah, so we will not miss, hopefully. But if you
या
want
सर।
to keep someone as common, if someone is ready, you can proceed, no problem.
या सर, ओके।
Agriculture is a way of life, interwoven into the rich cultural and traditional heritage for more than 70% of the populace in Telangana state. Professor Jayashankar Telangana State Agricultural University proudly caters to the needs of the industrious and enterprising farmers in the state. Bestowed with rich natural resources, making the most of diverse climatic conditions. In the words of the Chancellor, Honorable Governor, Government of Telangana,
I appreciate and my respects to Dr. Praveen Rao, Vice Chancellor and Professor Jayashankar Telangana State Agricultural University. The interest he takes in improving the agriculture and to introduce the innovative methods in agriculture is something commendable. And he is really an asset to the agriculture.
the youngest agricultural university in the country, established on 3rd September 2014, is unique as it strives to deliver three-pronged agricultural development in the state through integrating agricultural education, research and extension. With his team of deans, directors of various faculties and disciplines, steers the university towards its goals. Ably guided by the Board of Management, Academic Council, and Research and Extension Advisory Council. In a short span, Professor Jayashankar Telangana State Agricultural University has obtained accreditation from ICAR, UGC, and recognition from several national and international agricultural scientific bodies. It now ranks 6th among the farm-related universities in the country. The university's strength lies in the 738 teaching faculty and more than 1,000 non-teaching support staff who are extremely dedicated to achieving the university's vision and mission. 6 agricultural colleges, 1 College of Home Science, 1 College of Food Science and Technology, and 1 College of Agricultural Engineering impart quality education in the respective faculties. An additional 13 polytechnic colleges, 3 regional agricultural research stations, 12 agricultural research stations, 8 Krishi Vigyan Kendras, 9 district agricultural advisory and transfer of technology centers cater to the technical human resource demand, technology innovations, and outreach requirements of science-led agricultural growth in the state. Teaching. The university offers bachelor degree programs, postgraduate degree programs, and PhD programs for those interested in technical or professional careers in agriculture and allied fields. To create grassroots-level para-technical workforce, the university also offers 2 years diploma in agriculture, seed technology, and 3 years diploma in agricultural engineering. Modern amenities such as virtual classrooms, Teaching methodologies integrated with advanced audiovisual gadgets and world-class laboratories with high-end technical facilities provide an invigorating learning atmosphere to the students of all its campuses. The university maintains one of the best electronic libraries for agri-resource in the country, stocked with 250,000 books, 4,000 national and international journals in agriculture and related subjects. PJTSAU has forged productive linkages with leading international agricultural institutions to help students and faculty gain exposure to global trends and innovation in agriculture. The university lays great emphasis on the holistic development of its students, encouraging their participation in both sports and cultural activities. NCC, NSS, and personality development activities. All the campuses have playgrounds for various games, indoor sports complex with gymnasium facilities to keep the students physically fit, mentally alert, morally sound, and socially responsible. Chenu Khaburlu, a first-of-its-kind student-run radio program in the country for farmers, is testimony to the civil engagement. The undergraduate students of all faculties are made real-world ready through unique programs. A rural agricultural work experience program in the villages. In-plant training in agro-industries and AELP for agripreneurship skills in the final year, fostering the Make in India spirit. The diverse student community is provided comfortable campus residential accommodation, Wi-Fi facilities along with nutritious food, creating a home away from home on the lush green campus. Research. To elevate the social-economic status of the Telangana farmers through doubling their income, the research wing constantly strives to deliver innovative, sustainable and affordable agri-technologies. All the 3 regional agricultural research stations and 12 research stations in the state are constantly making efforts to provide technical inputs to resolve the location-specific farming issues. Several varieties of rice, maize, green gram, black gram, red gram, castor, sesame released by the university have gained popularity both in the state and country for their high yield and quality. Rice blast-resistant paddy variety Krishna and scented rice variety Sugandha Samba, Shobhini, Sumati, high-yielding Telangana Sona, Kunaram Sannalu, Batukamma, Jaktiyal Sannalu, Varangal Samba, the maize hybrids DHM 117 and DHM 121, the hybrid castor PCH 111 and PCH 222, also red gram variety PRG 176, green gram variety WGG 42 have found their way into the seed chain under the brand Telangana Seeds. The Seed Research and Technology Center of PJTSAU have exclusive agreements with seed agencies to breed the seeds developed by it and in turn supplies the developed seed to the farmers. Agroclimate Research Center collaborates with national and international research agencies, constantly monitoring the local situation, providing timely weather forecasts, agro-advisories and contingency plans to ride over the crisis of climate aberrations. In tune with the state priorities towards producing more crops per drop of water, the university continues to develop and promote water-conserving practices such as zero-tillage maize in paddy fields, drip irrigation and fertigation in major field and vegetable crops, drum seeding and direct seeding, also
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of PJTSAU, ISA, and All India Agricultural ISA, myself, Upper, take pleasure in extending a very warm welcome to the August gathering participating in the 6th National Youth Convention on Innovation and Agricultural Reforms for Farmers' Prosperity. Hearty welcome to one and all. It is my privilege to welcome the dignitaries of today's inaugural event to the dais. In today's event, we have both online and offline dignitaries. I first welcome our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Dr. V. Praveen, Chairman and Organizing Committee for the 6th National Convention. I request we have our online chief guest for today's event, Dr. R.C. Agarwal. I invite Dr. R.P.C. Pegan. I invite Dr. Vikas N. Bale, Vice Chancellor, PDK Lahore. I invite Dr. N. Kumar, Vice Chancellor, TNAU. We also have our online guest of honors of today's event, Mr. Yemi Adhai, Director, YPART, Arun K. Joshi, CIMEC Asia Regional Representative and MD. We have another guest of honor online, Dr. Ashok Dalwai, IAS, Chief Executive Officer, CEO, National Railfed Area Authority. We have another online dignitary, Mr. Ashish Chandela, National President, ISA 2020. I also welcome Mr. D.R.K. Saipan, State President, ISA Telangana 2020, onto the dais. Happy welcome to all the online and offline dignitaries. We will start with the invocation. As we all know, it is a mark of our sensitivity to invoke the answer of any important event. I request all the dignitaries to light the lamp and symbolically inaugurate the 6th National Youth Convention on Innovation and Agricultural Reforms for Farmers' Prosperity. I also request the Registrar and board member of PJTSAU to please join the dignitaries of the dais for the invocation. We have our board members, PJTSAU, Dr. Manohar and Dr. Fazana, joining us for the invocation ceremony. Chuna Sira Abhiyan, March 20th, Vidhi Chakra, Elema Upa Satchita. The meaning of this Sanskrit sloka says, may Chuna and Sira, the deities of farmers who created water and clouds, be pleased with our prayers and sprinkle waters in our and bring prosperity to the farmers. Thank you, dignitaries. I now request the honored dignitaries and the audience present here and online to please stand up for the university song.
జయతు జయతు పుడమి తల్లి పూజాలయం జయతు జయతు అన్నదాత సేవాలయం జయతు జయతు పుడమి తల్లి పూజాలయం జయతు జయతు అన్నదాత సేవాలయం పంట సిరుల పరిధి పెంచే పరిశోధనాలయం సాగుబడుల సంస్కృతిని రైతులకందించే బోధనాలయం తిరుగులేని శక్తులుగా మహిళల రూపొందించే గృహ విజ్ఞానాలయం ఒక్కో విద్యార్థిలోన మొక్కబోని దీక్ష నింపి ఆకుపచ్చ సైనికునిగా తీర్చిదిద్దే శిక్షణాలయం బోధన పరిశోధన విస్తరణ బోధన పరిశోధన విస్తరణ ముప్పేటగా అల్లుకున్న అద్భుత విద్యాలయం ప్రొఫెసర్ జయశంకర్ తెలంగాణ వ్యవసాయ విశ్వవిద్యాలయం ప్రొఫెసర్ జయశంకర్ తెలంగాణ వ్యవసాయ విశ్వవిద్యాలయం
Ladies and gentlemen, you may please. Let us now begin the sixth convention on innovation and agriculture reform for farmers' prosperity with a welcome note by Mr. PJTSAU, Telangana President, ISA 2020.
Good morning to one and all. It gives me an immense pleasure to offer welcome to all the dignitaries, students, farmers, entrepreneurs, and other participants to the today 6th National Youth Convention jointly All India Agriculture Student Association, ICAR, and PJTSAU, which is held at PJTSAU Hyderabad on 28th and 21st February 2021. I heartily welcome the chief guest of the inaugural function, Dr. R. Agarwal, Deputy Director General Education, ICAR, Best of Honor, Mr. Yemi Adele, Director of BIPAR, Arun K. Joshi, CIMIT, Asia, Regional Representative and MD BISA. Also, I welcome Dr. Ashok Dahlia, IAS, CEO, National Benefit Area Authority, and Honorable Vice Chancellor, Dr. V. Pranarao, PJTSAU, and Dr. N. Kumar, Honorable Vice Chancellor, and Dr. Vilas Bale, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Akola, and other Vice Chancellors joining on the virtual platform. And also I welcome the National President 2020, Mr. Nalwal, and representatives of University of PJTSAU, Associate Dean, and Head of the Department, faculty, students, farmers, and most students from various agricultural institutions, agribusiness, press, and electronic media. The convention will mainly be focusing on 6 technical sessions, and each technical session, the eminent agricultural scientists are delivering their keynote addresses and lead presentations. All keynote speakers and 21 lead speakers and 38 oral presentations and 156 poster presentations will be covered in the convention. Once again, heartily welcome all the dignitaries and participants for the 2-day national convention. I wish you all a great stay in the campus and great participation in the virtual mode. I hope that this 2-day national convention will lead to a good outcome. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you, Mr. Saikar. Now, Ashish Khandelwal, National President 2020, to give his introductory remarks.
A very warm good morning to everyone. I, on behalf of All India Agricultural Student Association, as well as part of an organizing committee, also would like to welcome all the dignitaries who are presented here and also attending the session in virtual mode. ISA is a professional organization of present and former students in the field of agriculture, veterinary, dairy and horticulture, fisheries, forestry, home science or community science, sericulture, agri-business management and other allied sciences. It was registered under Society Registration Act 1860. I am happy that due to its long welfare activity for its member, association also got a status of 18G and 12AA certificates from Government of India. The association was formally launched on 10th May 2011 by the Honorable Union Minister of State for Agriculture. In a span of last 10 years, more than 50,000 members registered with the association and approximate 1,50,000 members are associated with social networking sites. ISA is committed for its goal and always raise the voice of the students and professionals in upfront. Right person at right place, formation of all India cadre of Indian Agriculture Services, Agriculture Council of India were major agenda of the association. Recently, UP government initiated state agriculture services. We would like to request from all the state government to initiate state agriculture services in their state for making quality education in the field of agriculture. Punjab and Andhra Pradesh government passed the bill for the formation of a state agriculture council in their state. Provision for granting license to agriculture graduates being a professional degree holder is welcome decision by the Punjab and Andhra Pradesh governments. I would like to request from Honorable DDG Education Sir if some mechanism or draft can be forwarded by Education Department ICAR also to provide to licenses to degree holders. It will help to develop confidence among youth and will help to build the nation in a more enthusiastic way. Innovation and reforms in education and research are key central part of the institution, and implementation of them with the investment of suitable amount is prerequisite for the growth of any kind of institution. Therefore, government must allocate surplus fund for students and researchers. I would like to tell you that recently All India Agriculture Student Association signed MOU with Access Livelihood Learning Foundations for 1 year and Young Professionals for Agriculture Development YPAD for 5 years for uplifting the youth towards agribusiness opportunity. In coming year, I also request from Dr. Eki Joshi sir, Director Country Representative CIMIT India and Honorable DDG Education sir, if some MOU can also be signed with ICR, CIMIT and also with other organizations so that youth can work in a more enthusiastic way, and it will not be possible without collaborating efforts of state agriculture universities. Therefore, I and as a mediator along with industry, SAUs, ICR, CIMIT, BIPART, ALCC and any other organization. Those want to work in the same way or even in higher spirits. Recent announcement of Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi for making compulsory agricultural education at school level is welcome decision of the government, and our lack of agri graduates will get opportunity to improve the education status of professional and allied subjects. I would like to request from Honorable DDG Education sir to look after that MSc with NET can also be eligible for the same since agriculture is a professional degree subject. ICAR and State Agriculture University in previous times have developed many technology and also a lot of them have reached to farmers field also. Still few innovations are there that can be reached to farm fields. Government may create additional department in ICAR either in education or extension or in DARE and should provide additional surplus fund for it. ICR may initiate some special innovation-led projects in different fields during undergraduation of students and mandatory linkage of industry, at least with one student thesis, either in MSc and or in PhD, must be there. I will request from this convention to government also to issue a letter to all industry stakeholders to make mandatory for them, also to make mandatory linkage with ICAR and SAUs so that maximum research can be reached at the ground level in a minimum period of time. Higher education is a dream of the student. In agriculture, mostly students belong from rural area and they are not able to afford their fee. Government initiated several kind of fellowships for them. However, still few students left. I sincerely acknowledge the efforts of Honorable DDG Education and ICAR for initiating rupees 5,000 for ICR non-SRF student during MSc research program. ISA would like to request that if same can be extended for PhD students also with the amount of at least rupees 15,000 per month with contingency amounts. Direct benefit transfer and online public grievance mechanism for students issue is also required in the era of digital technology. I will end my speech by saying that right person at right place is the key to create a strong nation building and inclusion of being a largest agriculture student body, ISA, can become a part of governing body of ICAR so that ISA can solve the issue of students, several students with less efforts and time of student as well as competent authority will also be saved for writing draft for each and every application that we receive from students from different corners of the country. I am again thankful to all organizers for their sincere efforts, especially Professor Jaishankar Telangana State Agriculture University, ICAR, NABARD, CIMMIT, and WIPAD for providing moral support, financial support, and confidence to prepare such kind of program. Thank you, everyone.
I now request our Honorable Vice Chancellor of PJTSAU and Chairman Organizing Committee, Dr. B. Praveen Rao Garu, to deliver the welcome address.
Good morning, my dear students. I take this opportunity but before saying that, let me be very honest and with all humility. Mention that this year has been very year for us. I think in the future, particularly for agriculture, we might be referring before pandemic and after pandemic, because so much changes have come. It was cruel to some people. One of my closest friend expired just few days back. It succumbed to the corona and many of my relatives as well. So it has been very cruel to some people, but it has also grown up certain challenges for agriculture and as well as several opportunities. Having said that, among us we have our Honorable Deputy Director General. In fact, we have this university is, I would say, since its inception in 2014, has been blessed by ICR in every front in supporting us. So the Honorable DG, Loshan Mahapatraji, earlier DDG, and the present DDG have been mentoring this young university in a big way. So I take this opportunity to express my sincere gratitude to ICR, Honorable DG and DDG, RC Atawalji, and also for making at a very short notice. Thank you, sir. Thank you once again. Among us, we also have our two guests of honors. One, Dr. Ashok Dalwai. In fact, he has been a good friend of mine, philosopher, right, for the last 6 years since the inception of this. Several occasions here, he was on this podium on several occasions, and we are always, every time, whenever he came here or whenever we have listened to him. He is a good orator, let me be very honest. He is a very good orator and very knowledgeable person, and all of you know that He has been the chairman of Farmers Income Committee as well, and presently CEO and chairman of National Railway Daily Authority. Sir, thank you, sir, once again for being among to guide this young youth from all the agricultural universities and deemed to be universities, and we feel honored for this. And we also have among us Arun K. Joshi ji, CIMET Asia Regional Representative and MD, Warlog Institute for South Asia. Thank you, sir, for being with us here. And also we have Mr. Yemi Ajay, Director BIPAR, to address this August gathering, and few others with me here. To start with, Dr. R.P. Singh ji, who has been also a supportive hand for this university, and he has been with us in the All India Agricultural Universities Association as well, helping us as an executive secretary for a long time, more than 2 decades, and we belong to the same subject as well, and he has enormous experience touring around the world since Green Revolution era, and we had time and again counsel from him, good counsel from him. This university is national. So thank you once again, sir, for being here. Now I have my dearest Honorable Vice Chancellor also with me here. I have a special now with them, the association. See, Bale comes from the same university where I had been an alumni of the university. Okay, so, and for a long time, he is also an agronomist. So he had been a long associate of several times coming to this university as examiner, as what you call several committee meetings and so on and so forth. So I have a long association with him, and he is here. I feel really honored that he is receiving the Lifetime Achievement Award on behalf of ISA, and for making here, sir. Once again, we thank you for being here. And we have now our big brother, say what I call more affectionate way, in Kumar Garu. In fact, Tamil Nadu Agricultural University has been also helping us for a long time. Earlier, Vice Chancellor Dr. K. Ramaswamy Garu and the present Vice Chancellor in there few days back, in fact, to have some collaboration. And I think we will be having a very strong collaboration with TNAU. They are very strong several fields, and it is one of the oldest universities in the south, and one of the universities in the south, sir. I am happy that I still have in my memories that 2 years back, from the same ISA, I received the best prize, and today it is the most deserved and what you call the best Vice Chancellor today in the country. So I feel honored, sir. And I also express my sincere thanks through this podium for the ISA for choosing the most deserved candidate for the best Vice Chancellor today. Thank you once again, sir, for being. And I welcome all the deans, directors of all the agricultural universities and ICR institutes, students from all the universities who are online, and my own students here, and the students from Tamil Nadu, students from other universities. We have Saudhav Singh also amongst us, who has been helping us in this regard. And we have with us our own Sai Khan, State President of ISA India, and all other dignitaries, our honorable board members, and university officers from Tamil Nadu Agricultural University, and all other representatives, students. Thank you one and all for coming over here and joining us in this celebration. In fact, 2 years back when ISA proposed to organize this conference here, we thought that we'll make it like a festival, but unfortunately, always we propose something and God, delivers something. So, in fact, I feel a bit, depressed, but sometimes we are helpless. So, I hope that whatever we are doing today is appropriate for the conditions what we have to do. Having said this, I want to share a few words which we thought that are essential as far as the youth is concerned and youth conference is concerned. That is how we are trying to shape this university also for the last 5-6 years. So it's actually from ship to mouth in this country prior to Green Revolution. And the Green Revolution, the hard work by researchers, education, students, and as well as the extension have enabled us to reach a scale where we are today with a surplus production and food security, exporting some of it to the other countries and so on. It is I don't know how many of you really understand that. As an administrator, we realize it is an unparalleled success in the history of agriculture. If you look at the success story, it is an unparalleled success. What we can say. Contribution goes to the state agricultural universities, ICR institutions, the hard-working farming community of this country, and as well as the students. Having said that, today, due to this pandemic, and we have seen some new things happening, and I think we have to take a new path today. We cannot continue on the same path as we were doing. There is a need for transformation of agriculture. Because now there is a close connection between agriculture and the consumer and as well as the food. So the resources are declining. So we need to take a new pathways to transform the agriculture to provide safe food, healthy food, nutritious food to the consumers, and this requires. And at the same time, as all of you are aware, that there is a need today to look at the agriculture as a agribusiness industry. We have to transform the agriculture as an agribusiness industry, and this is what our honorable guest of honor, who is with us, and the honorable DDG, this is the premise behind the doubling of the farmers' income, and who have been making efforts. And in the recent past, ICR has signed an MOU with FAO as well. So in this direction, so they are trying to look at the things in a different perspective. Now, to have this, to do this, we have what is called push and pull factors operating in this canvas, agricultural canvas, which is changing dynamically day after day. So, despite these successful macro indicators which I have said that unparalleled success story, we have grassroots level challenges as such. We have declining holding size. We have what called nearly 16 million farmers. 88% of them are small and marginal holders. 60% of the population still depend upon the agriculture. They are looking for a crucial knowledge and innovation and information. That is where your role comes into the picture. That is where you people have to be. And pull factors. If you look at the what you call further pull factors, efficiency system is low, soil degradation is taking place, water scarcity, urban labor. So we have seen now there is a reverse migration. The other day I was discussing with Nagaraja from Bengaluru, who has a venture capitalist. He says that now there is a reverse migration to the villages. Now we have to take care of that as well. So push factors include, now we see that the push factors include technological developments, IoT, robotics, and so on. Somebody like in a lighter way say that Internet knows more about us than our spouse today. Internet knows about us more than our spouse today. So that is the society we are living in. So we have sophisticated technologies like global navigation, advanced remote sensing and the GIS systems, technological tools, sensors. So you have what called disruptive technologies in and around taking place. And one of the major lessons what we learned this COVID is that the intermediaries have disappeared. There is directly B2C, business to consumer. So Link has, now we see own brands coming out in the market. So such things are taking place. Now, at this point, now whether these land grant universities have to function, there is a question. We have to look at very seriously this. We cannot function the same within the same land grant pattern. We have to switch the gears. We have to make newer pathways, and that is where I think the state agricultural universities have to be positioned now as entrepreneurship, research intensive universities in a big way. So that is the need of the hour, and that requires to embrace several smart farming techniques that we have today. Several farmers are already adopting it. How to we take them big way. If you look at them, we are looking at a scenario wherein we have a production system, we have a platform with all the big data, we have artificial intelligence, big data analytics, how they can use this data and give us informed decisions, and using the precision tools, how we can smartly deliver the inputs and control the inputs. So we have to look at this scenario. And at the same time, we see today agri startups are growing in a big way. Since the beginning of 2015, when Agri Startup India initiative has started, several agripreneurs, and today, as per the latest statistics from our Agri Foundation, we understand that there are about 3,200 agri startups. 3,200 startups. Out of that, that means you are having a 25% share today. So this is the wherein the youth look at, and with the smart farming techniques and with the data at our disposal, which is a challenge today. So we can look at big data analytics, we can look at artificial intelligence, machine learning, deep learning, you name it, the robotics. So all these things, and you also have the real-time analytics, predictive analytics, all this knowledge is, and now how we look at this, how we embrace them is the key issue today. However, majority of the agri startups are from non-agricultural backgrounds. So that is where, so we have the domain knowledge, we have the theoretical, but we are not moving into that scale. So I don't think today's students should look at whether I should settle as an agriculture officer or shall I settle for an employment. You should forget those things. You should look at a big picture. You should look at the opportunities that you have before you. And that is where this youth convention throws up several opportunities and challenges. Apart from that, incubation platforms. Now, incubation, if you look at the incubation platforms also, at the national level, we have 60 incubators, but hardly, say what you call, since 2015, from 60 to, we have reached about 350 incubators. But let me be, with all humility and honestly say, we have only 6 or 7 real agribusiness incubators operating, either international or national agricultural institutes and universities. Say we have one in ICRISAT as AIP, we have one in ICR as Pusa Krushi, we have one in say what you call NAR, AIDIA, and then we have one in say what you call NIRD as CNET, and we have one of the oldest one we have at University, and we have one at Charan Singh Agricultural University at Pisa. And the latest one we started as a Section 8 company. Except these things, the incubators are not seriously functioning at these things. So we have 71 agricultural universities, and I believe that there is a huge opportunity. There is a huge opportunity in 2 terms. One is our own students grabbing this opportunity and moving to that level. The other one is the non-agricultural graduates who are coming into the agri sector, mentoring them also, giving our domain knowledge. So huge opportunity we have for these things. And this is where we thought that now all our agri startups are also in the cities. We have to take them to the 2-tier, 3-tier cities. That is what Honorable Prime Minister also visualized. So we have our agri area foundation. We have positioned it as a hub and spokes model, wherein hub will be here. So which will be working for the pan-India agri startups, and then the spokes will be in the districts where we will be catering to the needs of women, youth, and as well as. So this is how we are looking at the big picture. I believe that the students will discuss these issues in a big way, and the topics which have been will be covering these aspects, and this will enable the students to have such a big picture. So I wish one and all who are online and as well as who are physically present here to once again for coming over here and joining this youth conference. And I wish you all the success for this program. And I also congratulate both the Honorable Vice Chancellors for receiving the awards from ISA. And I also express my sincere gratitude to ISA for such initiatives being taken over the years, which has been in the forefront. So since this university has also benefited immensely from ISA activities, I myself find that since the university has also received the best from ISA, I also wish ISA for this gesture, and as well as the gesture towards my fellow Honorable Vice Chancellor. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. You know very well enough on how to tune the young professionals on when and how to use their academic brilliance to transform this dynamic agriculture sector. Thank you once again for setting the tone to your welcome address. I now request Mr. Yuri online to address the audience. We will call Mr. Adhya when he is online. Now we invite our guest of honor, Mr. Arun, Senate Asia Regional Representative and MD, who is also online to address the gathering.
Yes.
Mr. Arun K. Joshi.
Thank you. Can you listen to me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much. Dr. Praveen Rao, Honorable Vice Chancellor, PJTSAU and Chairman of this organizing committee. Yes, Dr. R.C. Agarwal, DDG Education is Chief Guest. Nice to see him. Ashok Dhalaviji, he is here. He's CEO, National Rainfed Area Authority. Pleasure to be with him today. Then we have Dr. R.P. Singh, young man of only 84 probably. And I can see Ashish Khandelwal, who is National President of ISA. Then Dr. Srikanth is State President of ISA. Dr. Yemi Adeni is here. Then I can see the name of Dr. Satyanarayana, Dr. Uma Devi, Vijay Kumari, all distinguished participants, young students. I am very glad to be part of this meeting, which is 6th National Youth Convention. I have been given 10 minutes. I think 2 minutes have gone. So the subject is innovation in agriculture. This is a brilliant subject. I'm very good that ISA has taken this initiative, and I can already see innovation here. Innovation is most important. Innovation is time management, and we started on time. Next innovation you can see is we are in this type of virtual meeting. We never thought it. We thought about it when COVID-19 came. So as problems come, we start learning innovation. I have few points to tell. Although younger generation is brighter than us, I fully know that. They are very brilliant. They know more than us. The only thing they lack is experience. So I said that they look for innovation everywhere. But the most important innovation is, I have told you, the time management. One should learn how to manage his time. When a young person has good time management, it means he's not complaining. So when he's not complaining, now he has the right kind of mindset to start thinking innovation. Now this innovation will change. It's not the same everywhere. It may change from place to place, country to country, according to what type of system you are, according to your interest. So next innovation is for our young people is to understand what do they want? What is their strength? If they belong, if they want to do, copying system, adopt copying system, that will not work. You have to understand what is your interest. That will be your strength. Because you will never find, you never find time to feel, oh, I am overused, I am tired. You will always be happy. So once you know your strength, then you have to see where is the gap. Now in research, what we see, where is the gap? Not in agriculture, where is the gap? I think the biggest mistake of agriculture has been earlier that we were too much agriculture, always thinking about agriculture. No, agriculture cannot solve the problem of agriculture all the time. We have to connect with other subjects, connect with other countries, connect with everyone. This is not innovation only, innovation. And don't think about age, everybody is young, Innovation doesn't belong to only a young person or only to old person. There's no age gap. Please see Nobel winning people, 17 years to 96 years. So you can innovate anytime, anywhere, provided you have that kind of, understanding to understand where is the gap. Now agriculture, take example of agriculture. Why Netherlands is now largest exporter of agri-food? A small country, very small country, Netherlands, is exporting as big as USA. Why? Why $82 billion euro, a billion euro of business? Because they thought the gap, what people want. They are using their strength. They have sea. Netherlands is below sea level. So now they have floating stations, floating agriculture, poly houses and big agriculture centers. So what is present in our country? If we have sunshine, are we using it properly? If we have so many people, are we using them properly? You can go anywhere. We go to a village, start doing something and forget the school. Now there is a school, it has no light. But we are working in village, bringing solar, fix some lights there. So there are a large number of things our young colleagues can do. It's easy to sometimes tell them, do this. Sometimes difficult to practice. But alone you cannot do. You have to connect. Make groups. Alone your voice will not be heard. So make groups. We tell farmers, you make groups. Why don't we make groups? If somebody wants, oh, I am in economics, what innovation? Innovate in policy. Make one change. Suggest something. If you are in teaching, try to change curriculum. Are we using proper way of teaching? This is also innovation. You can innovate by giving inspiration to people. What Vivekananda did. Swami Vivekananda, what he did, he inspired people because he had that strength. So I think we all have to understand our strength and then where we can connect, whether we can connect with social scientists or we can connect with a IITian or an engineer or any other subject matter specialist. And then, just now Vice Chancellor said, internet. Internet knows, has more knowledge about us than our spouse. He is correct, So how we can use internet? People are using mobiles. Do we need extension agencies or mobile can do everything? I mean, there are a large number of things. I mean, I can tell and tell and tell. Sports. If you have interest in sports, why don't you do research in grass? See the business of grass in the world, $20 billion, right? Because grass has changed the way you play golf, how you play soccer, everything. Now, Netherlands is not exporting, wheat and rice and those things. They are exporting organic vegetable, organic flowers, all those things. We have so much of animal power. Many people are doing that. Young people are also doing that. And I'm sure that through these meetings and, discussions, we can learn more. And even I can learn. We all can learn. There is no gap for learning. And I once again thank you very much for inviting me to present brief thought of mine. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable address and guidance in our endeavor in making this convention most beneficial to our online and offline participants. I now call upon Mr. Yemi Adye, Director, YPAD, to address the gathering.
Hi everyone. Good evening from Calgary. I'm very sorry I missed my cue the other time. I was expecting that my name was gonna get called. I was sitting right here actually listening. I was like, was that supposed to be me or someone else? So my name is Yemi Adeyeye, and I'm the director for YPAD. And thank you so much for having me. Thank you so much for inviting me, organizers. And when we had the school anthem the other time, I was like, I think I've been attending the wrong schools all my life, because I was just moving my head like this. I'm not sure if that was appropriate, but it was actually melodious. So thanks so much for giving me that experience as well. This is a kind of a strange time all around the world, and I guess it's befitting to also greet everyone and say, hope you're all handling it well, hope your families are good, and hope we are all finding our way to ensure that we are maintaining some positive mental health. And also what is going on in India in relation to food systems and farmers' protests and so on in recent times had sort of attracted a lot of attention, and we have you in our mind, basically. We have you in our mind, and we hope everybody is in a good situation and that things will move forward positive as we go on. And I would say thank you very much, Ashish, for connecting with YPAD as many on this kind of occasion, and for giving us the opportunity to also work together on this. YPAD India has remained one of the really active and really big community that we have, and I'm kind of proud that something like this is happening because we are together. And whenever I have the opportunity to be invited to a forum where we have a lot of scholars, a lot of senior colleagues, it excites me to have the opportunity to speak in such a presence, because it gives us the opportunity to bring forward what our younger self is able to present in such a forum where there are a lot of elders who have more understanding and more, you have history in your side. You could sort of channel the direction of history to advise our population, at the same time provide us a forum whereby we can give you feedback on how we see things and how our perspective is being shaped by the experiences we all go through every day. So, when I looked at the program, I realized that it's a technical program, and, that is really good because we have, it's a student community, is a young student convention for youth in general. So technical competencies is quite important. At the same time, I was reflecting from my where I sit, and I was wondering that what can I bring to this kind of conversation within 10 minutes that would positively reinforce the message that this convention is trying to either pass across to the wider population or at least imbibe in the youth population of India. And I remember Dr. Aaron said, innovation cuts across generations. That's true. And at the same time, I also want us to call reflection that in the 21st century, young people seems to be central to the direction of innovation. In other words, the more capable, as Dr. Aaron said, the more capable the young populations and students are in terms of learning, experience, technical competencies, the better the probability that they will be partakers of innovations in terms of deciding what direction innovation takes. So from my place, one of the things I'm reflecting on what could shape the conversation that is going to happen here is that our senior colleagues who are here reflect a lot more on how what could be done to ensure that the positive energy that young agriculturists in India are increasingly building upon. How can we ensure such energy flourish despite whatever is happening in the landscape, in the political landscape, in the social landscape, in the educational landscape? How can we make sure that these young farmers or these young enthusiasts for agriculture, how can we make sure they stay, they become more interested, they have more access, they have more opportunities, and they have more increasingly positive attitude in the sector? And I think that as we have a lot of mentors in this convention, a lot of professors, a lot of leaders and directors of institution, it beckons on the need for reflection, because these are the kind of period where young people are wondering, am I in the right sector? Am I making the right decision? Am I supposed to be here? Should I continue in this trajectory? Should I do something else? Is it going to be interesting? Would I get the required support I want? So I will beckon on us to reflect on that. So in all the technical proceedings, in all those conversations, to frame the delivery around how can we boost our interest? Please get involved. These are the opportunities that are there. These are the ways we can move forward. And also to act as a bridge between young people and the accesses that are out there. And when I talk about access, I'm talking about resources such as network, advocacy, finance, mentorship, to reflect on how can we as senior colleagues help all these young agricultural enthusiasts to arrive at the professional destination they want to get to. I mean, there's a lot to be said around that, but I'm trusting on our capacity as an intergenerational forum to make sure that these kind of outcomes become obtainable and a reality. So thank you so much for having me. I won't take too much of my time here, but it's been exciting having this opportunity to speak to you all. Cheers.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dean, for joining us today and sharing your inspiring thoughts on our young professionals. We have our next guest honor, our very favorite, Dr. Ashok Dalwar, IAS, Chief Executive Officer, National Rainfed Area Authority. Dr. Dalwar is online. Dr. Dalwar, we request you to please deliver your address. Looks like Dr. Dalwar, we will come back to him again. Next activity, the release of souvenir. I request the dignitaries on dais to please release the souvenir of Aisa. I request all the dignitaries on dais to release the souvenir. The souvenir is a compilation of 185 abstracts, 11 full-length papers on 6 themes. These are all that are going to be presented from today until the end of this convention. And these abstracts and papers have been submitted by lots of research scholars and scientists all over India. Thank you. I request you to release the ISA Cabinet Book 2021. So we now have the ISA Cabinet Book 2021 being released by the government. This book is a compilation of office bearers of 700 ISA members. Along with it, they also have documented the achievements of ISA activities from 2020. Thank you, dignitaries. We now have the oath-taking ceremony by the new Cabinet 2021, and I request Dr. R.P. Singh, Federal ISA, to please take over.
Will be operating as a patron of ISA. I invite the national president for this year, Srimati Shreya Gupta.
I, Shri Gupta.
I, Krishna Kumar.
Oh. Please read your oath now.
I, Shreya Gupta, do solemnly pledge to uphold the goals, mission, and objectives of All India Agricultural Student Association. I will uphold the Constitution, exercise my rights and duties fairly, and sincerely work towards promoting the betterment of All India Agricultural Student Association. I pledge to perform my duties to the best of my ability in the service of ISA. I will strive to achieve the high level of expectation within the framework of NAS. That along with thee, the ISA National President, I make these promises solemnly, freely, and upon my honor.
Thank you, and I will stick to the rules and regulations of the ISA. Now, I invite the Central Cabinet members for I will as a veteran ISA advise you to read your oath.
I, Tapak Paul, do solemnly pledge to uphold the goals, mission, Agricultural Student Association. I pledge to perform duties to the best of my abilities in the service of ISA. I will strive to achieve the high level of expectation within the framework of NAS that goes along with being the ISA National General Secretary. I make these promises solemnly, freely, and upon my honor.
Now I invite all the state cabinet members with the authority as a patron of ISA and lead your
I, Himanshu Thakur,
do solemnly
do
pledge to
solemnly
uphold
pledge to
the
uphold the
goals, mission, and
goals,
objective
mission, and
of
objective of
All India Agriculture Student Association
I pledge to perform my duties to the best of my abilities in the service of ISA. I will
I will
strive to
strive
achieve
to achieve
the high level of expectation within framework of NARS that goes along with being the ESA State Treasurer Himachal Pradesh. I make these promises solemnly, freely, and upon my honor.
I invite the members of the newly opened fisheries chapter of ISA. Please read your oath now. I,
I, Chinmananda, do solemnly pledge to uphold the goals, mission, and objectives of All India Agriculture Student Association. I pledge to perform my duties to the best of service of ISA. I will strive to achieve the high level.
To achieve a high level of expectation, the framework of NARS that goes along being the
Secretary, ISA Fisheries Chapter. I
ISA
make these
Fisheries
promises
chapter. I will
solemnly,
make these
freely, and
promises
upon my honor.
freely upon
I will
my
strive to
honor.
achieve the high level of expectation within framework of NARS that goes along with the being the ISA Fisheries Chapter. I make this promises solemnly upon my present.
adopting the system of the ISA to be guided rules and regulations. Thank you once again.
Now let us move on to the award session. And I request Mr. Tapas Paul, Secretary and Local Organizing Secretary of National Youth Convention, take over the awards conferment.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Yes, Mr. Tapas, you are audible.
My screen is visible.
Sir is from mobile or laptop?
Yeah, my screen is visible.
Yeah, it's visible.
Yes. So, respected Chief Guest of Inaugural Session, Dr. R.C. Agarwal, sir, Honorable DDG Education ICR, respected Guest of Honors, Mr. Yemi Adey, sir, Dr. Ashok Dalwai, sir, Mr. Arun K. Joshi, sir, and other dignitaries present on the dais. It's my great privilege to announce the name of ISA National Awards 2020 and read out their citation. The first award which we are conferring this year is ISA National Award for Outstanding Leadership in Agriculture 2019. And the award goes to R.P. Singh, sir, patron ISA, to do the honor.
Please give a big hand.
Dr. J.P. Singh, sir, Fellow of National Academy of Agricultural Science, is working as a Director of ICR IIWBR Karnal since 2016. He has made outstanding contribution in areas of wheat breeding for northeastern plains of India. He has contributed significantly in development and popularization of 45 wheat varieties, contributing approximately 2.5 crores to government exchequer. He is recipient of several prestigious awards, including Dr. Rafi Ahmed Kidawal Award.
Sir.
Take this response.
He will receive citation, a cash prize of 50,000 and a memento.
Please give a big hand. This is the wheat crop which has yielded the green revolution in India. And now we are self-sufficient in food grains.
Thank you, sir, for your presence and receiving the award. It's an honor for us. Moving on next, we have our next award is ISA Lifetime Achievement Award 2020. This award is conferred to a person for outstanding professional and personal achievement with great leadership skill. And the award goes to Dr. Vilas Madhekar Bale, sir, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Dr. P.R. Deshmukh Krishi Vidyapith, Akola. I would like to request the Honorable Patron, sir, Dr. R.P. Singh, sir, to kindly do the honor. Dr. Vilas Madhukar Vale sir has made a significant contribution to making strong linkage with farmers, scientists and students for development of agriculture. He has emphasized on organic skills for improving and soil health and reducing the cost of cultivation, which leads to the sanctioning of rupees 5 crores and help to change the life of rural youth and farmers. He also associated with ISA and acting as the ISA patron of Akola since 2014. Thank you, sir, for your presence and receiving the award. Moving on next, we have the prestigious West Vice Chancellor Award 2020, and it goes to Dr. N. Kumar, sir, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Tamil Nadu Agriculture University, Coimbatore. So I
request all of you, please give a standing ovation. Thank you, everyone.
next, moving on next, we have the Harit Ratna Award, and this award we are conferring to the individuals for their outstanding contribution on empowerment of youth in agriculture with work experience of at least 10 to 15 years. And this goes to Dr. Kalyan Sundaram, sir, from
Next, please. Please call the next person.
Next award, that is Harit Ratna Award 2020. Dr. Ratan Kumar Saha is not here. We have Dr. N. Kalyan Sundaram, Dean Agricultural College, Research Institute. We have the next award, Pragati Puraskar Award 2020. I request Sri Ram Mohan Rao Erradelli from Parvatagiri Mandal, Warangal Rural District of Telangana. Sri Ram Mohan Rao.
Pragati, yeah, the Pragati Puruskar, yeah. It is recognized to Sri Ram Mohan Rao Aravalli, which is awarded with the Pragati Puruskar Award in recognition of his enterprising spirit and contribution of sustainable agriculture in the state of Telangana. The 68-year-old enterprising farmer who is a strong believer of sustainable ecosystem and set his mind on integrated farming system and added a stall-fed shrimp farm on elevated platforms.
We have the next award, Young Scientist Award 2020. And the award goes to Dr. Gopal K. Reddy, scientist, ICAR, Indian Institute of Wheat and Barley Research, Karnal, Haryana. On behalf of Dr. Gopal Reddy, Dr. G.P. Singh will be receiving the award.
Dr. Reddy was involved in the development of 7 wheat varieties and 15 genetic stock to benefit a multitude of stakeholders, including farmers, consumers, researchers, and industry. He has utilized the modern breeding tools like genomic selection, mass, and GWS to dissect complex wheats.
We move on to the next award, Harit Kranti Award 2020. We have on the list Dr. Janmai Parhi, Assistant Professor, Fish Genetics and Reproduction Department, College of Fisheries, Tripura will get the award.
Dr. Janmai Parhi has made significant contribution in human resource development in the field of fisheries science since last 10 years. Under his guidance as a faculty coordinator, students from Northeast region of India have shown outstanding performance in ICAR JRF exam and backed top positions in 2013, 16 and 19 in fisheries science. He has trained more than 400 UG/PG students in various molecular through 22 hands-on training programs under Biotech Hub project. Sir he will receive the award in next year. So we on behalf of ISA congratulate him for his meritorious work and the achievement. Thank you.
We have the next award, Harit Kranti Award, which goes to Dr. Geeta Lakshmi Vellagiri, Professor and Director, Tamil Nadu Agricultural University, Coimbatore.
Dr. Geeta Lakshmi Vellagiri is awarded with Harit Kranti Award in recognition of his services rendered by her during the past 3 decades in teaching, research and education for imparting new knowledge to farming community in taking weather-based farming decisions that has helped in reducing crop production risk and gaining additional income through saving of inputs, and as a co-chair for developing science and technology innovation policy for agriculture, water and food security in India.
We move on to the next category of awards, the Student of the Year Award 2020. We have 7 awards in this category. The first award goes to Mr. Praveen Verma, PhD Fruit Sciences from Dr. Yashwant Singh Parmar University of Horticulture and Forestry, Solar. This is in absence here, so we move on to the next award, that is which goes to Mr. Ashish Khandelwal, PhD from the ICAR.
Mr. Ashish Khandelwal has made outstanding contribution in undertaking student welfare activities and strengthening ISA in all over the country for the benefits of agricultural professionals.
We have the next award which goes to Mr. Rahul Kumre from Jawaharlal Nehru Krishi Vishwavidyalaya. This award also goes in absent here. So we move on to the next award, which is Mr. B. Guman, PhD scholar from Agroclimate Research Center, Tamil Nadu Agricultural University.
B. Guhan has served as state president in 2020 and organized many state-level programs such as membership drives, webinars, and classes for UG and PG students. More than 300 members were registered under his dynamic leadership in Tamil Nadu.
We have the next category of award, that is ISA Gold Medal 2020. There are 7 awards in this category. First award goes to Ms. Rishu Jha from Sam University of Technology, UP. The award is in absence here. We have the next gold medal, Mr. Vikas Thakur, BTech Biotechnology from Dr. Parmar University of Horticulture and Forestry. This award also is in absence here. The next award is for Mr. Rahul Kumar from ICAR IARI. This award also is in absence here. We have the next award, Ms. Tanzin Ladon, PhD research scholar from YS Parmar University of Horticulture, also is in absence here. We have the next ISA Gold Medal Awards, which goes to Mr. Vikas Lunawat, PhD scholar, Agriculture Economics, Agricultural University, Raipur, Chhattisgarh.
Mr. Vikas has made significant contribution in undertaking student welfare activities and strengthening ISA in Chhattisgarh. He has served as a state president in 2020 and organized many programs such as membership drives, interaction session on career opportunities, and reforms for agri graduates.
The next award goes to Mr. D.R.K. Saikan, PhD Agricultural Extension Scholar from Professor Jaishankar, Telangana State Agricultural.
Mr. D.R.K. Saikant is awarded with the Gold Medal 2020 in recognition of his student welfare activities in and around the university campus for the benefit of agricultural professionals as well as excellence community engagement. He has made awareness and membership drive for strengthening ISA in the state of Telangana.
We have the next award which goes to Dr. P. Balasubramanian, teaching assistant from Tamil Nadu Agricultural University, Coimbatore.
Dr. P. Balasubramaniam is awarded with the Gold Medal 2020 for his significant contribution in preparing and issuing a time crop weather specific district block level agromet advisory service such as Meghdut app. He was involved in preparing 104 AS bulletins in English format as well as in regional language in Tamil.
We have the next category of awards, Harit Puraskar Awards 2020. We have 5 awards in this category. The first award is in absence to Dr. Balbir Singh Khata, scientist, Krishi Vigyan Kendra, Godra.
Dr. Balbir Singh Khadda has made remarkable contributions in the field of animal husbandry.
Okay, we have the next award.
Buffalo, goat and poultry. So he is received the award in absentia.
Thank you. We go to the next award which goes to Dr. Major G.K. Srivastava, DSW, IGKD Raipur. On behalf of Dr. Srivastava, Dr. Vikas Lunawat is here to receive the award.
Dr. G.K. Srivastava is serving IGKB for more than 30 years in development capacities besides teaching, research and extension. He has conducted many NCC, NSS and also was the organizing secretary of 5th National Youth Convention, 20th Agri Unifest 2019-20 and state level 7 days Yoga Fest 2018.
We have the next Harit Puraskar Award, and the award will be received by Dr. M. Ashokan, Professor Agricultural Extension, Deputy Registrar, Tamil Nadu Agricultural University. The award is under the faculty.
Dr. M. Ashokan is awarded with Harit Puraskar Award for his remarkable contribution towards student welfare activities by conducting Sports and Science Club for developing students' personality. He has organized 2 Ravi program, guided 24 students, prepared district agriculture plan for Kanchimpuram district and section plan for TNAU IDPP villages.
We have the next award which goes to Mr. Anil Kumar Mishra, Consultant, Government of Odisha, Bhubaneswar.
Mr. Anil Kumar Mishra is awarded with Harit Puraskar Award for his significant contribution in spreading awareness about agricultural education and empowerment of youth in Odisha. He has provided free trainings to agricultural youth, created an awareness group in the state to disseminate information among farmers and youth related to various schemes and technologies developed. He also served as the National General Secretary of ISA in the year 2019.
Okay, we have the next award category, that is the Best Teacher Award 2020. We have 1 award in this category which goes to Dr. Amitav Rakshit, Assistant Professor, Department of Soil Science and Agricultural Chemistry, Institute of Agricultural Sciences, Banaras Hindu University, Varanasi.
Dr. Amitabh Rakshit has made a notable contribution towards quality education by development of 2 new courses chapters, 2 manuals, 1 computer software on fertilizer management. As a major advisor, he has guided 3 PhD, 27 MSc Agriculture students and 1 BSc Agriculture students from USA.
We have the next category of Awahan Award. We have 1 award in this category which goes to Mohan Krishna Chaudhary A, Agricultural Scholar, Tamil Nadu Agricultural University. This award will be received on his behalf by Dr. R. Vinod.
Mr. Mohan Krishna Chaudhary has made outstanding contribution in the last year Awahan 2020 by strengthening ISA Tamil Nadu and raising for institutional strengthening in Tamil Nadu for the benefits of agricultural professionals.
The next award, Institution of Excellence Award 2020. This award goes to ICAR, Indian Institute of Wheat and Barley Research, Karnal.
IIWBR Karnal is the sole organization in the country working on a targeted mission of ensuring food security of India by enhancing the productivity and profitability of wheat and barley on an ecologically and economically sustainable basis and making India the world leader in wheat production. IIWBR has developed 71 genetic stocks and strengthening the seed chain by signing 492 MOU with private seed growers that has generated the total revenue of more than 3 crores. During the period 2015-20, a total of 12 wheat varieties and 5 barley varieties were notified by Central Varietal Release Committee.
Thank you, dignitaries, and thank you, Mr. Tapas, for coordinating with the awards conferred. We have Ashok Dalwai joined online. Ashok Dalwai, CEO, NRAA, our online guest of honor, to address the gathering. I request Dr. Ashok Dalwai to please address the gathering. I request Dr. Ashok Dalwai, IAS CEO, NRAA, our guest of honor of today's function, to address the gathering.
Yeah, good afternoon, everybody. I'm sorry I was not able to join in time due to technical disturbance. So the president of the function, Dr. Praveen Rao, our good friend, another good friend, Dr. Agarwal, all the members of the All India Agriculture Students Association, all the professors, all the awardees of the day, and all young students who have joined us from across the country. Congratulations to all of you once again for meeting on this day as you have been meeting every year. So it's a very happy augur that the students of agricultural profession are building a good network across the country. And hopefully this network will spread to the entire global space. We have our students from different agriculture universities and ICAR institutes who now dot the entire global space in different domains. So it would be good to network with everybody across, and you have the blessings of great scientists and very committed agricultural professionals like Dr. Agarwal, Dr. Praveen Rao, everybody else across the space. So you should take advantage of them because they have also spent time not just within India, but they have spent time outside India. So they would be able to expand the horizons of your thought, of your mind, of your commitment, and tell you all that you can do to further the cause of agriculture. The first thing that I would like to tell you is when we talk of agriculture, please remember that we have different sciences under agriculture. So do not confine yourself to one particular domain, like the agronomic crops, for example. Do involve everybody from horticulture, husbandry, dairy sector, fisheries, forestry, aquaculture, food science, community science. So everybody must become part and parcel of these agricultural sciences, and therefore the All India Agriculture Science Students Association. That's the first advice I would like to give you. The reason is that when we start with that particular approach, then we would look at the agriculture space more wholesomely. Would look at the farmers more wholesomely. So in this particular context, all of us must now create an opinion, creating integrated agriculture universities. When we have two compartmentalized universities, we would not be doing justice to science. We would not be doing justice to the wholesome growth of agriculture. We would not be doing justice to our farming community. It is therefore very important that we look at the agriculture value chain, not just in terms of its production phases, but also in terms of its diversity. The new education policy 2020 of Government of India emphasizes on fundamental changes in the educational system of our country. It is now looking at building bridges among different sciences. It is looking at replicating the systems of university that we have in the West, for example, in the United States of America, where on the same campus we have different schools dedicated to agriculture sciences, medical sciences, social sciences. We need that kind of a system back in our own country. The functional division of sciences is only for the purpose of building in-depth knowledge among some, but the majority would like to understand the different aspects of different sciences. So since we have people here who are managing the higher realms of agriculture education, like our dear friend Dr. Agarwal and also Dr. Praveen Rao, my humble request would be that how do we all try to create a new environment where we bring in this wholesomeness, and concomitant to the agriculture sciences is a good understanding of the basic sciences. Basic sciences as envisioned by physics, chemistry, mathematics, and of course botany and zoology. An understanding of these subjects is equally important for us to delve deeper into the mysteries of agriculture sciences. So one of my articulations in this context would be, can all our agriculture universities also build colleges of basic sciences right up to the post-graduation, so that we will have experts in these domains who then provide an understanding of the basic sciences to our agricultural scientists. Simultaneously, they train students in basic sciences right up to the post-graduation and the PhD level. In that sense, I think IIRI is one of the rare universities where we also have divisions, for example, relating to agrochemicals. We don't have those things in our state agriculture universities or even in the central agriculture universities. The purpose of sharing this at this juncture is that our young students will be growing up and they will be occupying prominent positions in the domain of science, academics, research, administration, and policy making. And my advocacy to all the young students here is that as you keep growing, do acquire this kind of a wholesome thought process and see how we can actually promote agriculture in our country and across the world. For lack of time, let me shift to a few more thoughts and close my speech today. That I am of the firm opinion that agriculture is something that should be called as an evergreen subject, evergreen economic domain, not just a subject, an evergreen economic domain. The emphasis that I would like to share with you is that it was a settled agriculture 12,000 years ago that started producing food and ensured that the people had access to food security as they shifted from hunting and gathering, and they took to crop management, crop husbandry, and animal husbandry, including sheep, goat, and cattle. They were more sure of the food than they were during the time when they had to go hunting, because hunting was a dangerous game. They were not sure of coming back home. But when they learned to husband the crops, like lentil, like ragi, like paddy, like wheat, the initial crops, and husband the animals like sheep and goat. They were now much more sure. And in a way, the women were the first people who actually started husbanding. And with that kind of a settlement, the villages grew. Then we had the civilizations across the globe, including Egyptian civilization on the bank of River Nile. We had the Mesopotamian civilization. We had our own Indus Valley civilization on the banks of River Indus, or Chinese civilization on the bank of Ganges-Sikiang. And the civilizations have grown all over the globe. The globe came to be peopled in due course of time. And agriculture has sustained our economy, sustained our culture, sustained our sociology, sustained our civilization at large till now. And somehow around the last 100 years, based on the Western model of economic growth, we have come to believe that the mature economy means lesser importance of agriculture, as reflected in reduced number of people dependent on agriculture, reduced share of agriculture in the nation's GDP. But the 21st century, where the climate change has come to now become the main theme, has re-emphasized that we need to get back into agriculture. The reason being, agriculture alone can produce raw materials that are renewable. And now deploying the knowledge of biotechnology and bioprocessing, we should be able to use our raw materials grown on the farms and in the forest as feedstock for industry and energy sectors. So the future is going to be bioeconomy. And bioeconomy comprising biomaterials, biofuels, and bioenzymes, where our dependence will be on renewable raw material and not on non-renewable fossil fuels and fossil resources like coal and copper. So friends, believe in science. Believe in the power of the science to ever expand its frontiers and find answers to our problems. And that agriculture will become the fundamental basis of a new economy, new civilization. As we go forward, you'll find that it is our farm which is going to generate energy. It is our farm that is going to generate enzymes. It is our farm that is going to produce composites. It is our farm that is going to give us medicines. We don't have to dig into the earth's sanctuary for the resources. That means you and we, all of us concerned with agriculture, have a bright future. We can look up to an ever expanding opportunity for testing our knowledge, for deploying our cerebral power, by satiating our mind and finding a true satisfaction in our life. So I would like to congratulate all of you for organizing these things. I would like all of you to be proud of being a partner, a companion in this domain called agricultural sciences. Never ever be shy. Never ever be considering yourself as a second-class citizen. You are above every other domain. Agriculture is the mother of life on earth, and it shall be mother of all civilizations to come. So there's so much for all of us to do. We have just begun. And lastly, let me tell you that India is opening up because India now recognizes the importance of agriculture. Our huge population that depends on agriculture will have to be transferred incomes that are sustainable, that will offer dignity to human existence. And it is therefore the government's vision of doubling farmers' income. As I've said earlier to you last year, doubling farmers' income is only a quantitative target to be achieved by 2022. But the fundamental change that we're looking at is to make agriculture income-centric and not just production-centric. So get out of the mindset of green revolution, white revolution, etc. We need to talk about income revolutions for our farmers. And as we increase our productivity and production, as we decrease our cost of production and ensure transfer of remunerative prices on the commodities for the farmers, we must not forget the sustainability of our ecology. Hence, we also need a shift, paradigm shift in the kind of technology we have deployed today. We need eco-friendly, we need ecologically sustainable technologies. So the entire green revolution technology has to transform itself to a new technology that will ensure that resources are used efficiently, that we are going to produce much more than what we're doing today from the same unit of land, from the same unit of cattle, from the same unit of fish pond. So once again, we need science. The proper policies, etc., secondary. Most important is we want to rely on scientists. So agriculture scientist is somebody who's going to be the new God. He has been the God, he will be the new God. And so let us all today salute the agriculture scientists who will give us a new paradigm for the future. So we shall invest our faith in the entire national agricultural research system, comprising Indian Council of Agriculture Research and all the state agriculture universities and the state agriculture universities. So on this day, through you, I salute all of them, and we rest our faith in them, and then look forward to a bright future for our farmers, for ecology, for our country, and for the world. So thank you very much, and congratulations to all the award winners of the day. May you all continue to contribute and make a difference to the way we are living. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for giving your valuable advice on importance of convergence and integration of resources towards achievement of sustainable agriculture sector goals. Thank you once again. I now request our chief guest of today's event, Dr. R.C. Agarwal, DDG Education, ICAR, to address the gathering. Dr. R.C. Agarwal is online with us.
Thank you all. Honorable Vice Chancellor Dr. Praveen Rao, Honorable Dr. Ashok Dalwai, our colleague Dr. Arvind Joshi, the recipients of the today's awards, Honorable Vice Chancellors Dr. N. Kumar, Dr. Bhalya. I see a lot of other senior colleagues. I think Dr. Janki Ram also is present today, Honorable Vice Chancellor from our system. Ashish Khandelwal, Dr. R.P. Singh, my other senior colleagues. It's indeed a great privilege that we are part of this important function, which we have given a theme for the innovation, which is really required. We have to understand what is innovation. So that's really something good done by ISA. So I compliment all the office bearers of this ISA. I compliment all the winners of various awards, Dr. G.P. Singh, who is really a great scientist who has done a lot of work in the wheat breeding, which is evident from the production. Now you can see how best we can have all these things. Friends, a lot of things have been spoken by the students, by our honorable guests. First of all, I fully agree with the point which Dr. Dalwai has told, that yes, we have to move for the science and we have to move for the innovations if you have to really make our India as the Atmanirbhar. And that's why we always say that we have to move from STEM to STEAM. So that means we have to move from science, technology, engineering, mathematics to the science, technology, engineering, agriculture, and mathematics. So we have to give a word in this, and without that, we cannot really move further. And that's what the agriculture education is giving emphasis, is giving a lot of importance now for making our students the self-dependent, making our students the entrepreneurs, for which we have, as Dr. Praveen Rao has just told, he told in his inaugural welcome address, we have a lot of experiential learning units. We have more than 480 experiential learning units for the benefit of our students. and we have equal number of experiential learning units which are funded by the states. So we have close to around 900 experiential learning units. But the question is, I was discussing with a few vice chancellors. Now the question is, are we really making best use of all these facilities? Can we have a network of all these facilities? Can we always keep on supporting these experiential learning units? We cannot. So let us have a database, let us have a network of all these units. Like when I personally visited the PJTSAU, I could see a lot of good experiential learning units. But if some other university wants to make use of this, they should be welcome to come and stay and interact with the students, interact with the faculties in the other states, so that the question of embedding and other things is also addressed. So now that's what we are now trying to see, how best we can go for this. Similarly, people just talk for student teaching ratio. I think this is one of the best in agriculture university system. If you compare with the traditional universities, in traditional universities you have 1:29 is the teacher-student ratio, whereas in agriculture universities it is 1:10, and it varies from 1:2.4 in IARI. For 2.4 students there is a faculty, 220, but the average value is around 10, which is really wonderful. But then the challenge is to increase the gross enrollment ratio, which has been, as Dr. Tabai has told, we have to see the different challenges in the national education policy. So the policy says we have to have, because we are 9% of the total strength of the universities, so we should have 9% contribution of the GER also. For that, every year we have to have at least 10% increase in the university's student intake. But for that, are we really ready to have sufficient land? Are we really ready to have these experiential learning units? Are we really having all the other facilities required for the courses which makes agriculture as the professional course? So that's really a big challenge for which now we are working. We are seeing what are the minimum standards, how can we revise the minimum standards, and how best we can see the other kind of provisions which are there in the NEP, new education policy, which can be taken up in the agriculture education system. There are many challenges. We have almost finalized the report for its implementation. Monday I have a presentation in the PM office, but that cannot be done until unless we have the commitment from all the universities, we have the commitment from all the state governments, because agriculture education per se is a state subject. So that is again a big challenge. It was told by Mr. Ashish Khandelwal that there should be DBT for the scholarship. Yes, I do agree. We have been working for this direct benefit transfer to the students for the fellowships for last 1 year. And very soon it is going to be implemented. There are some technical issues which are being addressed by NIC, the Reserve Bank. But still, we wanted to implement 6 months back, but we could not do it. But that will be really beneficial for the students. And we will also see how best we can have more such schemes for supporting the students. That also is being deliberated. And we are now, some new networking related activities. What we are planning is how best we can have the databases of all the alumni in all the agriculture university system, for which already we have created a platform. And I'm really happy to inform that more than 20 universities, they have provided their complete data for this database. Now, once you have the database of all the alumni, I can cite example of few universities where the alumni, they have come forward to support the universities for taking the students as the interns, for placements, for giving the financial support, for infrastructure, for many things. If you can have such kind of platform. So that's what now we are looking for. how best we can not only have the get together of the alumni, but also the support of the alumni through that platform, which I'm sure we will succeed in addressing all those financial issues and other kind of supports which we can expect from the very rich alumni. In this education system, now we are also trying to address the many new topics. Very soon we are going to release the BSMA report. It's also final. The broad subject matter area committee has recommended many revisions in the PG and PhD. In PG, we are proposing now how best in the research advisory committee of a student we can have some representative of the industry. So not only from your university, but outside university also somebody can be there, so that you can have real time of problems which can be taken up in your research programs. We are trying to reduce the coursework in the PhD programs. Many reforms based on the feedback which we could get from IITs, from IIMs, from other traditional universities, we are trying to address in that, so that we can really address the national issues like or the international issues like the global green economy, the knowledge economy, the global zero index, zero hunger challenges, the value chains, agriculture value chains, the sustainable development goals, the digital agriculture, the biosecurity, many areas you can find. So we cannot have the traditional kind of teaching. We have to have the reorientation according to the new challenges, whatever are there, and that is the reason why we always keep on revising and have given the lot of flexibility to the universities to change their syllabus, to change their to introduce the new courses and to change their course curriculum also, and that's what again we are trying to emphasize. I can say that education is not to teach the subjects. We should understand this thing. It is the teacher is not to teach the subjects, but teacher is to teach the students. We have to know what the student requires, what is his interest, and that's what we have to now focus, and that's what the new education policy also is emphasizing. Okay? So according to the need of the student, you have to see whether he can quit in 1 year, if he's quitting in 2 years. So what kind of support you can provide him if he wants to again come for the education, what kind of support again our system can provide. And then only we can just see that yes, we are adjusted or we are now following the national education policy. So that's really something we have to understand, and we have to see how best we can take up all these challenges. Now, as you have a discussion on this innovation, I think it's a very good topic. We all have to understand the three major components, and those are imagination, creativity, and innovations. They are all interlinked. Nothing is disjoint. So we have to understand, and that's what our education system has to imbibe in all these students. Earlier, we used to think that creativity is only linked with the arts, creative arts. But creativity can be in any subject. In agriculture, there are a lot of opportunities where you can be creative. You can be, so now my request to all teachers, my request to all the vice chancellors is that we have to imbibe these topics, these things, this culture in our students. How to, I cannot make any student imaginative. We have to understand their capabilities. Everybody cannot be a scientist. Everybody cannot be a musician. So we have to see what is hidden inside the student, and that is the role of the best teacher. That is the awards have been given to the best teachers. Best teacher doesn't mean that I'm best in the subject. Best teacher means I'm best in understanding the student's requirement. And once you know the creativity, the imagination, and what is the innovation, innovative characters hidden inside a student, by knowing whether he can have some process of putting new ideas into the practice. So whatever ideas comes into the mind through the creativity, so can he really put it into the practice? And if yes, then what kind of support we can provide? What kind of financial support, technical support, the other kind of support we can provide, all kind of platforms we can provide. And that's what we are now in the new EFC we are proposing. And, we have kept a provision for having more and more incubation centers now. Every university will have some incubation centers, and already in ICR we have more than 50 incubation centers, but in universities also we will support these incubation centers, so that if a student is coming out with some new ideas, or if they're interested in some kind of entrepreneurs, they can be provided all kind of support. And that way we can say that yes, we are contributing for making our country as a Atmanirbhar Bharat. Friends, let us also understand that the education system is not linear; it's organic. If you see the history of education during the time of Industrial Revolution, it was made just to make the persons understand what is the requirement of the industry. But now it is not the case. We have to see the overall development of the students through our education system, and then we can say that yes, our students are ready to meet any challenge of the future. We cannot predict the future, but at least we can shape the future. So that's what our students, our young talented minds, and that's what we have to see how best we can retain the youth in the agriculture education. So that is really another challenge, to retain the students in the agriculture field. And if you see the latest trends, you will find that even the many professionals who are not graduate in the agriculture field, but they are getting attracted towards the agriculture, and they are leaving their other professions of IT and other business, and shifting towards the agriculture, for value chains, for organic farming, for providing all kind of IT support to the agriculture field, market intelligence, many other kinds. So that reverse trend also I have seen, where we are finding a lot of interest in this agriculture from other kind of domains. So that's really interesting. And we have to also understand that whatever work, my appeal to students is, whatever work you do with sincerity. Nothing is bad or good. If you see, there are many kind of Gitas. We know popularly the Bhagavad Gita, but there is a Vyad Gita, there is a Anu Gita, and many other Gitas. And if you see one of the Gita, Vyad Gita, there the Vyad told to the Pandavas that no duty is ugly, no duty is impure. It is only the way in which it is done, and in which the work is done, and this only determines its worth. Every work is important. Work of anybody, carpenter's work is equally important. The work of farmer is equally important. The work of scientist is equally important. So we have to see what is our interest. We have to see our devotion, and then only we can say that yes, we are a true human being, and we can really contribute for the cause of our nation, what the cause of our society, whatever is there, whatever is required for our country's upliftment, and for the general cause of the human beings. In the last, I will just quote the word of Bertha Suttner. You may be knowing, she was the lady who was behind initiating this Nobel Prize. With Alfred Nobel, she was the one who gave the idea to Alfred Nobel that why you cannot start this Peace Prize, Nobel Peace Prize, and she got the second Nobel Prize for the peace. She just told that after the verb love, to help is the most beautiful verb in the world. So we have to understand how to help, and she was the instrumental in the First World War, and that's why she got the Nobel Peace Prize. So my request to all the students is that please try to understand the help also, in addition to the other aspects of the commercialization, other kind of things, and how best we can help the society, how best we can help the needy persons, how help we can help our country, our global fraternity, by way of our education, whatever we receive, whatever we achieve. So thank you very much again for giving me this opportunity, and thank you very much for organizing this important workshop of this conference, and I wish you all the best. Namaskar.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your words of wisdom with our young professionals and updating the audience on the upcoming reforms, policies, and novel initiatives towards betterment of the student education system during their formative years. Thank you very much once again for being with us today. I now request our Dean of Student Affairs, PJTSAU, Dr. J. Satyanarayana, to propose vote of thanks.
Good morning to all. First, on behalf of Professor Jason of Telangana State Agricultural University and on my own behalf, I thank all the participants, those who are online and offline. There are more than 160 students registered, and raising this inaugural function of 6th National Youth Convention. So we are online, but it is like a grand event. Physically, it is there. It's taking all the COVID measures in this campus. And at the outset, I thank dignitaries on the dais. And the dais, as well as on offline also, online also there are some dignitaries. So I thank them. So first of all, I thank the patron of this ISA, Dr. Prilatan Mahapatra sir, PG sir, and today's chief guest, DDG sir, Dr. R.C. Agarwal sir, for addressing this occasion and addressing the youth and as well as the agriculture scientists. And I also thank Ashok Dalwai sir. With the short notice, he came online and addressed the gathering. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. And I also thank Sir Anand Joshi and also Penny Adeyemi for giving this address to the students as well as the agriculture faculty in the college. So I also thank Dr. Anshul Singh sir for and Chairman of the National Advisory Committee. I also thank RBC sir and National Saving Committee Chairman HSC sir is there online, and here our Honorable Vice Chancellor, National Organizing Committee Chairman. So please give a big hand. The man behind this all this guidance and all this Dr. Sudhir Kumar sir is also there. So National Organizing Secretary. So I thank them. And I thank the today's awardees, also gracing on the dais. So here the national Lifetime Achievement Award, Dr. Vilas Medical Malaysia, and also Best Vice Chancellor, Master. And I also thank the online another vice chancellor is also there. Janakaran sir is also there. I thank them in this inaugural council. And I also thank other local the committees, so those who are behind this arrangements and all these things, and our students, local 2020 president, the present new president Bhavitra for supporting in arranging this, all arrangements. And I also thank the university officers for constant support in arrangements and all these things, making this event. And I also thank board of management members, Manohar sir, Dr. Seema, and Harsana madam for supporting. And I also thank estate officer for arranging all these things. Then also at the end, I also thank the support given by NABARD, then CIMET and BIPAR for this sixth national youth convention. And already you heard behind everything is schedule is great, sir. So we will start immediately the next technical sessions. There are 6 technical sessions going on in this hall, main hall. So also conference sessions and poster presentations and other toolings to have sent. So already the overall presentation session started, and I also request all the participants to attend these technical sessions and participate in the program. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I request all the awardees to quickly come on to the dais for a group photograph. All the awardees here, I request you all to please quickly come on to the dais for a group photograph.
V-shape it. Slightly in a V shape, sir, so that everybody will come.
Few of our students can switch so that the photographs come. But technology is there, they can switch and
Yeah.
once again, happy
Thank you. I request all the honored dignitaries and the audience present here and offline to please stand up for national anthem.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल गंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Thank you, everybody. We will start our next session in 10 minutes. So we have a condensed break. It is just 10 minutes break from now. The tea is arranged for all the students and audience present here towards your left. Towards your left.
Okay.
Corridor. Sir. I also request everybody to please put on your mask and protect yourself from COVID-19. I repeat, I request everybody to put on your mask and protect yourself from the COVID-19.
Yeah, very good afternoon. We'll start the session one. For the session one, we have Chairman Dr. P. Janakiram Garu and the co-chairman Dr. L. Pulanelli from Dean Horticulture from TNAU. I hope they are online and they are going to participate. And along with them, the keynote speaker as well as the lead speakers. I hope everybody is online. We'll start the session one. So a warm welcome to all the dignitaries and the participants to the first technical session. The theme of this session is high-tech horticulture for farmers' prosperity. As you all would agree, that horticulture is now an integral part of food and nutritional security. It is also an essential component of economic security of the stakeholder. I now invite the chairman of this session, Dr. P. Janakiram Garu, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Dr. YSR Horticulture University, Andhra Pradesh. He has served as a former Assistant Director General, Horticultural Sciences, ICAR. He has immensely contributed in bringing out new varieties in floriculture. He is also the recipient of PNASF Gold Medal, HSI Gold Medal, Lotus Puraskar, and many more awards. Welcome to you, sir, for this session. And it is also a pleasure to have Dr. L. Pugalandi, Dean Horticulture, Horticulture College and Research Institute, TNAU, as the co-chairman for this session. He has expertise in vegetable crops and has 144 research papers to his credit. Today for this session, we have the keynote speaker, Dr. M.R. Dinesh, Director IIHR Bangalore. And the second lead speaker, the first lead speaker is Dr. R.G. Somkumar. He's the Director ICR NRC Grapes. And the second lead speaker is Dr. M.K. Verma, Principal Scientist, Horticulture, Fruit Science, IIRI, New Delhi. And along with me, the co-convener is Mr. Guhan from TNAU. And Dr. Nirmala and Ms. Munmun Joshi are the rapporteurs for this session. Now I would request our chairman of this session to kindly speak a few words and also chair the session. I would just like to mention that the keynote speaker is given 20 minutes time and the lead speakers are given 15 minutes each. I now invite the chairman to take up this session. Thank you.
Thank you very much, madam. Good morning, everybody. At the outset, I am very happy to be part of this 6th National Youth Convention on Innovation and Agriculture Reforms, Farmers' Prosperity, which is jointly organized by the AIASA, ICR, and also PJTSAU, Hyderabad. At the outset, I am also thankful to the Honorable Vice Chancellor Garu, Dr. V. Praveen Rao Garu, and the chairman of this convention. And today, the first session on high-tech horticulture for farmers' prosperity is a very important session that is planned because we all know that the high-tech horticulture is now widely employed for the profitable commercial production of horticultural products. And it includes many innovations and also the practices like integrated pest management, integrated nutrient management, plasticulture, greenhouse production, protected cultivation, hydroponics, micro irrigation, fertigation, subsurface drainage systems, high density planting, high-tech mechanization, molecular diagnostics, and so on. So I think today we have in this session, I also happy to see Dr. L. Pugulendi, Dean Horticulture, TNAU, my co-chairman and conveners. I also welcome them, Dr. Seema, Dean of Agriculture, PJTSAU, Mr. Guhan from TNAU, and we have reporters, Dr. Nirmala, Assistant Professor, PJTSAU, Ms. Munmun Joshiji, and in this session, we have 3 eminent speakers, and all are eminent scientists in the area of horticulture. Dr. M.R. Dinesh, Director, ICR, IHR, and at the outset, I would like to congratulate and compliment Dr. Dinesh and all his team, IHR team, for recently successfully conducting the horticulture fair, which has really attracted not only from India. I think the analysis I have seen, more than 20 countries, they have visited this horticulture fair through virtually and also physically. And once again, congratulations, Dr. Dinesh ji. And we have another speaker, Dr. R.G. Somkumar, my colleague, director from ICR NRC Grapes, and he is another young scientist, leader who has contributed immensely for the grape research and also taking them to the farmers. Another eminent speaker we have today with us, Dr. M.K. Vermaji, principal scientist from horticulture. I know him very well when I was at IRI and also working at the Central Institute for Temperate Horticulture. He has done excellent and outstanding contributions, particularly in temperate horticulture crops. I think with this, without wasting much time, I would like to invite the keynote speaker, Dr. M.R. Dinesh ji, to speak on high-tech horticulture for farmers' prosperity. So, Dr. Saab, over to you for presentation.
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Jankiram. Thank you, the organizers, for inviting me to speak on the keynote topic. I have to be, the topic is ICR-IHR technologies for Atmanirbhar Krishi. I'll straight away go to my slides. Yeah. It is visible?
Yeah, visible, that's all.
Yeah, thank you. Actually, the topic deals with the high-tech horticulture. I would like to slightly, because generally it is assumed that high-tech horticulture means we always need to have some gadgets and things like that. But I just want to give a small definition of it. What exactly is high-tech horticulture? In this, any technology that brings better quality produce with better utility of inputs without harming the ecosystem, I think that can be called as the high-tech horticulture. Here, the technology using gadgets, generally which is termed as high-tech horticulture, is because through the precision decision-making system, the outcome of the prediction will be very, very highly reliable. The parameters which otherwise would vary, that is taken care of here so that we generally refer it to as high-tech horticulture, because the farmer is assured more of the exact output that he is going to get. The vagaries of the nature and several of these things are sidelined in this particular term when we refer it to as high-tech horticulture. The technology, when we say it is high-tech horticulture, it starts from the genotype to marketing. The genotype that we use for our planting material and to the end product of marketing, what is the kind of percentage of loss that we can avoid, it actually goes into that. So the technology high-tech horticulture covers a very, very vast area, right from seed to planting material to the ultimate harvesting of the produce to post-harvest produce, how it reaches the market. In the field of horticulture, actually, during the past several decades, some of the technological interventions, which can be really called as very good technological interventions, some of them are, we can even use the term high-tech, during the past few decades, have fueled the growth in the horticulture. These are like propagation efficiency, then the disease-resistant varieties, the hybrids, and the rootstocks. These are some of the theme areas in which they have contributed to the growth of the industry as horticulture. Now, if you see the improving the propagation efficiency and adaptability window of yielding in fruit crops, you can say that many of the propagation methods have changed, structures have come in, and the tissue culture protocols, which actually has made a very, very good dent, in the sense that those of the areas wherein we generally term like high temperature as well as high humidity areas wherein propagation can be taken up, this the identification and selection of coming out with very protected cultivation structure has helped the propagation to be taken to other non-conventional areas. With regard to tissue culture, there are several examples how we have a many-fold increase in planting material we have got. Then in the identification of adapted rootstocks, then pruning and growth regulator formulations for regulation of flowering, especially in crops like pineapple, this has made a big dent. Secondly, realizing the potential of F1 hybrids, exploitation of heterosis. This has happened in a very big way in some of the horticultural crops like vegetable farming. In both self and cross-pollinated crops, this has happened. Development of male sterile lines. This has helped us in the hybrid seed production. Then the third, one of the most important points is the emergence of private sector catering to hybrid seeds of vegetables. Then in the past few decades, several varieties have come out as disease resistant varieties, which has definitely helped in bringing down the input cost. Some of them I have listed here. Many of them are OP varieties. The very fact that they are OP varieties, it helps the farmer not to come back for the seeds. Then rootstock in perennial crops, rootstocks like dogridge in grapes, Rangpur in citrus, many of these things have actually created a lot of dent in the high-tech horticulture. Now, if you see the approaches in high-tech horticulture, there are several approaches. Two of the latest approaches that have come into the terms of high-tech horticulture is aeroponics and hydroponics. Now, in the aeroponics and hydroponics, we already know how seeds are produced in the case of potato. We already have firms producing this kind of a seed potatoes. Then, with regard to protected cultivation, we have now capsicum yield going up to 200 tons per hectare. Even in the case of tomato, 4 to 5 times increase has been noticed. About 300 tons per hectare per year can be easily harvested when we have indeterminate hybrids, especially made for protected cultivation. Now, breeding of indigenous varieties in some of these crops has definitely helped. Then designing and reducing the structural cost of the protected structures has come in very, very handy. One of the latest trends that we are of late using is the soilless cultivation, wherein we are not going in for soil because the soil biotic stresses or the soil abiotic stresses can be easily overcome by soilless cultivation. We are going in for grow bag cultivation or terrace gardening. Even there is we have now started artificial intelligence for the production models for diseases. All these to be put together in various crops and various areas have actually helped in the high-tech horticulture of late. Now, if you come to the latest ones, which has been touted as one of the solutions in especially in the urban areas, is the vertical farming. The vertical farming comes in many shapes and many forms. The only basic thing is that we are carefully measuring the temperature, light, nutrients, and carbon dioxide here. This is the basic baseline, I should say. Otherwise, many of the things are as it is grown, and we do not have as of now, especially genotypes which are bred for vertical farming platform, but the same genotypes we are using it, and this in a way it does help. But what we have to see here is one of the concerns that we here at IHR we are trying to address is what is the chemical profiling or the nutrient profiling of terrace garden grown or the vertical garden grown vegetables versus the soil grown vegetables. Probably this we need to look into in a greater detail in future. Then why we need to go in for vertical farming? Here crop production is possible here. It eliminates agricultural runoff, reduces fossil fuels, significantly reduces weather-related crop failures. In fact, the crop distance that a crop travels from one place to another place can be definitely avoided through the food supply for all urban centers. It converts gray and black water, that is another added. It does create new urban employment opportunities. Now, sorry. Having told about the latest high-tech horticulture, of course, I have not included the disease diagnostics. I have not included the gene silencing part of it. I have not included the biotechnologies tools that we are trying to generate. So, keeping all those things aside, I just wish to inform you that the institute has, for the past 50 years, has conserved the germplasm to the extent of about 10,000 genotypes. I am specially mentioning it here. Why? Because there are several technologies we have developed for Atmanirbhar Krishi. Several varieties have come for Atmanirbhar Krishi. But the problem is that unless we conserve genotypes, unless there is a very big chunk of genotype or germplasm collection, we cannot make any amends. So with regard to technologies for Atmanirbhar Krishi from the institute, we have already started linking biodiversity with livelihood security. This is the only way by which we can really save our germplasm. Very important traits that are getting stored in the wild genotypes can be conserved. This is one way. We have done it in jackfruit by tying it up with a unique model wherein the farmer has been promoted, and today he is earning almost 10 times more than what he was earning in jackfruit. Now we have come out with watermelon variety very recently, Arkasham, which is an early variety, high yield. It is not a hybrid, but it is equivalent to a hybrid, wherein directly the trade is around 200 crores for seeds. This can be cut down by using this variety seeds so that we become Atmanirbhar, because we need not depend on the seeds that are getting imported. We have another Arka Purna white pulp Goa variety with much better quality. We can cut down on the import of Goa plant material, which is roughly estimated at about 312 lakhs trade. We have come out with new 4 disease-resistant tomato hybrid, Arka Abe. As you know, the seed market is for about 60 crores in tomato. and the this particular definitely can cut down the seed as well as the input because of its disease resistance. Then chili leaf curl virus resistance we have come out with very recently. The trade and input cost, if you reduce it, is about 120 crores. Arka Vishesh, in tomato, we have come out with a processing variety which has been evaluated by some of the companies, and the market is about 2,500 crores, and we can certainly reduce the import from China. With regard to rose, of course, I need not mention that now we need not depend on the Netherlands market. We have come out with excellent varieties. Same way, I have listed several of these things, wherein even male sterile lines we have developed for chili and okra, like that biotic and abiotic stresses in chili, tomato, and watermelon. In velvet bean we have done, and then in chili varieties we have done. That is Arka Tanvi is the latest variety which has got LCV resistance. Like that, we have in photoinsensitive varieties which can be grown in different seasons. This is the plus point in some of these varieties, which definitely goes to promote Atmanirbhar Krishi. Then we have made amendments with regard to the use of pesticides. Unless we bring down the pesticide usage, to promote to double the farmer's income is extremely difficult. With that, we have come out with the Arka neem seed powder pellet, wherein cabbage and cauliflower can be grown with minimum use of pesticides of 1 or 2 sprays. This is a very big thing which we have also commercialized to some of the companies. Embryogenic self suspensions for mass multiplication of Neipuvan or Helakibale, which what earlier also it was there, but our method, using our method, the cost of the planting material can be brought down to about 8 to 10 rupees. Then of late, we have, in fact, one of the components of high-tech horticulture is value addition. In that regard, we have come out with, for the first time in India, probiotic drink in the case of mango and pomegranate. Using lactobacillus bacteria, we have used it, and we are able to come out with 2 drinks, and we have commercialized it already. We have earlier we had commercialized it several osmotically dehydrated products, crushed tomato technology. All this actually any entrepreneur, anyone who is interested in becoming an entrepreneur, he can definitely become and make horticulture an enterprise. Several others we have brought it. This is one Arka Halasuras, that is the jackfruit beverage, which doesn't have any added flavor, color, or preservative, can be preserved for 6 months under ambient condition. We have made chocolate from jackfruit as well as jackfruit seed and mushroom seed powder. We have cookies also. This also has been commercialized. This is the way in which we can use the biodiversity of jackfruit to having value-added products, so that that important jackfruit tree, which actually is contributing a great deal for the ecosystem, can be preserved once we link it up with the livelihood security. Then we have come out with several machineries, indigenous machineries, grafting machine, onion, end-to-end machinery we have got. The advantage is that, they are low cost, designed to suit Indian cropping conditions. Supply of the machinery anytime, anywhere. Repairing is very easy compared to the external ones. Now we have also come out with some of the products like for marketing. We have come out with 2-3 products. One is vending van, tricycles for roadside vendors. We have come out with mushroom mobile units, and we have also come out with pomegranate aerial extractor. This is also very handy. So end-to-end machineries have been developed. I think even the engineering students who wish to become entrepreneurs in some of these taking these products, they can very well become entrepreneurs. This is the vending van, which is solar powered. All our some of the equipments of vending used for vegetables and fruits are solar powered. Now we have also made a very recent digitization of the seed portal. What we have done is, we always felt that there is a problem for the farmers to get seeds, especially for far off farmers who are living in the nook and corner of be it northeast or extreme north or extreme south, wherever it is. So we have come out with a seed portal wherein just like Amazon and Flipkart, they can, we have linked it with Yono SBI, but our website is seed.ihr.res.in. Anybody can log into it, use their mobile and order the seeds, and seeds would reach the doorstep of the farmer. In fact, the gap in production of about 6,000 tons can be easily bridged, and the import can definitely be brought down. Now, this is roughly the impact of our select technologies, which are basically promoting Atmanirbhar Krishi, and the impact is estimated that it is about 30,050 crores. This is in brief. We have taken about 13 technologies. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chairman, for giving me this opportunity. Thank you, the organizers.
Thank you very much, Dr. Dinesh, for that excellent capsule presentation, giving all the technologies, particularly developed by the Indian Institute of Horticulture Research. Questions will take later.
Yeah.
Okay. So then we'll go to the lead speaker, Dr. R.G. Somkumar, Director ICR NRC Grapes. Is he there? Present? I don't see him. Organizers? Organizers?
I think he is not there online, so we will go to the next link.
Okay. If he is not there, then now I invite Dr. M.K. Varmaji to speak on temperate fruits and nut crops for nutritional security and entrepreneurship development. Over to Dr. Varmaji.
So, good afternoon to one and all. Am I audible, sir?
Yeah.
So, respected chairman of this session, agriculture prosperity for the farmers, and co-chairman Dr. Agalendu, Dean TNAU, convener Dr. Seema, our respected speaker who has just spoken, Dr. M.R. Dinesh, Director IHR, distinguished the delegates, good afternoon, one and all. So thank you. First of all, I must thank and congratulate the ISA and PJTSAU for organizing this wonderful conference or National Youth Convention by taking account all odds in the mind. And the first session that is very, very important, especially for the horticulture, as we know that the UN General Assembly designated 2021 as the International Year of Fresh Fruits. I think that was well taken in account by the ISA and the organizers. So I also thank you once again. The topic for this today's talk is for a small part of the horticulture, although most of the things or many of the things, very, very important things can be covered by Dr. M.R. Dinesh, who is the director of IHR. So my part is to deliver my lecture on the temperate fruits and the nut crops for nutritional security and entrepreneurship development. So I'll be just brief on some of the aspect of this topic that. So I'll be covering little bit about the general scenario, component, what is our per capita intake, and what is the trends in our diet and nutritional status, and the enterprises for the youth, and the challenges and the conclusion. So if we see the nutritional security, it is really very critical input, which is directly fueling our economic growth, development, and the health, directly or indirectly. If you see our rank as far as the global 100 index is concerned, we are far behind. We are standing on the 94th among 107. And about 14% of the population is undernourished. So we can feel that nutritional security is a challenge. So how we can meet this one? Just a brief that most of our states in our country, they are categorized under the alarming situation as far as the India state hunger level is concerned. But what should be in our plate, but so that we can fight against this nutritional security? You see the plate, that half of the plate should be with the fruits and vegetables. Then rest of will be either with your pulses or your grains, cereal, millet, everything. If we can make between these two things, I think we can secure our nutritional security. Although we have made a general progress in the availability of the fruits and vegetables in our country, but I think we are still lagging behind as far as the RDIs, especially for the vegetables and the fruit is concerned. There are certain per capita availability of the fruits and vegetables. There is tremendous growth, but still we are lagging behind. And there was one recent study as far as the diet of our coming generation is concerned. There is good awareness about fruits and vegetables. And recently, when there was a pandemic for this one, for COVID-19 is concerned, many of us, I think, we have moved toward the fruits and vegetables because they are the natural reserve for these nutraceuticals. So my topic is especially for the temperate fruit and nut crops, which is a part for this horticulture crops. So what it has a role in our nutritional security enterprises. We know there is array of fruit crops. Vibrancy is there. They are very rich in many nutraceutical compounds. As we know, these are known as the powerhouse for the nutrients. Either you talk for the fruits or the nut crops. And at the same time, there are unlimited source for livelihood, taking from either from the nursery enterprises to the processing to the marketing or the e-marketing. I think a lot of scope is there. As far as the nutrition is concerned, they are very rich in case of all these parameters. We have made progressive achievements in the production and the productivity for the fruits and vegetables. This is the summary of especially the temperate fruit crops, including your almond, apple, apricot, blueberry, cherry, sour cherry, chestnut, grape, hazelnut, kiwi fruit, olives, peach, pear, pistachio nut, plum, quince, and strawberry and the walnut. All have a area of their importance as far as their nutritional importance is concerned or the livelihood is concerned. When we see the total fruit production, we are still in the productivity scenario, we are lagging behind. But as far as the total production is concerned, we are doing well, but there is scope to improve further. In case of temperate fruits, they are very, very limited in some of the states, especially they are grown in the Jammu Kashmir, Himachal Pradesh, Uttarakhand, and Arunachal Pradesh. And the productivity in these states are still at the very lowest state. You see, in case of almond, it is a very surprising news maybe for all of us that India is the largest importer of the almonds. Around 60% of almond produced all over the world we are importing. Means we are spending a lot of foreign exchange for a lot of commodities. They are including from the temperate fruit crops. Either it may be the almond, apple, apricot, cherry. But we have good news from the grape that we are exporting 4 or 5 times more grapes as compared to the import. See the nutritional importance, they all are very rich, especially these almonds. They are very good because they are cholesterol free, they are gluten free, good source for the fibers, low in the saturated fatty acids. But the important part is here, the productivity is very low. US is productivity 4.24, but our is hardly around 1 or 1.27. Likewise, apple, we say that if we can eat an apple a day, that we can keep doctor away because of its nutraceutical properties. Likewise, the apricots, they are very rich in case of vitamin A, beta carotene. They also add digestion, protect against the anemia, like cherries, like the chestnuts again, and the grapes. They have multiferous nutraceutical properties. Hazelnuts also, and the kiwi fruits. You see, we are importing a lot of kiwi fruits annually, around to the tune of around 33,353 lakh rupees. A lot of scope is there. As far as the entrepreneurship is concerned, cultivation is concerned, we can go in this direction. Olive. Our country is spending a lot of money in case of olives. We are importing either in the form of olive or the fresh fruit. So we can go for large-scale cultivation for this one. Peaches and the nectarines, pears, pistachio nuts, plums, and quince, and strawberries, and walnuts. You see here, again, lot of imports are going on as far as the walnut is concerned. We are importing to the tune of around 49,494 lakhs rupees. But only we are exporting to the tune of around 5,000 rupees hardly. So there is a lot of scope. If you see briefly the scenario of this export and import, because wherever there is a demand, then there is a chances for the entrepreneurship. So where is the entrepreneurship demand? You see, lot of fruits we are importing. I have highlighted with this bluish, the Turkish blue color with these fruit crops, especially the temperate fruit crops. More than 60% of the commodities belongs to the temperate fruit. Means we are spending a lot of our foreign exchange in importing these especially temperate fruit crops. If our new generation, if they can involve in the horticulture, especially in the temperate fruit crops, we can have a lot of, we can reduce this foreign exchange. But we are only exporting small quantity of apple in the world. See, it is a brief that to the total value of export is around 3,41,000 USD thousands, and import is only hardly 16,072. So there is direct negative trade deficit of around 13,30,000 of 1,000 USD. So imports are 5 times more than the exports. What are the export commodities from the temperate fruit crops? They, like almonds, as I said, around 60% we are importing. At the same time, the apples, walnut, kiwi fruits, and the dry apricots. So there is a lot of scope for rural youth or agri graduate that they can come in this sector, then they can have their better livelihood. So lot of opportunities are there, especially from the temperate fruits and nuts is concerned. They may be from many stages. You see here, I have highlighted what is the enterprises avenues. They may be starting from the nursery because a lot of requirement is there. We have to increase or expansion our areas. Fruit production under the high density, value addition required, whatever we are importing, marketing, including the e-marketing enterprises, input suppliers also, transporters, traders, storage facilities, export-import business, academicians also one of the enterprises, researchers, and the extension activities. So these are the very, very important areas where our youth can enter and they can make their better livelihood. It is a life jump. When I was working in the Central Institute of Temperate Horticulture, Srinagar, he is one of the Mr. Mir, Sabir Mir. He was working as my subordinate in the office staff only, but he was very keen to understand the nitty-gritty of the propagation and all those things. So when he failed to get his permanent position in the institute, he started nursery business. So within 5 years, he has made a turnover of around 5 crore rupees from his nursery business. So my example for his side that we have a lot of potential about the entrepreneurship toward the nursery, so that they can have better enterprises and they have better livelihood. You know, the scarcity of quality planting material has been raised at every fora. So produce and make available the quality planting material is always challenge, at the same time to the opportunity. Like my friend Mr. Mir has made. This is just I have made a calculation that there are about 50 to 60 lakh plants are annually required, especially the temperate fruit crops. So this is the some of the picks when I was working in the temperate horticulture about the quality planting material production and the nursery production. So these are especially walnut. As you know, walnut is very important fruit crops. Here propagation is a difficult task. So whosoever is making the fruit plants, they are selling their planting material to the tune of maybe 200 or 300 rupees per plant. So if the educated rural graduate or the agriculture graduate, if they can come into these enterprises, they can earn better prices. And nursery business, including all those things. Another sector, which including the high-tech technologies and the innovations, that micro propagation. Although many of the fruit crops are there, especially the temperate fruit crops, but initially they can exploit the potential where the propagation, this protocol has been standardized about the apple and the strawberries. Another sector where the graduates can make their better enterprises through the production of the fruits and nuts, that there are a lot of demand. As I told in my previous slide, a lot of material we are importing. So by adopting high density orchards, we can improve the productivity and we can get the better yield potentials. See, for example, here in the case of apple, traditionally, generally we used to have around 30 tons, but we can get it around 68 tons, double the productivity. Apricots from 13 tons to the 64 tons, cherry 6 to the 16 tons, kiwi fruits around 25 to 37 tons, almond 3 tons to the 5 to 10 tons, and the walnut like that. So these were some of the orchards we established when I was working in the CITS. You see the number of the fruits, maybe you can see number of the fruits are more than the leaves. So it can show the potentiality of a tree, that it can bear a lot of fruits, and accordingly it has its value in terms of the fruits. But in future also we need the different kind of the planting material, that for the multiplication as well as the production. You see here productivity of these fruit crops are very high. Likewise in case of the pears, in apricots also, and these are not means they have not crafted pictures, they are real pictures. You can see or you can imagine that number of the fruits are very high, as well as the potential of these fruit crops are very high. Likewise in the case of sweet cherries, almonds, again very potential. We have to exploit its potential. We standardize technology in case of high density planting, although we don't have in our country, but I think farmers have to come out so that they can improve their productivity from 1.24 tons to the 3 tons. Likewise this 2.5. And walnuts, as when I was working there, then we could able to find out the best of the best varieties. We could not find around the world, that we have developed their variety. Those can be cultivated commercially, then we can improve it. Then at the same time, if the areas are facing low chilling, then there are some of the varieties we can exploit having the logic requirements, especially for the apple, then pears also, and peaches also, and we can make a crop diversification by involving the underutilized or means less known fruit crops, which is generally coming up in the market. And another crop is the olives also. Although our climatic conditions is not favoring, although we have tried to exploit its potential in the various agroclimatic conditions, including the J&K, Himachal Pradesh, Uttarakhand. Even this time they have tried in the Rajasthan, but still it is in the process of evaluation and exploitation. So another area where we can exploit it as an enterprise is that organic farming. As you know, this Himachal Pradesh, Uttarakhand, especially the Arunachal Pradesh, most of the areas where they are in the hilly areas where the reach of this inorganic your compound, especially the fertilizers or the pesticides, I think they are in the negligible quantities. So around more than 50% area is naturally under the organic farming. So our young youth, they can come and they can start their enterprises, especially in the field of organic farming. Another area that is the post-harvest management, validation, marketing. This is really a area where I think our main focus, although our government is also focusing, we are also trying to develop the infrastructure, but I think we can expect because we are the second in the production of the fruits and the vegetables, and our post-harvest losses are very, very high, nearly around 32%. So if we can save that quantity and we can turn into the different forms or in the valued forms, I think we can increase or we can develop our incomes. So there is immediate need for post-harvest management or regulation, even to supply these food crops by making the packing houses or by making the pre-cooling units, refrigerated and the specialized transport system, retail outlets, even the aseptic packaging, any other infrastructure which is really required. So this is the area where we can have a lot of potential. Then another area, you see, I was just seeing, that is the report of January 2021 only. In the USA, one of the farmer, he is storing around 140,000 tons of the fruits in one of the storage houses. So we can see that, and he is supplying that whole food crops to the USA. Likewise, we can have the same kind of infrastructure, especially the storage and transportation facilities, where we can reduce the transportation losses. Processing and marketing. Marketing is really one of the area, because like Holland, their economy is mainly depends on the market. They are not producing a lot of these horticulture crops, either it may be the floriculture crop, vegetable crops, or the fruit crops. But what they are doing, just they are procuring the material, they are branding it, they are repackaging, and then they are reselling. Although we are also trying the same model, especially in case of cashew nuts. So likewise, this model can be adopted for all food crops. So by this way, we can make the better livelihood through the strategic marketing systems. And by this way, I just wanted to conclude from my small part of the horticulture sector that there are challenges are unlimited. As we see in our horticulture system, either it is a tropical fruit, subtropical fruit, or the temperate fruits. But at the same time, I feel I can calculate that potential is huge and rather than greater than the challenges, if we wanted to take out that exploit the commercial value out of the challenges. And fruits and vegetable nuts crops are the capture of human survival. That already we have already seen this COVID-19 pandemic, that everyone is concerned about their health, and health is really they are having better side array from the fruits and vegetables. They are the natural reservoirs of these nutraceuticals. So there is urgent need for the investment, so that we can save the post-harvest losses, or we can able to make availability of this whatever we are producing in our country. So I just wanted to say that there are endless opportunities for entrepreneurship, not only in the temperate fruit crops, but in all the horticulture crops, either it is the fruit crops, or the vegetable crops, or the floriculture crops, or the post-harvest value products. With this one, just I wanted to thank the organizers who has given me this opportunity that I can make my words to all our fraternity, and the chairman, Dr. T. Jankiram, co-chairman, Dr. Ugalendi, and the vice chancellor of PJTSAU, that they had given me this opportunity about that. So thank you one and all. Thank you one and all.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Verma, for very informative and very exhaustive presentation of the examples and some success stories also. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So now we have finished the 2 presentations which were scheduled for this session. Now, can we go for any queries? Anybody has some questions? Organizers, any questions have come?
We haven't received any questions, but if on online, if anybody is having any questions in mind, please you can put across to the speakers.
Okay. So now we can go ahead with concluding this session.
Yes, sir, and if possible, we'll ask our co-chairman also to speak a few words.
Yeah, that's what. That I will do it. Okay. Now I request Dr.
Thank you for sharing the important
horticulture TNAU
high-tech horticulture. This is one of the prime area where we have to really concentrate. And in this 6th National Youth Convention, there were 2 speakers, and really they have given a very good note of the present situation and how we have to go forward in the high-tech horticulture. The session on the high-tech horticulture presented by our keynote speaker, really it was impressive, and there were very good information on how we have to take it, the high-tech horticulture forward, especially to achieve the goal, what we are envisaging in the future. So really that, I have also visited the IAHR, that the whole presentation of different crops and varieties, really it was worth. And he has also depicted all the information that was available in the IAHR in respect of the fruit crops, vegetable crops, and other crops. Similarly, the other speaker, Dr. M.K. Verma, also has given a very good note on the temperate fruit crops and also the nut crops. Both the presentations were very informative, and it is the present day order of the present day need. So in that respect, I really thank the organizers for having given me an opportunity to co-chair the session along with the Honorable Vice Chancellor, and also very good friend of mine. So with this small note, I hand over the mic to the organizers to take it forward for the chairman's concluding remarks. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much, Dr. Pugulendi, for that your remarks, and also giving the gist of the speaker's presentation. Just before concluding this session, I would like to say a few words. I think both the speakers, including the keynote address by Dr. Dinesh, really has opened up vistas of many issues related to the high-tech horticulture. And we are glad that, as a horticulture fraternity, it's a happy occasion for all of us that UN General Assembly designated the year 2021 the International Year of Vegetables and Fruits. The awareness on the importance of the role of fruits and vegetables in human nutrition, then food security, and also health. And we all need to feel proud, and it's a great achievement and distinction that the horticulture production in the country, now it is estimated around 320.11 million tons, which is higher than the previous year's production. And India is the second largest producer of fruits and vegetables in the world, with its leadership in the production of banana, mango, coconut, cashew, papaya, pomegranate, and okra. And particularly the fruits are more resilient to change in weather conditions, and vegetables, they augment the income of small and marginal farmers. And coming to the some issues from the presentation that I would like to bring to the organizers, that the technologies developed by various institutions, whether it is the national institutes or SAUs, all these technologies needs to be available for the farmers, and that mechanism has to be strengthened, like the extension. Particularly in our system, whatever the technologies developed by various institutes and SAUs, we need to take these technologies for the demonstration at our KVKs. Secondly, whatever the technologies we develop, it should be self-sustaining, eco-friendly, and cost-effective. So then only the technologies can be adopted by the farmers. And rightly pointed out by Dr. Dinesh that the utility of inputs is very much required for effective farming, and also without disturbing the ecosystem. Now, we all know that, the excessive use of pesticides are disturbing, like, the pollinators, which has become very much, problematic for the productivity of many horticulture crops, particularly the fruit crops. This needs to be well taken. And of course, there are many issues like use of this rootstocks. The dogridge in grapes is a very good example. And even the, soilless cultivation, the vertical farming will assume importance very much in years. And it has been said by some of the countries that vertical farming is the future farming. And I would like to bring to the notice to this platform that at NAS policy paper developed by the NAS, the recommendations can be
circulated and action may be taken on these points concerned to the vertical farming. Of course, there are other technologies, aeroponics, then even value addition is a very good example. While looking at the increasing the productivity, we need to also think of the safe food, that is, reducing the pesticide use and making safe food, that is vegetables and fruits, to the stakeholders. And in this context, I think we need to develop more disease-resistant varieties. For example, the Arcanamic in Bendi is a great example, and also like leaf curl virus in Chile has become impediment in production. So there are so many issues that needs to be addressed, and the crops, new crops like moringa, curry leaf, then mushrooms. Also, we need to do more priority, because this is the only one source for D vitamin. And Dr. Verma has brought things regarding the temperate fruits, and there is a huge gap of 18 lakh deficit. How to address this? And even he has given many avenues for the entrepreneurship, particularly the students now who are looking forward for the jobs. Now the clear message is that we need not become job seekers, we should be job providers. And there are many avenues like the nursery, the micro propagation, producing tissue culture plants, then the value added products. So many options are available before them. I think we need to, while talking about the nutritional food security, we need to focus on the integration of horticulture crops with millets. So Horti Millet program needs very much attention, and also biofortified varieties needs attention. So with this few remarks, I once again thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity, and also thank once again the Honorable Vice Chancellor Praveen Rao Garu for giving me this opportunity, and thank you very much, one and all.
Thank you, Dr. Jankiram. In fact, I'm not able to come put on my video. Thank you very much for the excellent way you conducted this session. Thank you, the university, for giving this opportunity to share with you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you then.
I thank my co-chairman, Dr. Puglendi, and the speakers once again, Suresh and Dr. Varmaji.
Dr. Puglendi was here just a few days back.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
I think Dr. Som Kumar will
Yes, sir, there, and I have seen them.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And also those who are sitting at the desk, our reporters and convener, I also thank them, for conducting this session.
Tomorrow, 12 o'clock, we have a very seven oral presentations we have under this theme, and also we have 38 poster presentations. So tomorrow, 12 o'clock, this would be there, sir. So the participants will also be continuing to come up that program. And I once again thank you on behalf of the PJTSAU, the chairman, Jankiram Garu, and also the chairman, Pugalendi Garu, and also I thank the also the speaker for chairman and for wonderfully collecting the program, and also for committing and also for your names, and also for your remarks. Thank you for your remarks, and thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
And for the participants, there is a 45 minutes and second session will start at 2 o'clock. Exactly at 2 o'clock.
Hello. 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 Subhadip, am I audible? Hello, Tapas sir, am I audible to you?
రెండు బ్యాచెస్ టు బ్యాచ్ ఆల్టర్నేట్ ఈ రోజు ఫస్ట్ బ్యాచ్ వస్తుంది, రేపు సెకండ్ బ్యాచ్ వస్తుంది, నెక్స్ట్ థర్డ్.
Hello, good afternoon. I am Vijay Kumar from NFD. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Good afternoon, sir. We can hear you.
Yes, sir. You are audible. Audible. So, can I go ahead with actually can presentation people which was earlier shared?
Jana Sahab, namaskar.
I am Vijay Kumar. Actually, Ratan Raj was supposed to take.
Jana sir, good afternoon, Jana sir.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. सभी को नमस्कार.
Jana Sahab, namaskar. Manoj ji, namaskar.
सभी को नमस्कार.
Namaskar sir, namaskar.
Namaste, Jana sir.
Namaste to everyone. Yeah.
Good afternoon, Jana sir. Good afternoon, Ravi Shankar sir.
Good afternoon, Ravi Shankar sir. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Vijay, good afternoon. Good afternoon to everyone. Yeah.
Sir, we are waiting for Dilip Kumar sir to join, then we will start immediately, sir.
Inviting one and all to session 2, convening from innovation agriculture reform for farmers prosperity. Joined with the AIA, PJTSAU Hyderabad. First, introduce myself as P. Ramesh, I'm the Director Planning and Marketing Cell, Telangana State Agriculture University. I left as chairman, and I am associated here. The rapporteur, convener of this session, and I am accompanied by the rapporteur, Dr. V. Reddy. PJTSAU, AANP on BPM, vertebrate pest management.
Malandi.
Dr. Dilip Kumar. It's there. Are you there online?
Good afternoon, sir. He is joining, sir.
Continue.
Sir, he is joining, sir.
Okay. So let me take the pleasure of introducing the chairman to everyone. As we all know, Chairman Sir has retired from the CP Institute in the capacity of Vice Chancellor or the Director because it's a deemed Fisheries University. Sir has many laurels to his credit. Prominent among them is he is at present the advisor of Assam Fisheries Development Corporation, and also he has chaired the technical committee for drafting National Inland Fisheries and Policy, Ministry of Agriculture. Sir has vast experience in the field of fisheries itself. He has almost 20 years in research, years in development of fisheries and aquaculture, and 5 years in the development and management of fisheries education. With these few words about the chairman, I welcome Chairman Sir to the session and also request the Chairman Sir to take over the charge. Thank you very much, sir. In this session, sir, let me announce there is one lead speaker, sir. Dr. B.K. Das, Director CP, is the lead speaker, sir. Then before that, there is a keynote speaker, sir. Jai Krishna Jina. Dr. Jai Krishna Jina is Deputy Director General of Fisheries, ICAR, sir. Followed by him would be 6 lead speakers. Each keynote speaker will be given. Speaker is given 20 minutes time, sir. Otherwise, speakers 15 minutes. Followed by this session, there is a brief discussion and a wrap up by the chairman. This is how we go about with the session, sir. And a humble request for this afternoon is in this workshop, everyone will stand so that we can have ample discussion at the end of the show. That's right. Thank you, sir. I hand over the session to the chair. Dr. Dilip Kumar, sir.
Sir, kindly unmute your audio, sir. Dr. Dilip Kumar, sir.
Sir, namaskar, sir.
You can start.
Sir, kindly unmute your audio, sir. Dr. Dilip Kumar, sir. Sir, kindly unmute your audio, sir.
Yes.
Sir, you can start the session.
Namaskar.
Namaste, sir.
Namaskar, sir. Yeah.
Sir, you can start the session, sir.
हाँ पाल साहब, यस। हाँ क्या?
Sir, kindly unmute your audio, sir.
Yeah. Good afternoon, Honorable Deputy Director General Dr. Jana Sahab of Fisheries ICR, and we have our directors, CIFT, as well as Dr. Das from CIFRI, and we have also some of the participants. They represent industry. At the same time, just we have also entrepreneurs, one of the highly successful entrepreneurs, and then also from academia. So I understand that this is a really, just to see, a very good opportunity for all of us to hear from them. And at this stage, I would like to say that, well, I will not take much time. We all are just to see waiting to hear all of you. But I would like to request all of you that we have a very limited period in this session, and under which just we have time limit of 20 minutes for Dr. Jana Sahab, Deputy Director General, who is the keynote speaker. And after that, we have speakers, 6 speakers. So all of them, they have about 15 minutes to speak. So I would like to request all of you kindly cooperate so that just we are able to make best use of our time available. At the same time, we are not going to encroach upon others. So without losing any time, I welcome all of you and request Dr. Jana Sahab to just deliver his keynote speech. Thank you very much. So Dr. Jana Sahab.
Thank you very much, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. Let me share first my presentation. Is it visible?
Yeah, it is visible.
Just one second. Good afternoon, everyone. Most respected chair of this today's afternoon, Dr. Dilip Kumar Saab, former director, CIFT Mumbai, and also the international expert of today. Our esteemed speakers, I find several of our colleagues, Dr. Ravi Shankar, Dr. B.K. Das, and several others. Most esteemed other invitees, dignitaries, and participants. Good afternoon, everyone, again, and greetings to each one of you in the new year 2021. Of course, this is in February, but still we are meeting for the first time, probably on behalf of the ISA and all other organizers. I sincerely thank organizers for the opportunity you have given. I would be speaking on the aquaculture development, which has been happening over the years, and recent developments in terms of technologies and innovations in aquaculture. Friends, when you do talk of aquaculture, we know how the sector has grown. Today, we push that the country is the second largest aquaculture producer in the globe. It is not only the aquaculture producer, but also the third largest global producer today. And the sector fisheries has been all the time is spoken as a sunrise sector. If you see the last 5 years average growth rate of the sector, more than 10%, more precisely 10.9% average growth rate to the GBA of the country. This shows the potential of the sector again. When you look at the growth rate of last 30 years, consistent growth rate of 6 to 7% in production we have been reporting. Not only meeting the domestic need, but also we have been exporting to the extent of about 10% of the volume of 14.2 million ton, whatever we produce, and valuing about somewhere around $7 billion, contributing to about 11% of the agriculture export. If you look at the drivers of this such growth, this has been mainly because of the since last 20 years, especially, you can see the growth in case of aquaculture, mainly because of the technologies and the dissemination which has happened, and the adoption level at different sector, not only in the freshwater but also in the brackish-water and marine sector too. There has been substantial investment, but the investment has been mainly from the private sector. If you look at the one of the sector, like for example, the coastal aquaculture sector, shrimp farming sector, almost 100% of the investment has been from the private sector. But there has been a good partnership happening from the research organizations and the stakeholders with regard to not only production systems, seed production, but also several other areas, whether you talk of health, you talk of nutrition, and so again, and environmental management, and so on and so forth. If you look at this growth from this figure, you would find the marine catch is almost stagnating. So whatever growth we expect in the coming years, this has to come from the both horizontal and vertical expansion in the aquaculture. We all the time boast about the resources, what we have in terms of the physical resources or biological resources. But when you look at the ponds and tanks as a major resource for the aquaculture, probably the possibility of again vertical expansion will be minimum in several areas. For example, several areas of the country in the central Indian states, you don't find the water retention for more than maybe 4 to 6 months. So we need to again emphasize the vertical expansion in the areas where there is water resources available. Of course, there has been scope of diversification, which we have been talking all the time. Species diversity, when we talk of species diversity, we know that we are one of the biodiversity rich country. But when we look at the use in terms of the aquaculture, probably we need to go long in the coming years. Sorry. We know the institutional involvement over the years. When you talk of research, we have 8 research institutes, and several of our colleagues also will be speaking. Of course, in recent years, there has been quite a good linkage happening between the institutions, ICR institutions, again the organization, the ministry, state fishery departments. We have been all the time talking how the technology has to be disseminated ultimately to the stakeholders, not only by the ICR institutes or other organizations, but also the College of Fisheries. We have about 30 College of Fisheries. Again, the involvement of Krishi Vigyan Kendra has been quite phenomenal, with about 720 plus KVK and more than 100 KVK. We have about fisheries personnel involved. So there has been a future. We have been giving emphasis more on technology dissemination through them. If you look at the technological development innovations which has happened in every front, not only in the breeding technology, today we boost not only in the freshwater aquaculture sector, but also in the brackish-water and marine front. We have several grow-out system technology, diversified farming systems in different areas. We have been talking of hatchery systems in case of several of the diversified high-value species. You talk of cobia pompano in case of marine, or the sea bass, milkfish, mullets in the brackish-water, or several other catfishes, marls, and so on, so forth in the freshwater aquaculture system. There has been substantial work done in the health management, nutrition, and several areas you talk of, whether it is ornamental, cold water fisheries, and any other areas you talk of. So most of the areas we have been working, there has been several areas, there has been good linkage and partnership happening. We know that when you look at the freshwater aquaculture, which has been the major driver of the production systems today we are talking of, we produce about 8 million tons from the freshwater sector, mainly contributed, of course, by the carp. But over the years, there has been great shift from not only from the carp to diversified species. For example, today we are producing more than 5 lakh tons of Pangasiodon, maybe about 1 lakh ton of paku or so, and freshwater prawn, and so on and so forth. We have been trying to diversify. That is what I was talking today. we have more than 65 species breeding and seed production technology available of very high value species, which never we had thought maybe 20 years back. Coming to the seed production, as I told, seed is the major, I would say, major input for when you talk of the successful aquaculture. So breeding protocol of freshwater, brackish-water, as I told, but genetic improvement program, which has been one of the major areas of research over the years. We have some of the improved variety like Rohu with the 10th, 11th generation, about 50% higher increment over the common Rohu. Today we have again third generation of Katla and about 10th generation of freshwater prawn, giving about 30% higher growth increment, which has been quite significant. And we sincerely believe that some more species we will be able to take in the coming years. As you know, the technology like selective breeding needs heavy investment and heavy resources in terms of water area and so many pond facility and all. But some of the, we are thinking that in the coming years, some of the important species like indicas, we should be able to take for the brackish-water farming development. Over the years, we have had success in multiple breeding of several of these species. Again, the conventional breeding of only once in a season or once in a year, we have been able to breed the fish as many as 3 to 4 times, not only on the calves, but also in other species. For example, like in anavas, as many as 4 times also we have been able to breed. Off-season breeding has been one of the important areas. We know that this fish breeds only during June, July, August, during the monsoon period. But with the photothermal regulation, we have been able to breed the same fish for almost throughout the year. Even the peak winter months, December, January, February, we have been able to breed. But this technology has to go a long way because it needs a substantial investment, probably not for the every common farmers, but definitely in some areas we should be able to take this technology forward. Friends, so we know that there have been several issues in terms of quality. When you talk of quality, whether it is hybrid, back crosses, we need to work on that. We have problem of exotics. We say that we have been self-sufficient in seed, producing more than 50 billion of fry at present, but still the quality fingerlings or juveniles has been problem. So we have been working on those areas. Seed certification, hatchery accreditation are some of the areas we have been trying to work with the ministry. Some of the culture systems, we have been talking about the cow polyculture system with production systems from 3 to 4 ton to as many as 15-20 ton in case of calves, and as many as 40 to 80 tons in case of pangasius. But yet we need to think for the more diversified species when you talk of other indigenous variety, whether it is marels, anavas, and so forth. Several of the catfishes which have got higher demand. Government of India has been emphasizing for more area under farming and in tilapia and so forth. So we need to be working on the monosex tilapia. We have been able to produce monosex tilapia, but not to the extent whatever requirement we have. We have been talking of diversified system like raceways, biofloc system, and so forth. Of course, I will be discussing a bit later on this. Shrimp farming, as I told, we need to be continuing shrimp farming not only in the coastal states but also in the inland saline areas of maybe Rajasthan, Haryana, Punjab, and so forth. We have technology in place, but how do we ensure the quality seed available at the place are some of the issues we need to be working on. Crop culture, seaweed farming is one area probably Government of India is giving emphasis, and we have technology in place, whether it was with Capaficus or Gracilaria or Gelidiella and so forth. IMTA systems we will be discussing, ornamental and so forth. Sir, you stop me when you, or give me maybe 2 minutes in advance when I take more time. because I'm not able to know the time at present. They're coming to the grow out farming system, not only in the freshwater system, but also in the in the temperate region, whether in the Jammu Kashmir, Himachal Pradesh, Uttarakhand, and all. How do we increase our production with high value species like rainbow trout in the raceway system? We have been working on those. We know the importance of such farming system in this area because it's a high value species, and we don't have big areas for large pond culture. So only option is raceways, and new systems, integrated farming are some of the areas we have been working. There has been technology available. When you talk of again perspective of growth production, we know that about 40% of the pond resources, 60% of the pond resources we have been utilizing fully, but about 40% still remain to be utilized to the great extent. So how do we do that with more investment and again partnership, which are important? Multiple cropping, short duration culture are some of the technology we have been talking of this for this short and seasonal ponds in the central India and areas where the water is a scarce commodity. We have been talking of the special aquaculture zone, which need to be definitely given a big focus in the coming days, like the SEZ, what we call in a special economic zone. We need to think such creation of such facility in the coming days for increasing the production in coming years. As I told, in the brackish water aquaculture, we do talk, we have seen last 10 years, we could find about 10-fold increase from about 75,000 tons. Today we are talking of 8 lakh tons. But the target given or taken or given by the government of India is somewhere around 14 lakh tons by 2025. For which we need not be focusing only Bhanami, but also diversified species like indicas and so forth. We are talking of organic farming, which we have demonstrated also in several places. Biofloc technology for the, at least if not for the shrimp farming, grow out farming, we know grow out shrimp farming, we can harvest higher quantity, but the investment becomes more. But at least for the biofloc technology used for the seed nursery would be an important area we need to be working in the coming years, and diversification with the sea bass, milkfish, and mullets are some of the important area we have been talking at present. This is what the perspective we think. If we like to increase our production from the 8 lakh ton to 14 lakh ton in the coming days, at least in the next 5 years, that means we need to add another 80,000 hectare. That means capital investment has to be there. Additional capital investment has to be there, somewhere around 8,000 crores. We know the issues, whether with regard to the unplanned expansion or unregulated expansion. We know the quality of seed deteriorating. How do we adopt the good management practices and credit insurance surveillance program in disease? And some of the areas we know how important those are, and alternative species. We do, and I did talk of inland saline areas, how this potential we can harness are important. Because we have been just only demonstrate about 1,000 acres area has been demonstrated over last 4-5 years, which shows the substantial scope for future expansion. But seed, feed, processing, infrastructure, all are issues we need to be working on. That is, those are the few areas we have been having discussion over these days, and I'm sure in coming years this will turn to a big industry in this region. Coming to the mariculture, you know, about 20 years back, never we thought that country like India can have sea cage culture in such a big way. Last 5 to 6 years, we have been able to demonstrate as many as in 3,000 cages. But the future project, when we look at the future projection of the government of India, we understand this sector has to will take a big leap. And in this endeavor, we know we need to be working on several areas with regard to the potential areas. Of course, CMFRI over the years have identified some of the potential areas for. potential areas for farming. As I told about, can I request others to mute, please? We have been talking of not only cage farming of finfishes, of groupers or Pompanocobia sivas, but also in the edible oyster, mussel, pearl culture, and so on and so forth are some of the important areas we have been working. Again, it is not only in the marine side, but also in freshwater environment, whether in the reservoirs and in the fields and all. How do we use this enclosure aquaculture are important, but several areas we need to work on. For example, environmental impact assessment is one of the areas when we are talking of cage culture or pen culture in some of the wetlands or reservoirs. We need to be working on that. Carrying capacity, we have been trying to do, but several more areas we will be able to do. Dr. Bikedas, I'm sure will be speaking on these areas. As I told her, RAS bioflocks are some of the areas we have been working, but we do understand the difficulties or the issues involved, whether it is with regard to the capital, because high capital investment required for such technology, continuous energy requirement, and this will be viable only when we have a high value species, because the cost of production goes up because of your energy input, because of capital investment, and so on and so forth. But this technology has a future. Definitely, when you when we consider the water as an important input required with the water scarcity, we envisage in the coming days for aquaculture, probably such technology will be quite handy, and especially in the areas, peri-urban areas or nearer to the cities and towns, we can have we'll be able to have such technology in a big way. But we need to see that year-round seed availability and all other infrastructure are in place for such technology. Yeah, ornamental fish farming is one of the areas the country is looking at. Of course, we have not gone to that big scale like even our neighboring countries, but we envisage that in coming days there will be large-scale adoption of not only in the freshwater ornamental but also marine ornamental, which are quite a high value. More than 20 species of damsel and clownfish we have been able to breed, and the technology has been already transferred to several of the entrepreneurs in recent years. In last 6 months to 1 year during COVID time, even, for example, in the places like Lakshadweep, we have been able to train more than maybe 100 to more than 100 entrepreneurs on the high values production of even the marine shrimps, which are considered as a very high value species. We know that feed is so important, so we know that we have come out from the traditional feed mixture application to today we are talking of floating feed, but yet we need to work on this in a big way when we are talking of diversified farming with new species being included every year. We need to be working on the feed development of different life stages of these important species, and this will be a continuous work definitely. This is one area which at present considered to be much more important with when we are talking of diversification, intensification, transboundary movement of the animal, introduction of the new species, new disease, and diseases are quite common. And we have been experiencing such problem not only in the WSSP in this stream, but also in the recent years, EHP, and all of you know some of the new diseases are knocking at our door. So emergency response system, which are in place to some extent, but we need to again strengthen this. We need to have more of maybe laboratories which are having the capacity of level 3 diagnosis. We know that cell line banks are available with national disease surveillance program in place, which we intend to cover whole country in coming years. I am sure that more people will join hands in this endeavor and more laboratories would join so that the problem of disease are tackled. AMR is another area we have been working at present with a network program we initiated last 2 years, with some of the FAO programs also initiated today recently by the involvement of our 2 institutes and BFGR and CIFT. I'm sure that we have to work more intensively in these areas. Genetic risk, of course, this is some of the basic areas we have been working, whether it is stock structure analysis or genome sequencing, cryopreservation, and so on and so forth. Sir, you just tell me when I need to stop, otherwise I will be continuing. Then some of the mechanization which are so important at this point of time, we are not using so much of mechanization when you talk of aquaculture, but in coming days when we are looking for large scale aquaculture in cages, maybe in the open sea, or in the adoption of more raceways or biofloc system or any others, probably we need to be looking for more mechanization in coming days. We know the perspective before us, the target even 22 million ton by the next 5 years, or $14 billion export will not be easy unless otherwise we adopt new technology, new systems, new species introduction, and expand our horizon of farming from the conventional pond culture to again open sea and other areas. High value at diversified species. We know the partnership is so important. Today, no individual institute or organization can able to meet the expectations of the stakeholders. We need to join hands, whether it is an ICR Institute, Government of India Institute, SEU's ministry, other ministries, those who are involved in other areas, international organizations, and so forth. Partnership is so important. And looking ahead, we need to work on the diversified species and systems, new farming systems, selective breeding. As I told, we have been working on the conventional breeding, but probably future we need to be working on marker state selection, genomic selection, and some of the areas we have already initiated, but greater thrust is necessary with the inclusion of new species. As I told, surveillance, feed are quite important. Water is one area we need to be giving focus for the coming days. Aquaculture, whether with regard to water productivity increase or water budgeting, are some of the areas we have already initiated this work, but we intend to focus more attention in coming days. Some of the cutting edge technologies, whether it is genome editing, surrogation, or stem cell, and several areas. Climate is one area. One area all of us know that how important it will be. So we have some programs under the NICRA project, but more programs we intend to have in coming days. Use of ICT and sensors when you are talking in maybe modern aquaculture or future aquaculture, smart aquaculture tomorrow. We need to be using those. But new hope, we have definitely, we are optimistic that we will be able to meet the expectations of the stakeholders and the country in the coming days with the improved partnership between the institutions, enterprise, and industries, which are quite vital. And innovations and knowledge-based farming, not only from the input-based farming. Over the years, probably our focus has been on input-based farming, which we need to shift from input-based farming to knowledge-based farming. Within half a minute, this is my last slide, sir. And the separate ministry, all of us know we have a new hope. Definitely, with so much of money being invested, 20,000 crores or so, probably we'll have all expectations would be met. That is what we envisage. But appropriate policy support, and Dr. Dilip Kumar Saab is also involved in the policy formulation in these days. Probably in the coming days, with the stakeholders' involvement, we'll be able to take this industry forward. That is what I sincerely believe. What is necessary for this is cooperation, collaboration, communication, and convergence are the key for the success and success for increasing production, productivity, export, and keeping the sustainability of the environment in coming days. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Jina Sahab. It was a brilliant presentation, and I am sure that all of those who participated, they are going to be immensely benefited from this. You have given a very clear, comprehensive, but at the same time in-depth overview of the entire fisheries sector, its status, and then you see the way just you have envisioned that it is going to develop, and with the directions we have already provided. Thank you very much. It was a really one of the wonderful presentations we have in this workshop or convent.
Thank you very much, sir. I sincerely thank each one of you for your guidance, support, and also given opportunity, Aisha and all others organizers. I thank you for the opportunity. Thank you so much. Namaste.
Thank you. Now I would like to request our first speaker, Dr. Basant Kumar Das, who is director of ICR CIFRI, Baratpur. So, Dr. Das Sahab, please go ahead. You have 15 minutes for your time for your presentation. Dr. PK Das Sahab. Yes, Dr. Das Sahab.
Just sir.
Okay.
Sir, slides are visible, sir?
Slide is also visible. You are also visible.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. I think respected Dilip Kumar sir and our beloved DD sir and Ravi Shankar ji and other esteemed speaker of this session. I think you have listened in details about the aquaculture and perspectives. I will brief out what are the from inland aquaculture, inland fisheries point of view, how we can integrate to these systems to a greater perspective into the fishers, community and farmers perspectives, and mostly we have I am not covering most of the things, only we can start with the global innovations in aquaculture in perspectives, waste to wealth and diversification already been talked, and we'll speaking how it is the cage diversification is needed. And all of you know the induced breeding and composite fish culture is revolutionized. Still it required more work upon these these systems to reach to the maximizations, and some of these fish that can be taken into the open water systems for not only the IMC, we are going for the culture stock enhancement or getting the things, some of the auto breedable species to be focused in the systems, and we have the cage and pen culture, and on that what is our species diversification and what are the unutilized resources. And I am just feed and disease management, the aspect which is the innovations required for the greater productions, minimizing risk and survival percentages, and genetics breeding has already been talked, and what are the advanced technology IoT based for the precision aquaculture systems in this thing. I am not coming about the institute. Institute as its activities 1947 working on the various aspects, and vision, mission, mandate is not there because this has been talked what is the target and what is the fish production in the aquacultures, and we do not require to this, but we require much innovations. Today we are competing with the feed and many aspects. Do you require the single cell proteins is alternative to feed additives, or waste to wealth conversion, the bioefficiency? What are the macrofats that are available in the open water systems that can be reused and recycled by the fermented mediums, or can we the algal culture medium can be stressed upon to the nutrition index to give this amino acid and other things make more, just like we are talking about the value additions in that, but we are taking like some of the protein rich rice today talking, so we can think about it, some of the biosynthesis pathway where you can zinc rich fish or some micronutrient rich fish that can be a new innovative systems, and we are studying now another, because in ICR network projects there are 100 food fish nutrient profiling available. Because of we are in 75 years of existence, we plan to bring the another 75 food fishes in its nutrient profiling. We are seeing there are some fish rich in, besides the morella, some fish rich in micronutrients and other things that can be incorporated in the biosynthesis pathway, which help for the new area of dimensions, like in the today the agriculture sector talk about the fortifications. So we can thought of these innovations, this, and if we'll see what is the global innovations in there here: technology, culture systems, feed, breeding, disease management. And we have to see how best this will be looking into the means technology. Today we are talking of artificial intelligence, IoT based system or remote sensing applications, and then lead to the precision aquaculture systems. Today much of the things we are talking about the maybe drone based technology for controlling or forecasting some years, spreading the control of the diseases, or maybe systems that machine learning programs, which is a decision support system. That is much of the things, though we have those incorporate in the inland sectors, in the farming sectors, where we found that today people are talking about the pollutions and the fish that have a contaminants, that is the thing. But if it's the inland sectors, we do not have required a that of the systems, and most of the fish in the open waters, though there is a pollution, we are talking of the BOD and other things, it is we have estimated it is safe, and the level, that is muscle levels, is very less. Again, if today we are talking about the aquaponics or aquamimic, besides RS or bioflux systems. So these things, do you have intensified expertise or innovative integrating the traditional composite carb systems? How best we can have a maximize the again, much of the things we talk for the last 40 years or 50 years, integrated farming or farming system research. Where you stand, and do you have a consolidated efforts? What are stress with the traditional integrated farming or value-based integrated farming? So that should be the more need of the sector. And disease management really we required much of the things, because we know 30% disease loss occurred in the systems, any of the culture practices, maybe nursery pond survival, which is seen from the earthen plant to others, but we have to see, and for that we require a drug developments. Drug developments includes maybe specific immunity, non-specific immunity, overall things, or otherwise a delivery. Maybe after development, delivery system is more things. And other, we talk that feed, I talk means we require the single cell protein, much of the things are alternate resources. Every time we talk the cheap source of nutrition. Where we stand today, even if the feed ingredient cost is increasing, we have to look into this sector judiciously. Then we are talking about the waste to wealth. That is one of the major flagship program here with the reporting systems. We maybe that is I classified, maybe here integrated aquaculture, sweat-based fish culture, aquaponics, or IMTA, or biogas, biofertilizer, biodiesel productions in different sectors, algal nutrition, such as biodiesels, or aquaculture effluents, using the aquaculture effluents in the irrigation system to the increasing the rice or paddy, other cropping system productions and other things. Because we do animal and slaughterhouse waste, so it is very difficult to gather. But people see consolidated places in here, Howrah, so how they are going for the garipinas productions in here, using slaughterhouse. But we have to fine tune and stop this exotic species which is detrimental, not things, but we can use the fungicidal and other things also for producing the planktons that can be lead to the fish growth. And again, aquaculture solids and sludge that should be reused for the other purpose, or there. That is the one of the concept we are talking about, the environmental issues. Environmental issues, mostly bright example of the shrimp farmings, and we are encompasses wide area of disease systems. We should see and byproducts my colleague will speak in the next section. I am not talking all these things. Again, this what are the drivers of the diversification? One is the climate change, is the biggest issue today we are talking. So we should see the climate smart species or climate resilient species that should be studied in this, because we have seen the rivers and other things, lot of diversity is reducing. Then increase the resilience, the nature we have to see. Then market demand, consumer demand, environmental concerns, profit, and competitive advantage of these things. These are the things if you look into the innovations. Today we have a technology is available, but adoption is very difficult when you go to the profit and other aspects. So these are the, because again, today we are talking about the governance pattern or e-governance, whatever the things, and e-market, these two, and geography and environment, because one price which is based on the locality is high, then another locality is low. So if you look into this, again the environment feasible for these things and the market. So these things will be more important to look into the systems. And these are the some of the glimpse. We start with this technology. Today we are rich, and we should see the cage culture, which is a today the natural demand. If we see intensify these systems, again we can target the production systems. So cage culture is one of the important systems. If we see, we initially started 1973 the way forward, and today we are reaching in the circular cages of inland, looking into car productions instead of Pangasiodon, even if the car productions in the cages, which will be sustained for the betterment without impacting much of the ecological hazards to the system. So there are different developmental processes. And if we'll see, and again there is another is a pen cultures. We are also getting one of the pen culture is a stocking material, in situ stocking material focus, and we find within 45 to 60 days we get more than 20 grams stockable size, which is a marvelous practice, that instead of going for the captive nursery and other things, if we use this pen as in situ nursery in a system, so we can definitely the reservoir will come out. When we are talking about the sleeping giantness of these things, will come out. Not only reservoirs, again the wetland systems, it will come out in so nicely. We can meet the demands, and we can, what are the ambitious target of 23 million metric ton has been placed, that can be achieved within a short span of time. Again, now I am in cage culture. We have tried this is 5 species: Labio bata, Systemos sarana, Labio gonius, Barbenus goniodos, Umpok bimicrotation. Besides, full amur carp is in process. So we have standardized the techniques. Because of this, is the increased adaptability, profitability, and pay of the doubling farmers' income. What are the things in comparison to the species that were Pangasiodon hypothalamus? Again, we are talking about, if you see, look in the present scenario, the export from China has been stopped to USA because in tilapia is a big demand. It's a $10 to $12 piece. So we should also see some part of these systems which is reservoir is affected with the tilapia. We can go for the large scale tilapia culture with the integrated management, the nurseries page, other things that can be help to the boost the export in the country also. So again, we are trying the canals, utilize resources for the productions, which is one we have tried in a different and we find maybe income expenditure of 8 to 10 rupees, we are getting around 200 rupees with the community participations from the local systems. Then no, I am not feed is again we have developed the things and working with the probiotics and prebiotic incorporations of this feed, and we are working with the waste one with the silk board to see the silk work from a huge quantity of waste is there that can be converted into the feed also. Then I told the tilapia lake virus, e-concentration drug delivery mechanisms, oral drug delivery, nano encapsulations. We have come out a medicine against the argillosas with a nano encapsulations, which is now today that can be killed the egg conditions. And I am not going to this again. All of you know this is a big way. We will propagate these things. This is a promising technology, but semi-urban and urban areas to make up this. In multi-trophic systems, this if you see, maybe we have tried in Kerala in their backwaters. Maybe here one of the things if you see, there are two species you have taken, cockles in the bottom and another is if you see Atroplus in the top, and the profit has gone up. And with this integrated, if you see different systems, it will be finding a greater interest. Bifloc already we have talked, so I am not talking. This is the cause, and aquamimic is the now these things. Zooplankton blooms, beneficial bacteria, carbon probiotics, so that can be increased and reduce the feed with this. So again, we are working of this artificial intelligence IoT based systems where we are trying with this, all these things, and if we'll see with the mobile applications, remote application, e-control sensor, we can come out with it. Again, this is our remote sensing applications, which is a big way that will help today for the decision support systems. Again, we are working with the precision computer imaging systems, robotics, information technology, internet things, and computer visions. Thank you for this. So I have
Thank you. Excellent. Thank you very much. Really, you have finished within the just given time. It is really, we are going ahead with exactly as per our schedule, precisely as per schedule. Now, I would like to invite Dr. Ravi Shankar Sahab, who is the director of CIFT, and he is coming out. He is just going to share his knowledge about the innovations made in fish processing and packaging technology. Dr. Ravi Shankar Sahab, you have 15 minutes for
Okay, sir.
now.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir.
Thank
Good
you.
afternoon, sir. 1 minute. Let me share the slides. Yeah. Oh, this one. Can you see the slides, sir? Can you see my slides, sir?
Yes.
Yes.
Can you see my
Yes.
slides?
Yes. We can.
How to do this? Minimize this. Minimize. Sir, good afternoon. Most respected Dilip Kumar Sahab, Dr. Jana Sahab, and I see the Vice Chancellor, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Dr. Janki Ram Sahab, and all the distinguished speakers and delegates. So, greetings from CIFT to everyone. Sir, thank you for the opportunity for me to share some of our experience in CIFT. I thought because time is very short, let me talk only about introduce some of the new technologies which can be used for processing and value addition. So we all know meeting the global the challenges of food security of the global population is a very challenging task, and for that the answer is aquatic food products to address the food security and the nutritional security, where we need to do the product diversification. Dr. Jana Saab spoke about the species diversification, so I think we need to have product diversification, value addition, and giving a safe and quality fish as a food to the people. We need to do a lot to catch up with the global fish consumption average. So definitely there is a lot of impetus is given for the aquaculture, but we need to have more appropriate processing and packaging technology so that a quality and a safe fish is given as a nutrition food to the people of our country. So in that direction, we understand the fish is highly perishable, so that has to be properly handled, it has to be transported, it has to be stored, and for that we need appropriate processing, preservation, and packaging technology. So in the 15 minutes, I thought let me share few of the advanced technologies, sir. So I will be very quick. Maybe during interaction, I can share more about it. So fish is being perishable. There are a lot of intrinsic and extrinsic factors which affect the quality and the safety. So we need to address all these issues, sir. So only when we understand these conditions appropriately, we can identify a processing technology or a preservation technology. When we are talking of processing of the food, so what we need to do, again, as a country, we can't afford to lose so much of post-harvest losses. 15-20% is definitely not affordable to the country like India, where we have so much of malnutrition, undernourishment when we are talking of improving the consumption of fish. So we need to minimize the loss, we need to reduce the wastage, and we need to keep the consumer preferences in mind when we are developing a product. And we need to extend the shelf life, because from the coast or wherever there's a production, it has to reach every nook and corner of the country. in a safe way, in a best quality. So for that, we need to extend the shelf life and we need to give a safe food. And when we only increase the convenience, only people will start eating more. So that's how we can improve the consumption. That's how we can reduce the post-harvest losses also. So there are a lot of preservation technologies, sir. When we are talking of extending the quality or this shelf keeping quality, there are thermal processing techniques and there are non-thermal processing techniques. When I'm talking of non-thermal, it can be chilling, freezing, freeze drying, high pressure, pulse light. We are talking of plasma. When I'm talking of thermal processing, where we are applying heat, it can be thermal processing, canning, frying, extrusion. There are a lot of technologies. Some are traditional technologies, some are modern technologies. So if you're talking high pressure, I'll not go into too much of details, sir, where we are planning to apply high pressure. So when we apply high pressure, so this is a non-thermal technology. There's no definitely increase in the temperature of the product, but at the same time we can reduce the spoilage organisms, and thereby we can extend the shelf life. So these are all, there are a lot of vertical forms of high pressure processing and also the horizontal machines. Basically either we are compressing and increasing the pressure or pumping more liquid into that and by increasing the pressure. And you see the advantages, by using this high pressure, we can have greater food quality, we can increase the safety, we can increase the customer satisfaction, and it is a green technology. There are a lot of innovation. We can keep up the, we can contain and restore all the flavors and the whatever, beneficials of fish is there, that will not be lost, unlike other, heat processing technologies. And if you see in our field, we can apply for deshaking of in the mollusks and oysters. A lot of crustaceans products can be used in high pressure. And these are all some of the commercial products I would like to share with you, sir. And if you are talking of high pressure can be used for freezing also as well as for thawing also. We are using conventional freezing that leads to a lot of temperature, the quality loss by way of damage to the texture. Whereas if you are integrating freezing, high pressure freezing, the quality of the frozen products are definitely going to be highly superior. And again, thawing affects the quality, but if you are integrating high pressure for thawing, that also will improve the quality. And another technology is the pulsed electric field, where you are applying the electricity to the extending the shelf life as a preservation technique. So this has been proved to be very beneficial. CAFT started working on this both high pressure as well as pulsed electric field. So probably in a couple of years, right now the main impediment is the initial investment. If once that comes down, if we are able to develop indigenous machines, definitely these technologies are going to be for the future. Then pulse light technology, where we are applying a flash of light to preserve the fish and fish products. So this is another technology CAFT has extensively worked. So this is the machine where we can reduce the the spoilage organisms. Then microwave is another thing, sir. We have been always talking of microwave only for warming foods, but microwave is a very, very versatile technology where we can use it for blanching, especially in the shrimp. Shrimp, aquaculture is booming, where we can go for cooking of the shrimp products. This is going to be a future. Even for thawing, even for heating, even for drying, microwave is a very versatile technology which has been very economical, versatile. And you see the application, it can be for thawing, it can be for drying, baking, developing convenient product. There are a lot of options from microwave. And we can also integrate microwave with freeze drying. Freeze drying is again a very little expensive technology, but it has got a lot of advantages as a production technology. So if we can integrate microwave, that will be another advantage for all this. Then even ohmic heating. So these are all by, the thermal technologies. By again application of electricity passing through the food, we can improve the, keeping quality of the product. It can be again used for cooking, blanching, evaporation, thawing. Sir, Dilip Kumar sir, I just want to cover only the new technologies in my presentation.
Yes, no, these
but
are
if
very
anybody
new.
is interested, we can,
Good.
if anybody is interested, we can talk about other technology later.
Excellent.
And even ultrasound, we always think ultrasound is only for diagnostic purposes, but it has got advantages for food processing also. In diagnostic purposes, we use normally high frequency, low energy, but in case of food processing, we can use low frequency and high energy. It's again a very, very useful technology for food processing. You see the application, whether it is for extraction, emulsification, fermentation, heat transfer. When we are talking of high value biomolecules from fish and fish waste, these are all the technologies which are going to be very beneficial for having more value addition and more value realization from our seafood products. Then again, radio frequency as a processing technology, very advantageous, very useful, and infrared processing. CAFT has done extensive work on drying the fish products by using infrared, and we have got very good results. If you're talking of infrared, we can have near infrared, mid infrared, and far infrared. So depending on what we want to achieve, whether it is for pasteurization, whether it is for sterilization, baking, we can have this technology. Both radio frequency and infrared is going to be a very future technologies. And you see the advantages. It is very, very cost economical. So this also we are extensively working, sir. And irradiation has been, always people have a lot of apprehension, but definitely this, as long as we are using to the limit which is permitted by the, as safe measure of 10 kg, this can be used for reducing insect infestation in dry fish. It can be used for a lot of food application. But in fish also, a lot of work has been done by bark. And now we are also, CAFT is working with bark. I think probably this also will be, only thing, people are still having an apprehension about, Hiroshima and Nagasaki when we are talking of irradiation. But there are two ways using ionizing radiation. At the same time, you have electron accelerator. That is going to be very, very useful for especially the disinfection of the finished product. And we lot of have options like gamma rays, X-rays, ultraviolet rays, and so many applications can be done. You are talking of dry fish, because we have always a concern about the insects in that. If we can give a small dose of ionizing radiation, that is going to be very beneficial. And even just to reduce food spoilage organisms, ionizing radiation is a very good option. So you can see a lot of doses, everything has been already tried, proved, it is safe to use. So that is another technology. In addition to that, when I'm talking of conventional methods, sir, whether it is icing, chilling, or refrigeration, freezing, there are a lot of innovations are happening. Okay, we need to adopt. The industry has to adopt. Suppose I'm talking of canning, we need to go for high temperature, short time process. We need to go for a step-up process. We need to even not going for conventional can. We need to go for pouches. We need to go for bottles. We need to go for flexi, semi-rigid containers. So there are options are available. Even if you're talking of extrusion, so another simple technology, sir, for any product, vacuum packing, it doesn't require any investment. So this is going to be another thing, very versatile, very convenient, and it will double the shelf life. And in case of chilled products, we can go for modified atmosphere packaging. And the sous vide, it is actually cook and chill process. Simply you pack into your vacuum packed pouches, cook it and immediately chill it. It will double the shelf life. These are all very simple interventions the industry can adopt. And a lot of packaging trends are happening, sir, whether it is active packaging, intelligent packaging. When I say modified atmosphere packaging, you're supposed to flush gas. You don't need a gas. You can put a small sachet, it will release carbon dioxide. You can put a small sachet, which is an oxygen absorber, that will double the shelf life. You don't need a vacuum sealing machine. You don't need even 1 lakh investment to buy a machine. Simply 1 rupee sachet can be put into a seafood packet that will reduce the oxygen content. So a lot of innovations are happening. CAFT has extensively worked on this, and even scavengers. These are all the simple scavengers costing 1 rupee. And oxygen, carbon dioxide absorbers, carbon dioxide emitters, depending on what we need. Moisture control agents, antimicrobial. Even the packaging material can be having antimicrobial property. You don't need any preservation technology. So these are all the new innovation when we are talking of smart and intelligent packaging. See, you can use a lot of silver ions, ethyl alcohol, organic acids, and you can even control temperature. Okay, and you can have flavor absorbers, high barrier packaging material. And this is one innovation I just wanted to share with you, sir, before I close. This is a freshness indicator. Simply put it along with the recently our honorable minister has launched it. We are now already field tested. It is only costing 40 paisa. For a consumer, it will tell you whether the fish is still edible or not. So it is simple technique, and it is very cheap also. So this we are already field validating, sir. We will be soon commercializing. And in addition to that, there are a lot of options in canning. Extrusion is another versatile technology. So we can have array of extruded products for depending on, suppose you want to have a diabetic food, you can have for that. You want to address children, you can have a separate thing. So these are all a lot of, and we can also have, we are talking of millets and other products, no, sir. You can add millets and other things into this so that we can improve the nutritional property of these products. So finally, my last slide. So what we would like to seafood industry should do is we should be looking at beyond the conventional products. We need to explore the possibilities of innovation in packaging and processing. So product diversification, exploring new markets, value addition, increasing exports, complete utilization of the harvested catch. What I mean is, even the waste, you should not be calling it as waste. The head, the bone, the skin, everything is valuable. So that's how we can reduce the post-harvest losses, and we can improve the value addition, value realization. We can reduce the post-harvest, and for end of the day, we can realize the dream of the blue revolution, the Pradhan Mantri Matsya Sampada Yojana. All these are going to be a reality. I'll be very happy to take the questions if anybody is interested in knowing more about processing and packaging. Thank you for the attention. Thank to the chairman for
Thank
giving me
you.
this opportunity. Thanks to the
A big clap
organizers.
to Dr. Ravi Shankar. It was really, just to say, well, highly innovative. It was really many things we never knew, and you have brought all those together in one lecture, and that too just you have well classified with all clarity. Thank you very much. We will discuss in the meantime.
Yeah,
If
surely,
they
sir.
have any
Surely,
question
sir.
at the end, just we would like to invite questions.
Thanks to the chair and thanks to everybody, sir, for this opportunity. Thank you, sir. Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Ravi Shankar. So now just we would like to invite our next speaker, who is Dr. Ratin Raj, who is the Executive Director of NFDB. And Dr. Ratin Raj, is he there? Hello?
I think Dr. Vijay Kumar will present, sir. Dr. Vijay Kumar.
Good afternoon, sir.
Okay. So, Dr. Vijay Kumar, welcome. You have 15 minutes from now, sir. Okay, please go ahead.
So, since all the legends in fisheries, Dr. Ravi Shankar, Jena sir, everybody, Das, so most of the people have covered many of the issues, sir. I am not going to put in sharing the slides. Actually, I wanted to present which takes more time. It is there in the website also. Okay. Most of the people, they have these PMMSY details with them. And just I wanted to highlight few of the points, sir, actually what is looking into these aspects actually. Potential and actually we can able to, India can able to, sir, can you hear, sir?
I can hear, but I can't see you. But I can't see your video is not visible.
Yes.
Now it is okay. Okay.
So yes, sir. Under PMMSY, mainly two schemes are there. One is central scheme, sir, and another is this is in central scheme, centrally sponsored scheme. Again, there are two for non-beneficiary oriented and beneficiary oriented schemes, sir. And these are all looking for actually enhancement of production and productivity and development of infrastructure for post-harvest managements and fisheries management regulatory framework. So these are the things where PMMSY is mainly concentrated, sir. In addition to that, I just wanted to highlight on the domestic, where a lot of production is taking place, but the domestic market is very, very unhygienic. And in that angle, we are concentrating to improve the domestic market and all these roadside sales where our where temptations are towards road sales because of freshness of the fish, and we are encouraging. We are encouraging actually a lot of domestic sales. In that angle, we are looking to spread into the cold chain, and this actually which will help us in streamlining our production, sir. In streamlining the production, we wanted to look for registration of the farms and actually all the inputs which are used in agriculture, used in aquaculture, all the inputs. And without this, it becomes traceability. Everyone is very curious to know what they are eating, sir, actually. So traceability becomes very, very important. In that angle, the registration is interlinked in order to go back. So with that aspect, we are stressing certification and aspects also. In addition to that, value addition, what Dr. Jana Saab as well as Ravi Shankar Saab has projected very well. So value addition for domestic market as well as export market, we are lacking, not like or Ecuador, where they are producing high value added items for domestic as well as for exports. So it is taking a lot of time for our to get into value addition in the domestic market. And of course, Das Saab has covered about the diversification, which is very much important, and it has to be diversification, need not be just the production and species change, sir. It has to be market driven actually, where the market is there for species, such species has to be encouraged, and which will be ecologically sustainable species has to be encouraged. So in that, the diversification has to be looked in instead of taking out different species for production. In addition to this, NFDB is trying to promote fish farmers, producer organizations. Actually, we are targeting almost 1,000 is our target, sir, actually. So 700 fish farmers, producer organization we wanted to develop through all the cooperation from all the states. Entrepreneurs, we are encouraging with because PMMS has covered from brooders, from hatcheries and ponds as well as value addition. A to Z it has covered. So in that angle, so we need to look into entrepreneurs to get into, sir. And FDB is looking into the training aspects, sir. Main concentrate, we are concentrating on the training as well as capacity building in training, sir. So infrastructure is of course almost more than 900 crores have been dispersed to the different states on PMMSY, and the work is in progress, sir. Actually, the production as well as domestic market and export market are likely to take place soon. And it is a matter of time. Actually, the entrepreneur have, and we are encouraging the entrepreneurship model also. And we have advertised recently to encourage entrepreneurs to come into the picture. So finally, with all these NFDB, actually we wanted to achieve ecologically healthy and economically viable and socially inclusive fishery sector, sir, that contributes to economic prosperity and well-being of course, food nutrition security of country in a sustainable and responsible. This is what with this objective we are going ahead, sir. So with this I conclude by saying so many speakers are there, sir. I'm happy for giving me a chance. So thank you very much, sir.
Brilliant. Dr. Vijay Kumar, really just to see you have given a good overview about the national level development program that is being steered by NFDB, and then that also just to see, and that is based on our policy and future development. You have given we have a flagship program, you have given an outline of that, and up to what extent and how all the resources that is being provided through PMSSY are being used. Thank you very much. It gave all of us really just a good idea about. Thank you. Thank you very much. So now just we are going to invite our next speaker, Dr. Ravi Kumar. He is the General Manager of Growell Feed. So Dr. Ravi Kumar, please, you have 15 minutes time. Thank you, all of you. Really just you are maintaining exactly the time very precisely as per the schedule. Thank you very much, and we also expect from you. Thank you. And please go on.
Thanks for the introduction. Is it visible, sir, my screen?
Yes, it is visible. Thank you.
Thanks. Very good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for giving me the opportunity to talk about minimizing production cost for sustainable shrimp farming. And typical production cost assessment in shrimp farming data collected from more than 600 plus farms shows that feed accounts for 51.60% of the total cost of production. Then next is chemicals, 12.97%. Then electricity, 8.57%, shrimp seed, 8.11%, and other expenses, it's around 11.8%. And if you see the shrimp crop analysis, the cost of production, feed conversion ratio, and average survival rate in normal ponds and disease-affected ponds. Here you can see in the disease-affected ponds, especially the white fecal disease ponds, and you can see the survival rates are drastically reducing after when the shrimp reaches 80 count. Then when it reaches 30 count, it is only around 54% survival rate. And if you see the feed conversion ratio between the normal ponds and the disease-affected ponds, and here you can see there is a 20% increase in the feed conversion ratio, and also the cost of production, there is a 20%, around 20 to 25% increase in the cost of production. And here, the disease-affected ponds, most of the farmers they are not making money, and they are ended up in a loss or break even at the end of the crop. So here, the producer cannot really control the market price. Therefore, controlling the production cost is very fundamental. And the issues that influence the profitability, disease has the high influence, and especially mass mortality due to white spot disease outbreaks, and slow growth rate due to EHV infection that leads to high feed conversion ratio and lower average body weight, and then increasing the other costs, power costs and supplement costs, etc. And so how to minimize the cost of production and maximize the profit in shrimp farming? The PL selection is very, very important. Stocking only the best quality shrimp PL will have significant effect on the production and profitability of a shrimp farm. Then good biosecurity security system to prevent the disease spread through the horizontal transmission, and also nursery system. It is better to take nursery system. So nowadays, two-step farming, three-step farming is very, very important to reduce the DOC at the grow-out pond. That is very, very important. And efficient feed management and water quality management and bioremediation. And at the end, shrimp disease management is very important to minimize the production cost. And first, let us go one by one. And here, I recommend most of the farmers, they are going for screening the post larvae for the PCR test for viruses. So before, now it is the need of the hour. It's better to go for the Vibrio test first, Vibrio screening. Once Vibrio test pass, then go for the PCR test for known viruses, then post larvae microscopy, then at the end stress test. Why? Because this microbiology screening, TC-based plate count of post larvae tells a lot about the PL quality. And the maximum level yellow colony should be less than 1 into 10 power colony forming units per gram, and green colony should be less than 1 into 10 power 2 colony forming units per gram. And nursery phase, I told you before. Now I recommend farmers to go for a two-step or three-step system to reduce the DOC at the grow-out pond. It reduces the risk. And even it's no need to invest for the huge small scale farmer, no need to invest for the huge money for the nursery system. They can undertake on-farm nursery with the earthen pond or lined pond. Preferably they have to select the small ponds, and they have to go for the lined pond or earthen nursery system. Then water treatment in the nursery system is very, very important. Sterilization of water is required. Regular application of probiotics before and after stocking. Because most of the farmers I have noticed, they are applying the probiotics only after stocking, and also not at regular intervals. That is not going to work. My recommendation is at least 10 days before stocking, then continue at regular intervals of every 3 days or every 4 days. That is going to give good results. Then when it comes to I recommend farmers to go for high quality feed in the nursery. Functional feed or high quality feed is required, and multiple feeding times gives good results at nursery stage, 6 to 8 meals per day. And when it comes to feed management, as I told you before, feed accounts for 50 to 60% of the cost of production. Every 0.1 reduction in feed conversion ratio can increase the profitability by $100 per ton of shrimp production. Every 0.1 increase in feed conversion ratio will produce 90 kg more organic waste per ton of shrimp production. So feed management, stringent, efficient feed management is very essential to have a good crop. And best practices for feed efficiency start at stocking. Farmers should know as accurately as possible how many people are being packed, then minimize the transport stress and estimate the PL survival by using hoppas. They can introduce 100 or 200 numbers in the hopper and they can count the survival rate after 24 and 48 hours. And estimating the survival rate after 30 days is very important. And also undertake on-farm nursery rearing before growth. That is also very, very important. And when it comes to feed in the nursery phase, high protein feed or low protein feed. So I recommend high protein feeds generally perform better than the low protein feeds, provided highly digestible ingredients are used. Amino acids and other key nutrients are present in sufficient quantities and when balanced. These feeds are processed properly. And I think when the farmer is using high protein feed, stringent feed management is essential when high protein feeds are used for economical feed conversion. That is very important. And this is the prevailing, the pre-grower stage. If you see the feed size 1.6 mm, if you weigh 1 kilo of feed, then if you count the pellets, it will be roughly like 150,000 pellets per kg. When it goes to 2 mm, it will be around roughly 90,000 per kg. If you see here the feed rates in India for different size group of shrimp, for example, 4 to 10 gram, the prevailing feed rate is the farmers are using almost 12 pellets per shrimp per meal. But if you see, practically the shrimp of about 4 gram size consumes only an average of 6 pellets a meal. That means 100% overfeeding in the current prevailing feed rate. That will increase the organic load in the pond and end up with disease outbreaks and so many other water quality related issues. And here check tray, because most of the farmers, they are depending on check tray, they are using check tray as a tool, only tool for adjusting the feed. That is not correct. And here, how to arrange the daily rations? It should be farm specific, based on observations and data. Use check tray and feeding rate, and be willing to adjust daily. And start within the lower and upper limit based on the pound biomass and carrying capacity. So what I recommend, ideal feed management, it should be like a feed table plus it's a striking a balance between feed table and check tray observation and the intestine color check. So when it comes to, there are two different types of feed. Now most of the farmers slowly they are going for automatic feeding. There are two different types of automatic feeding. Auto feeder, the human error is very less. And there are now, two different types of auto feeder available in the market. Ration set by the farmer and delivered using a timer. Then another auto feeder is acoustic feeder. Ration driven by the shrimp feeding activity, which is transmitted to the feeder as signals of sound. So in the future, Internet of Things and artificial intelligence is the way forward. And this auto feeder is a part of biosecurity. And here, this is the comparison of pelleted feed versus extruded feed. Here you can see the functional feed, functional extruded feed. The survival rate went up by 24% and the growth rate went up by 25%, and the feed conversion ratio, there is a drop in feed conversion ratio by 21%. And when it comes to water quality management, here there is a short video because of running out of time, I don't want to show the video. I will explain what is bioremediation. I recommend farmer, this is working out very well. In our R&D pond, we have tried for the past 3 years, we are getting excellent results, even the FCR as low as 0.8 because of the semi-biofloc. Here, there are two different types of activation. One is aerobic activation, another one is anaerobic activation. So I recommend the farmer to take 100 liters of fresh water. There should not be any pathogenic bacterial load. And they have to then 2 to 3 kgs of molasses, then 1 kg of rice bran, and 1 kg of other sources of starch, 200 gram of mineral and feed mix, 200 gram of sodium bicarbonate, etc. Here, the aerobic activation means they should use water probiotics with the aerobic activation, and anaerobic activation soil probiotic. So as I told you before, the farmers immediately after chlorination and dechlorination, they have to start applying the fermented juice in the pond. Is giving good results, and it should start minus 10 days of stocking. Then after stocking, we are recommending if for example, the target DOC is 100 days. For first 50 days, water and soil probiotic. Then after 50 days, we are recommending soil and water probiotic, because the advantages of the fermentations, the probiotic, the count, the bacterial count, beneficial bacterial count, it went up by 12 times, and the farmer, they can use, less probiotic with a better benefits. And it will reduce the FCR also. So when it comes to shrimp disease management, there are two different, two major diseases, affecting the farm production. One is white spot and another one is white fecal disease. For both, the farmer, they should select clean PLs, and clean pond environment is important. As I told you, microbiota maturation is giving a good results, and fermentation of probiotics before applications. Then waste management, then nursery management. Farmers should undertake 2 or 3 steps of nursery before grow. Then use of functional feed. Then when it comes to EHP, most of the farmers in India, across India, they are facing the problem slow growth because of this EHP infection. And EHP does not cause mortality, but the parasite can cause severe growth retardation and affecting the farm production. So the presence of parasites and severity of the parasitism need to be correlated with the growth performance and FCR to be properly managed. For that, there is a simple...
one more minute, please. One more minute, and just kindly...
Thank you, sir. Last slide. One more slide only. Yeah, please. Thank you. So this test can be done. The farmer can do at the farm level, and here they collect the shrimp samples and lift the carapace and remove the hepatopancreas, center of the hepatopancreas, put it in the slide, and you can see for the EHP spores, and based on the severity of the infection, we can grade the shrimp grade 1 infection, grade 2, grade 3. If grade 1, we are asking the farmer to continue the crop with other management practices. If grade 2 also possible for irreversible, the cases. But if it is grade 3, we are asking the farmer to harvest the pond immediately. At that time, the average weekly growth rate is less than 0.7 gram per week. So this is the result in our demo pond, as I told you, with the functional feed and auto feeder, and with the fermentation technology. This is a grower demo farm where you can see the FCR is as low as ranging between 0.87 to maximum it is it was 1.13, and even with the stocking density of 40 pieces per square meter, and even you can see that here the ABW has grown up to 46 grams. Thank you very much. So take home messages. Yeah, take home messages. So as I told you before, the good selection of feed and efficient feed management, and you have to address the problem of PHP. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ravi Kumar. It was a marvelous, outstanding lecture. It is not only lecture, but just you have really just to see, give them and brief them about your instructional manual. That will be very, very useful for the farmers as all of us. So thank you very much. And also you had to pack so many information in one. And that's really just to see you have done well. Thank you, sir. Now I invite our next speaker, Dr. Professor Raman Trivedi, who is Director of the Students' Welfare, Bihar Animal Science University, located in Patna. So, Dr. Raman Trivedi Sahab, you have 15 minutes time. Kindly just take your time, and then just come up with your, I don't want to just to see waste any moments further from your side, but kindly see that it is your time now starts, and just you are going to complete by 15:47. Thank you.
Good afternoon to everybody, and most respectable honorable Dr. Dilip Kumar sir. I am honored to present before you my presentation. It is a great honor for me, and pranam to you, sir. And we have with us our Deputy Director General, Dr. J.K. Jana sir. His keynote address was wonderful, excellent. And also the presentations by two more directors, Dr. Basant Kumar Das and Dr. C.N. Ravi Shankar, were illustrious and excellent. And also the presentation by Dr. G. Ratan and Dr. Ravi Kumar, both were excellent. So thank you, and thank you, Aisha, for giving me this opportunity to present before you all whatever work we have done, that outcome, and whatever is to be done in this country regarding climate change strategy. So as the topic of my today's presentation is climate smart aquaculture strategy, we all know that it is not hidden, it is a known fact now that climate change drivers have led to such a condition where aquaculture and fisheries are not left behind. They are also being affected very significantly due to climate change. Now, what are the options? What are the strategy we can have? That's some of the strategy I will discuss before you all. So I'll try to complete within 10-12 minutes of my presentation, and I'll show some slides, photographs to you, whatever work we have done, and all these things. So I need not go in detail about all these things. I hope my slides are being shared. You are able to see that. Is it okay? Okay.
Yeah, we can see. Please go ahead. It's visible.
So we all know about aquaculture, its significance. I need not tell you all. You all are learned person. Then what is the present status? There is increase in aquaculture fish production in this country, and also how the contribution from aquaculture sector has increased time and again, and throughout the year we are seeing that it is happening. And then on another important factor is its contribution to global fish production, and also the GDP of our agriculture GDP and country's total GDP. Some of the facts also we must be knowing, just I am repeating to you all. The ever increasing global population, ever increasing demand for food, production is struggling to keep up as the crop yields are stagnant. So we have only option left out from animal and fishery source. Then ocean conditions are declining, natural resources and biodiversity are shrinking. 1 in 9 people are going to suffer from chronic hunger, or 12.9% of population in developing countries undernourished. So all this, and apart from that, additional climate change impacts. All these things are leading to condition where we need to come out with strategies that will help in coming population to be see that sustainable way our food sources are being maintained. Some of the terminology I will not repeat it again, but everyone knows it. Climate change, which can be identified by the variability of property that persists for an extended period, typically a decade. Whatever, at least 10 years we must consider for considering any change, whether it is temperature, your global greenhouse emission and all these things. So 10 years is one decadal period we have to consider to come to conclusion of any climatic changes. Then climate extremes. So extreme weather or climate events, that we all know that occurrence of a value of a weather or climate variable should above or below a threshold level. So whatever threshold level is there, from there, if it is increases above or below it goes, whether higher temperature or lower temperature, any extreme conditions that call climatic extremes. So that we all know. Adaptation, it is nothing but we all know that it is a process of adjustment. Okay, so adjustment to the expected climatic conditions that is happening. We all are seeing people are getting adjusted to certain conditions. Okay, but resilience, it is a little bit different than adaptation. So resilience, where the ability of system, adaptation by your human being and by through human intervention, some adaptations are there. But resilience is by through whole the system, ecosystem itself. So how to make the system resilient, that is more important. So in that resilience system, we have to have anticipate, absorb, accommodate, or recover from effects of a hazardous event in a timely and efficient manner. We all know that climate change, we cannot stop it. It will happen. But ultimately, we have to find out how quick any adverse extreme events, after that, the system becomes such that how quickly it comes back to the original condition or near to the original condition. That way. returning quickly from any kind of disaster or capable of returning to the norm. So that capacity, if we enhance to any system, that becomes more resilient. So another 2 slides I will just show you that global greenhouse gas emission level from 1970 to 2000, it was 1.3% per year. But from 2000 to 2010, and further if you see, it is double of what was there in 1970 to 2000. And 40% of this increase is from Asia, mostly China and India. Just now I was reading yesterday one article. I saw that it is highest increase in India. It is mentioned there, one of the IPC report, 5.5%, whereas China 3.5%, another country 2.3%. So like that, India's increase is one of the highest increase, it seems. Now, based on the IPCC report, this climate change is going to bring a stress due to increased temperature, uncertain supplies of fresh water, water stress, changes in monsoonal pattern, sea level rise. All these things are known to us, nothing new to us. Then these climatic variables or impacts, how it will impact aquaculture, that you know that any extreme events like flood, coastal flooding, that will lead to escaping of existing fish stock, ingression of saline water into freshwater pond, mortality of freshwater fishes. We all see Bihar like states where every alternate year or 2-3 years there is flooding. So these extreme events leading to mortality and you can say escaping of the fishes, the entry of unwanted fish, breach of pond dike, then growth retardation, damage to pond environment, pH, all these things are being occurring due to climate changes or extreme events. Now these effects, when you list out those effects of this climate change, it is like warming of Earth's surface, and which we have seen that how it has increased up to 1 degree Celsius last more than 150 years. Then because of that increase in hot days and nights, and these are being already experienced by the people. Then likely increase in the frequency of heat waves, possible increase in intensity or duration of droughts, increase in frequency and intensity of heavy rainfalls, increase in tropical cyclone activities, El Nino, southern oscillation, all these things are likely to be intensified. Then ocean acidification, already somewhere it is mentioned that already 0.07 that this much changes in ocean pH has occurred like that. So then global average sea level rise we are seeing by 0.19 meter during 1901 to 2010, but after that rate has accelerated and it has reached to 1.7 millimeter per year, and they say that in coming century it may be 3.2 millimeter per year. Now, one of the study we conducted, in that we found that we asked people what are the impacts you are observing or what were happening. We found that these were some of the effects of extreme, especially the flood effects, the escaping of fish, then ingression of saline water, breach of pond dike, and then entry of other fishes. All these things have been reported. Then climate scenario, we all know that some of the examples given here are from Bihar, where temperature increase has been observed. Also, the effect of temperature increase leads to the growth on the growth performance. Up to 33, 34, we can find the growth increase. But after that, beyond that, if it goes, as I told you, climatic extreme, beyond the threshold level, then the growth decrease, feeding decreases, all this may happen. Then shifting breeding season, that I will discuss in coming this one slide also. Here, in especially, it has been West Bengal study by Sifri, it has been observed that extended breeding period of Indian major calves by 40 to 60 days. So earlier when it was 110 to 120 days, before 85 or 90, now it has gone to 160 to 165 days in the last couple of decades. Then also droughts, floods, as I told you, especially Bihar, which and eastern part of the country, frequent flooding, and certain parts of the country drought also. These are extreme events are leading to the you can say adverse impact on aquaculture. Then water stress, per capita availability of water also is one of the least in our country, and Bihar also going to experience such condition. Then drought, already I told you. that how it is affecting our drought situation. Means due to that rainfall is in declining, and then it has been observed that 25 to 37% because of that rainfall decline, then breeding months are changing. So all these things happening because of this drought condition. Then surface cyclones, this is disease also. Then socio-economic impact. This is another very important. The last sentence says that due to sea level rise, it is being estimated that and flooding, 162 million people globally and 20 million people in India will be displaced as climatic refugees by 2050. Now, possible, what are the, you can say, smart strategies we can suggest based on our work, what we could observe, and I'm suggesting alternative species. We must examine what are the alternative species, especially hardy species, those which can withstand especially stress condition, water stress, low water level, or extreme like temperature variation and other things. Then short culture period, another strategy we can have short culture period, because when flooding comes, other things come. There, if you have only 2 to 4 months culture period and you harvest something, so some at least income will be there. So where likely to have extreme events in those areas, this type of strategy we can ask farmers to follow. Then multiple stocking and harvesting, that can be also practiced by farmers in those areas where these extreme events can be. So some of these fishes which can be taken up. Then changes in the existing culture pattern and species combination, that also we can try to change. Addition of you can say high value fishes or macrobial Rosenberg or such type of fishes can be incorporated in our species combination. And fish can be harvested at a smaller size. Then cage cultures. Then integrated farming, that is another very important thing which we can also say already farmers are practicing, but more and more such, because if you have lost from one part of the farming, you can gain from other, you can say, part of the farming. Then height of pond dike should be increased. So fencing, and then also your dike, your shape, your you can say elevation. What should be its this one, whether it is 1.1 is to 1.2 or 1 is to 2 or like that. That has to be also followed. Then land shaping, reclamation, re-excavation of pond, including scape cutting or terracing on inward slopes. That can be also practiced. Then banking, insurance, drainage, river connectivity, including desalination. So this land shaping can be done through step cutting, as I told you, land shaping, reclamation, re-excavation, and step cutting. So this what can be done? Your one, I told you, 1:1 or 1:2 ratio. 1:2 ratio will give a better option, and you can say resilience, make it more resilient towards flooding if it is 1:2 ratio. Then for flood related problems, even efficient water management, larger scale investment, desilting of rivers, and then drought prone areas need for water conservation, and then improving water use efficiency through rainwater harvesting. Now this slide indicates that if you in initial stage, natural coping can be there, and then as I told you earlier, automatic adaptations that can be practiced or being carried by the human being. But if you have planned adaptation, then your benefit increases manifold. So benefits can be higher if natural coping is there, and then automatic adaptation. But if it is planned adaptation and resilient strategy through ecology based and whole interventions take place, then benefits can increase manifold. Then this is one model just to explain you basic components of climate resilient aquaculture as a strategy. So as I told you, that short culture period, multiple stocking and harvesting, species diversification, increase in pond dike height and fencing, netting around the pond,
Can you just,
including 3-star step cutting, inward slopes.
Dr. Raman, can you conclude within next 2 minutes?
I'll just
next 2 minutes, please.
Then incorporation of livestock. So all these many-pronged strategy we have to apply. Some of the photographs I will show you. With that, I will complete that. So to make you understand how we intervened in some of the farmers' field. So I told you that step cutting and then terracing, how 3-tier system can be achieved. So we can get benefit out of every inch of the land surrounding the pond. So that can make your system more resilient and smarter. So just some photographs I just want to show. This like dikes, you can have some of the pulses, fruits and other things. So I can conclude that we need very high production and our food demands increasing. So whatever required with the now climate change impact to see that this climate change impact is minimized, we must have right kind of technology, policy and adaptation, adaptive action plans, so that to see that this climate change impact can be minimized and thus we can make system more resilient, more smart, so that farmers and common man, their loss can be minimized and they can, whatever loss is there also, they can come back to the normal condition at the quickest way possible. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you, Dr. Raman Trivedi ji. Excellent. And I think that when we are also talking about the policy, many of your recommendation and strategies, it required that these are mainstream in the development of aquaculture, streamed in the policy and also programs of the sector. Thank you very much. So now we have the last speaker, Dr. Manoj Sharma, who is not last, but perhaps he is the most important. I consider him as one of the star of our Dr. Manoj Sharma is here, and he is very often, whenever I have heard, he is just going to present his own, he is going to share his own experience, what he has done, that he is just going to share. Thank you very much for coming and joining, Dr. Manoj Sharma. Please, the floor is yours and you have 15 minutes time. Thank you.
Sir, you can listen to me, sir?
Yes.
Yes, sir. This is, you can see my screen?
Yes.
Yes, we can see.
Sir, first of all, greetings to all of you and greetings to Dr. Jena sir, greetings to Dilip Kumar sir. You are my guru in CIFE. So, first of all, I'd like to also thank Tapas Paul, the Secretary for All India Agriculture Student Association, for reaching me out for this presentation. It's a very good topic and it's a time-relevant topic that what we see is that innovation which will help the shrimp farmers. And I'm going to present a very short and will also take you brief what happens in India in shrimp farming. You can see that first we will understand how shrimp farming has started in India, because shrimp farming is almost entering into the 5th decade of scientific shrimp farming in the country. But if you see early 80s, shrimp farming was only the seed and water exchange. Then came the scientific era after the establishment of TUSPARK and OSPARK by MPIDA. And 90s, it was a modified extensive where seed, feed and water exchange were practiced, and how gradually we have increased in 2000 that semi-intensive with seed, feed, good quality seed, medicine and water exchange used to practice. And since 2010, when Venami entered into our country, when we talk about the semi-intensive and intensive era has started, seed, feed, minimum water exchange, probiotic with all polyline ponds, everything has started. So this is how the evolution of shrimp farming took place in our country. And this is a scenario of 2019, and I congratulate each and everybody in the industry, shrimp industry, that India is now the #1 shrimp producer in the world and also the #1 exporter in the world. And the contribution to our Indian economy was almost 38,000 crore rupees. And we produce seed almost 70-75 billion, and also the feed production to 1.6 million ton. Then you can see the contribution that still Andhra Pradesh is the lead state with 75% production, followed by West Bengal 10%, Odisha 7%, Gujarat 6%, and Tamil Nadu 3%, and other states you can say Maharashtra and also they are contributing 3%. But if you see shrimp farming from India, we 99% are dependent upon the exports. So it's very important for us also to understand what is our export market. If you see, USA is our 46% market, followed by China, Europe 10%, UAE 7%, and Japan 7%. But if you see the glimpse in 2020, there are a lot of issues that happened in India amid COVID. But I will rate that definitely COVID infection has affected all segment of life. But the farming sector has also devastated by the old disease, new disease, and emergent new disease. Even Dr. Ravi Kumar has very well covered about what's happening in India. But if you see, compared to 2019, in 2020, the figures of India shrimp production is dropped by 20%. So this year we have hardly may touch 6.25. So if you can see this slide, since if you divide shrimp farming, it is into two era. One is the monodon era from 1980s to 2010, and then the Benami era 2010 to 2020. So if you see gradually, before Benami, India on average always used to produce close to 65 to 75,000 ton of monodon. But when Benami entered in our country, you can see since 2010, every successive year, we have almost added 1 lakh ton every year. And 2019, we reached the height of 8 lakh ton. But if you see, the gradual success at the farm level has been falling from 85% to 48%. So though the industry has become one of the best in the world, but actually the farmers are not that earning. So this is what we are going to discuss in next few slides. And if you see the challenges faced by Indian shrimp farmers, you definitely production cost is increasing day by day because in global competition, countries like Ecuador, China, Vietnam, they are very much using advanced technology and producing better shrimp and efficient shrimp compared to India. And India, we are facing mostly energy cost, feed cost, seed cost, labor cost. Everything is increasing day by day in India. And the major setback to farmers is always a disease, because we are dealing with livestock and it's a highly perishable and a very high risk business. So disease is of a very paramount importance when it is coming to the success of the shrimp farming. Then since we are also dependent upon 100% on the exports, traceability, residue, the antibiotic issue and certification is becoming very important day by day. So if you see in a nutshell, in this single slide is very important to understand what is really happening to the shrimp farmers in our country. So if you see the pond production versus pond carrying capacity is also becoming very, very important. And not that also, is also the production area versus water carrying capacity. Means the number of ponds also developed on a particular given creek is also deciding upon the positive and the negative carrying capacity of the production. This slide will be very clearly can give an indication. This is a Google slide of my own Gujarat area in 2009. Before Benami came into Gujarat, you can see this creek was hardly having 40-50 ponds, and they were all 100% successful. But since Benami has come and Benami tsunami, or what I will call, and it has changed the entire game, today the same creek you can see, there are more than 5,000 ponds. And you can imagine the same creek, which earlier used to only support 50 ponds, is now forced to support 4,000, 5,000 ponds. So this is what I say. This has become a negative carrying capacity and causing a negative effect on our production. So as I already told you, what happened in 2020 after the sudden lockdown in COVID, because that was our main season, March, April, and everything was geared up to stock in Gujarat, whether it is Odisha or West Bengal, because Andhra already was doing the crop from January. So social obligations, labor, transport, everything came into halt. So there was a panic harvest in Andhra Pradesh, and especially in our Gujarat, there was no supply of seed, feed, medicine, because next 45 days there was a complete lockdown. But I'm very thankful to the state governments and the central government that within 2 weeks they have prioritized the fishery sector as an essential commodity sector, and there was a lot of relaxations that started coming out. So, but overall, if you see, it has really affected the entire production and productivity of shrimp farming in our country. And then if you see the comparison, when the world talks about small corn supply, but whether we have to also see in Indian context, whether at what count and what sizes our shrimp farmers are profitable. So I have given a complete chart. I will not talk about detail, but I have given a comparison from 70 count, that is hardly 15 gram to 50 gram, 20 count sizes. But in the rightmost, you can see the red is where the farmers are not profitable, and the green where the farmers will make sizable money. So it is very, very important for the other states rather than Andhra Pradesh. States like Gujarat, Odisha and West Bengal, they need to produce bigger shrimps to survive in the race. So I have a 2-3 concept which I am going to talk to the farmers. This what is innovation has to be brought in to survive in the coming years and the very competitive years. So now we have two options, because India already we have 1,70,000 hectare. Out of that, scientific shrimp farming of Venami is 1,50,000 hectare. 10 to 12,000 hectare is still in the monodon, and 2 to 3,000 hectare is in the scampi freshwater prawn. But if you see that per holding, land holding in India with the farmers is less than 1.5 hectare, because if you divide 1,50,000 hectares of Venami among 1,20,000 farmers, is hardly coming to 1 hectare to 1.5 hectare. So if you see, when we talk about innovation or we talk about intensification, but we also need to understand the number of farmers and their holding capacity of the land. So I think there is 90% of the farmers are below 5 hectare. So they need to also adopt. There is one way to go is that within positive carrying capacity, that not to produce more than 4 ton, 5 ton per hectare, and try to go within the nature support and try to produce the bigger sizes. And other 5-10% people, those who have money, those who have resources, then definitely involve science and go for intensification. Because I have practicing shrimp farming from last 27-30 years now, and I see intensification and sustainability are two opposite sides, and they don't go hand to hand. So when you talk about intensification, you need to also understand the risk which is involved into that. But definitely the research development science has made a lot of things very easy, even to involve and go for intensification. But with Indian context, I think going with the positive carrying capacity of the nature is more advisable. You can see my own farm when I launched the concept Do Venami the Tiger Way, we have produced such a fantastic size of shrimp. And this is also very important, as Ravi Kumar already said, how to control the cost of production, because we need to sell our shrimp in the global competition. So it is very, very important. Here, since all the officers and all scientists are listening to me, so I will say that India is a very vast country. We have 29 states within a very big country, 9 maritime states who are doing shrimp farming. So I think a common unified power tariff will definitely help. You can see a very scientific farm. This is 125 acre of my own farm with all modern facilities and best aquaculture practice certified, which is the need of the hour for the shrimps to export with certification traceability. You can see now I'm talking about the latest concept, what I am developing, because it is impossible for most of the shrimp farmers in this country, because of the diseases, old diseases and new diseases coming, and also with the carrying capacity of the creek and the area. Earlier shrimp farming, whether it was a monodon Venami, 120 to 150 days was the total days required to grow the shrimp. But since last 2-3 years, we are feeling very heat that once the DOC started 80 and shrimps above 15 gram, see, a lot of farmers are getting the Vibrio bacterial problems and the running mortality system, and farmers are losing crop if they are trying to extend more than 100 days. So I have developed a very modern concept that anybody who is interested to come visit Gujarat. It is just 40 kilometers from Surat. I have developed a state-of-the-art concept called multi-phase shrimp farming system. This is the complete indoor unit, where I am planning to have single phase, where the 4 PL size will rear up to 15. In the second phase, 15 to 40. So almost 40 days very stunted growth indoor seed, which is completely under complete biosecurity measures. So you can possibly rule out 99 or even 100% disease which is going to the farm. So from this indoor facility, you can see the inside of the indoor facility, where all these babies are grown into a very high-tech nursery phase system called multi-phase system. So you can see this is where the 100% success can be ensured at the farm level, because after 40 days of stunted growth here in this indoor system, you can have a guaranteed disease-free seed going to your farm, and in your farm you can finish your crop maximum 60 to 80 days, even giving you a chance to double the crop, double the production, and double the profit as per the Pradhan Mantri Matsya Sampada Yojana, which is the primary objective and motive of the Indian government, to double the farmers' production, income, and exports. So last but not the least, I will take just 1 minute, Dilip sir. This is what we need. India needs is domestic market. When we talk about domestic market, because if you see 38,000 crore rupees of our entire production is directly dependent upon foreign market, and it's highly vulnerable. You can see this 9 months of COVID, lot of farmers are affected because of the production, nor the processor, the industry, the feed. One thing is very important because of the act to the theme of this conference. If farmer doesn't earn, the industry will not earn. If farmers make money, the industry will make money. So it is very, very important for the government and even for the industry stakeholders to understand and the importance of domestic market. So what I feel is that when our freshwater fish, we are producing almost 14 million ton, and that is 100% consumed in the country, means there is a domestic market. So when we can consume 140,000 tons of fish, why not we can consume 8 lakh tons of shrimp? So, but what we need is that some slogan like which has changed the fortune of the poultry industry, like Sunday ho ya Monday, Rose khai ande. This one slogan has changed the entire fate of the poultry farmers. So that is what is required to our country. When we already say that we have a budget of 20,050 crore for Pradhan Mantri Matsya Sampada Yojana and other aquaculture infrastructure development fund, NFDB, I think this is a very high time that we should rope in a few celebrities, maybe from the film industry or the cricket, because these are the very driving forces for our Indian community. So to become a brand ambassador for our shrimp farming, and that I am very sure when we can eat 150,000 tons of fish, why not this 8 lakh tons of shrimp in India? And this will be really towards the Atmanirbhar Bharat. That is what the vision and the dream of our Honorable Prime Minister Modi. So for that, I have given a very small contribution from my side, because today, whatever I am, from the CIP student to now a successful shrimp farmer in Gujarat, so I have given this a concept last 3 years back that farm shrimp is one of the best shrimps. So I have opened a Jingalala restaurant, which has have a farm raised shrimp. Almost 45 dishes are engineered, and last even during the COVID also, we have supplied farm fresh shrimps from our pond to your plate kind of a concept, and which has given a very wonderful result. And I'm very, very happy and proud. Slowly, the domestic market and the understanding of the shrimp eating is been increasing day by day. So I wish all the shrimp farmers a very successful year, and may we make our country very proud and remain always the #1 shrimp producer in the world. Thank you, Dilip sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Manoj Sahab. It was a really wonderful presentation by you. By you means Dr. Manoj, who has really presented. He is setting an example that for our students, for other entrepreneurs also, that what this really fisheries sector can offer to them. And I appreciate the way you have been able to just to see brought all the lessons learned from across the country, at the same time something that you see also from other parts of the world, and just put together, and based on that you have made certain recommendations, which is really very, very practical and also very, very useful for our farmers. Really, just to see, great. Thank you very much. And I think now just we are going for open discussion. Open discussion means I would like to invite 2 or 3 questions or clarifications or comments. But I think that you see, Dr. Tapas, Paul, if it comes to you, you kindly just to see invite them. And after that, I will take 5-10 minutes to sum up. Is there any question from any side? I can't hear you, Dr. Tapas. I can't hear you.
Sir, there is no question in the chat box, sir.
Okay. So in that case, just I am going to sum up, but just I have, because this is really you have given me a chance that something that is related to agriculture reforms. It is not only to help the farmers but also the entire sector. And when I am talking, when I am speaking, I am specifically, I point out, I refer to fishery sector. So, first of all, that you see, really just to say, I'm grateful to the ISA and then also the Vice Chancellor Sahab, Dr. Janki Ram Sahab, and then also Dr. Tapas Paul, and then also Dr. T. Ramesh for giving me this opportunity. And also just I congratulate and at the same time I appreciate the way you have just organized the 6th National Youth Convention on Innovation and Agriculture Reforms for Farmers' Prosperity. In that context, I have certain really just to say few things to share with you. In the fishery sector, you see, sustainability is one of the just to see biggest challenges, and it is just to see mainstream across, and that has come into just to see our consideration. It is a pressing consideration because of the climate change and many other say impact, like just what we have. We never expected that Corona is also going to hit her hard. So, but overall, well, our fishery sector, it's a overall development objective of this sector is to sustainable use of aquatic resources for economic growth, nutritional security, improved livelihoods, while preserving the health of the ecosystem. So it is really just to see covering four pillars of sustainability: economy, social aspects, and then ecology, and at the same time social acceptance. Well, so there are two development options. Our development options for our country is that one thing one should understand. On one hand, we have aquaculture, where like agriculture, we have the farmers who own land, who has something to cultivate. On the other side, we have large number of people, those who are landless, or not only marginal farmers, they are landless. These are fishing communities. They don't have their own resource base. So they thrive, or they develop they enjoy their livelihoods based on the public property resources. So covering, and then we have also some entrepreneurs like Dr. Manoj Sharma, like that. So we have two aspects. Based on that, we have two strategies. One strategy is fish production by masses, and the other one is mass fish production, and mass fish production of high valued and quality fish for affluent sections in the country and overseas. And this is industrial or commercial aquaculture, as Dr. Manoj Sharma has already explained. So if you just see come to the sector, it has performed very well. It is contributing about 1.2% to the national GVA and 7.2% to agriculture. It is increasing. It is increasing 2019-20. You see, production is also increasing about 7.53, and then we expect that in next 4 or 5 years it will touch about 9%. The same way, we want to reduce the losses. We have now 25%, but we think that you see by next 4 or 5 years, just we will reduce it to 10%. So. And I just say we are the second aquaculture, second biggest aquaculture producer, third biggest fisheries producer, and also second biggest aquaculture producer countries in the world. So these status we are maintaining. But at the same time, this last economic survey 2019 and 20, this has indicated that only 58% of the country's inland aquatic resources have been tapped so far. So you can understand that we have so much of potential for future growth of aquaculture and fishery sector, unlike any other sector. So we have the potential for growth, and we have performed very well. And so that is why, just to see, and fortunately, keeping these in view, it is really historic that now we are getting budgetary provision has been significantly enhanced as effective steps toward the challenges and optimizing the potential of the sector, especially like NFDB, they have already explained about the PMSSY, Prime Minister Matsya Sampad Samvardhan Yojana. So now you can say on the other side, we have a very good presentation by Growell Feed. So one thing we need to, this is also one of the challenge, 80 million tons of food biomass produced by aquaculture, out of which about 70% is sustained by human-based compounded feeds, which include forage fish. So we should understand that we depend from capture fisheries, so that you see the fish meal or fish oil is available for the fish feed industry. But future, like these days, especially sustainability of farming of salmon is at stake. However, marine protein ingredients has been reduced from 65% to 15% now, and many other like single cell protein and many other ingredients are also now, insects are also coming. It is already indicated by Dr. B.K. Das in his presentation. So now I would like to say, I take this opportunity that what we can suggest in the policy, we can suggest, first of all, we have so much of potential, we have performed very well, now we have opportunity, but at the same time, we have also challenges like climate change, sustainability challenges are there. So because of that, now we have a now increased target, and so because of that, it is required that we need to strengthen our fishery sector, institutional strengthening in the fishery sector, especially the department, various state department of fisheries, and also that you see at the ministry also this they should develop their technical capacities. Then only they will be able to justify their presence or able to achieve the target being set by the government. So first one is a creation of critical staff strength is required, and their capacity building. They should have a robust foundation course, in-service training, refresher courses, technical and participatory and social mobilization skills, at the same time organizational development skill, because just we are going to produce almost 1,000 FPOs. That would be through them only, just we are going to develop this. So that is required, how to form, how to run, how to operate, and how to strengthen them. So, and the other one that you see, and in most of these departments, the number of personnel have come down. So it is required that immediately all the field positions should be filled up. At the same time, when we have several times more targets, and that requires that additional staff, and for that, say the recruitment should be made. The last point I would like to say, that unfortunately there are 30 states and 30 department of fisheries. In addition to that, there are also corporations in all the states. I would like to say that out of 30, only 9 states they have domain-based fisheries professionals. All the departments, these are headed by civil servants, whether they are central civil servants or state civil servants. And while the domain knowledge experts, they join for the entire life. But on the other side, the civil servants, they come on ad hoc basis. They come for 2 years, 3 years, and then after that they go. How we can expect, how you can ensure that our sector will be just able to achieve the target being set for this sector. Second thing, that you see long back when we were not producing, we have not really just to see professionally trained people. That time it was okay, you are not finding anyone, so even civil servant can come and just give you the leadership. But now it is all science based, it is all technology based. And now just we have 30 fisheries colleges, 30 fisheries colleges. So where those people, they opt for this fisheries education, they spend 6 years time at least to get that master's degree, 6 years time up there. And then after that, they can't go any other sector. They have to come only to this sector. And then now when the top position is being held by a civil servant, how you expect that these professionals will be able to, they will able to develop their pride in their education. They always have that, you see, a feeling that they are second-rate citizen. So that way, I think that, you see, now in the policy options, we must say that institutional strengthening is required, and then this is a domain-based knowledge, technology-based sector, whether it is fisheries or agriculture or forestry or animal husbandry, these all. And for that, it is required that we should have, it should also be headed by professionals, not a journalist.
Sir,
So,
sir,
with
sir,
this recommendation, I am complete.
Can I, sir, 1 minute?
Sure,
sir,
sure,
thank you so much for raising this very valid point. As you said, there are more than 30 colleges in our country, and every year producing more than thousands of students. Sir, you can hear me?
Yes,
so,
yes,
sir.
yes.
So since now I can see there are more than 50 participants on all our scientists and in charge and head of the department and policy advisors or reformists. So what I will suggest you, sir, because this forum has been managed by All India Agriculture Students Association.
Right.
If imagine, sir, if imagine we have everything, we have funds and allocation, but the government of India should also think that our resources, whether now today you say 1.2 million hectares of brackish water, 8 million hectares of inline saline, and lakhs of hectares, 3.5 million hectares of lakes and reservoirs. Sir, but honestly, there is not a single policy is there to allow these open resources to the individual entrepreneurs. So unless and until you open up this land and resources to the young graduate, imagine, sir, if you have thousands of students, if 5 hectare or 10 hectare of their choice of brackish water, fresh water, cold water, or ornamental is given to them and involve them into Pradhan Mantri Matsya Sampada Yojana by giving them funds, I think we can change the future of this country.
Yes.
But the problem is that the problem is that, sir, we don't have a state-specific policy to allow the land. See, we should not talk about Andhra Pradesh. Andhra Pradesh, whether it's a fresh water or brackish water, 99% developed in the private land. So the need of the hour is that the government should give the land holded by them to the entrepreneurs. See, there is no point in every time talking about the resources slide. Whether these resources are available to the entrepreneurs or not, that is very important, sir.
Yes, sir. I got your point, Dr. Manoj. It is a very valid point. And then in our draft policy, draft national policy, national fisheries policy, now we are going to have only one integrated policy. This is already highlighted. This is already incorporated. But you have raised rightly that, you see, the land is under the state and they will have to allocate. So under this national framework, all the state, they need to develop their policy. In that it should be required. I think just we can give this recommendation. Dr. Tapas, kindly, the first one and this is the second, these two recommendations should go from this technical session.
Thank you, sir.
So,
thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you, all of you. And thank you, Aisha, and also the Vice Chancellor of Dr. Janaki Ram Sahab, and all of our colleagues, especially colleagues Dr. Ravi Shankar Sahab, Dr. B.K. Das, Dr. Jena Sahab, all of you. Thank you very much. And it was really very timely just we have concluded and really brilliant presentations. I got
Dr.
so much,
Srivastava
I
Sahab
am
has joined.
benefited. Pardon, sir?
Sir, Dr. Srivastava Sahab has joined. Namaskar, sir.
Oh, okay.
Namaste, sir. Namaste, sir. Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, Dr. Srivastava Sahab. Namaskar, namaskar, namaskar.
Pranam, sir.
Pranam,
Dilip
pranam,
Kumar Sahab,
pranam,
namaskar, sir. Thank
pranam.
you so much. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Okay.
Thanks to the organizers. Thank you.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you, everyone. All speakers, panelists, thank you so much.
We come to a close of this session. Thank you very much.
Hello, Tapas sir, am I audible? Mehta sir, am I audible?
Yes, you are audible. नमस्कार श्रीवास्तव साहब।
नमस्कार, कैसे हैं?
बस ठीक है। नमस्कार दास साहब।
नमस्कार सर, नमस्कार।
People are leaving here. हाँ संजय, कैसे हो?
Good evening, sir. This is technical session 3. I am Dr. K. Sadashiva, Dean of Agricultural Engineering and Technology, PJTSAU. And in this technical session, our chairman, Dr. S. Rathore, VC, MPUAT, and co-chairman, Dr. C. R. Director, CIAE, and keynote speaker, Dr. Asif Srivastava, VC, Dr. RPCAU, lead speakers, Dr. Sanjay Kidas, CAT, OUAT, and other lead speakers, Dr. M.L. Gaur, Professor AAU, and here with me, Anurag Bhargav, convener, and rapporteurs, Dr. Rajaya is here with me. Good evening, sir. And this session, technical session for this, the chairman, Rathorji, Vice Chancellor of MPUAT, he has 38 years of experience, including assignments as DDG Education ICR, Founder Vice Chancellor, SKNAU, Germany, Deputy DG Engineering, Dean College of Dairy and Food Science Technology for 7 years he worked, and Dean Student Welfare for 6 years, Dean College of Technology and Engineering 3 years, in MPUAT Udaipur, as HOD CTAE 6 years, PI equipped on renewable energy for 7 years, project coordinator and TBUIC and RBTC 9 years. Also worked as national director in World Bank sponsored NHEP during August 2017 to May 2019. He joined as Vice Chancellor MPUAT Udaipur on 24th August 2019. He was awarded 33 awards and fellowships and visited 13 countries for student and staff exchange and R&D activities, including 4 international conferences and 8 international assignments and training programs organized 8 international and 35 national trainings, 26 state training and 12 ISP summer and winter schools and 36 exposure meet and projects and 51 R&D projects and 3 international projects and publications is having 33 books, 69 research papers and 26 in international, 110 in national and 29 proceedings. And editorship also he has worked as editor for Journal Food Process Technology, Journal of Agricultural Engineering, NCE, and for National Institute of Technical Teachers Training and Research Journal. And regarding the co-chairman, Dr. C.R. Mehta, Director CAE, has been working as the Director ICR CIE Bhopal since 28th February 2020 He has worked in different scientific positions at ICR, CAA, Bhopal during the last 30 years. The equipment farm implements and missionary. The Chaudhary Devilar Outstanding All-India Coordinated Research Project Award during 2018 under his leadership. He has been awarded Recognition Award during 2019-20 from National Academy of Agriculture Sciences, New Delhi. His area specialization in farm machinery power, ergonomics, conservation agriculture and instrumentation. He has published over 250 papers, including 37 in referred international journals, 21 in referred Indian journals, 3 policy papers, 41 books, book chapters, 40 technical bulletins. He has widely traveled abroad and also ICR in different scientific meetings. He is cooperating editor of agricultural mechanization in Asia, Africa, and Latin America. He is the Vice President Technical Council of the Indian Society of Agricultural Engineers, ISAE, and executive member of Indian Society of Agronomics. I request all the chairman, co-chairman, speakers are on the online, sir. Please respond for this. All of you are there. So please, I am handing over this session to chairman for the proceedings, sir.
I think Dr. Rathod has not joined so far.
सर then मेहता साहब आप चेयर कर दीजिए आप प्रोसीडिंग कंटिन्यू कर दीजिए सर.
So good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Sadasiv Ravji, for introducing us. Honorable Dr. R.C. Srivastavji, keynote speaker for this session. Other speakers are Dr. Sanjay K. Das and Dr. M.L. Gaur. And first of all, I thank ISA and Vice Chancellor PJTSAU Hyderabad for inviting me to co-chair this session. And this session is the last session of today's program. And the participants number has gone down also. But this is one of the important sessions because if I consider it that without mechanization, agriculture cannot move ahead. So mechanization is the most important. And if we talk about the Indian condition, 45% of our agriculture workforce is engaged in agriculture. But its contribution to GDP of our country is around 16%. So which shows that our labor productivity is low, and that is due to low level of mechanization, productivity which is around 45%. And that also in particularly for mainly food grain crops. And so that highlights the need for mechanization of other crops also, cash crops also, horticulture crops also. And then if we talk about the processing of farm produce, then processing level is also very low. Even for, if we see the post-harvest losses, it exceeds even more than 92,000 crores per annum. So that also highlights the need for processing of the farm produce to add value to that produce so the farmers can get better return, and that may be even helping the Prime Minister's expectation of doubling farmers' income by 2022. In addition to that, water available for irrigation is also limited, and that also highlights the need for enhancing the water use efficiency in agriculture by using different irrigation systems, as well as there is need for enhancing the energy availability in agriculture, or even if we may talk about the farm power availability in agriculture for enhancing the farm power, farm food grain production as well as productivity. With these words, I won't go into much detail because we have senior speakers for this session. So first I request Dr. R.C. Srivastav to deliver his keynote talk, particularly on this session on agriculture mechanization innovation for sustainable agriculture for farmers' prosperity. With these words, I invite Dr. R.C. Srivastava, who is Vice Chancellor of RPCAU, Usat, to deliver his talk. Rav Saab, are you going to introduce speakers also? So Rav Saab, are you going to introduce speakers also, or?
No, sir, it's by, I think, me.
Okay, okay. So we may invite first speaker and
Is allowed to share.
Hello. Sir, am I audible?
yes, Anurag.
Yeah, sir. So it's my request to Dr. R.C. Srivastava, sir, ECRPCAU staff, to take a mic and please, sir, present your vision towards agriculture mechanizations.
Srivastava sir, unmute yourself.
Okay, sorry. Good afternoon, everybody. Firstly, I thank Dr. Praveen Rao for giving me this opportunity to interact with you all on this fine evening. Before that, I also got an opportunity to hear a part of it on the aquaculture also, and that's very. From me, I'm happy. Now, the position of our so, what if we go for our country position, that how mechanization is affecting our farmers? The is that 85% we go by the land holding, 85% of the holdings are with the small and the marginal farmers. But in the as far as the land holding is concerned, only the 45% are land is with the small and marginal farmers. And in the animal husbandry sector, it is the 75% people who are small and the marginal farmers. So now when we talk of the mechanization, most of the time the problem is that our small and marginal farmers remain untouched with the farm mechanization, except for the probably tillage, because tillage they are getting the custom hiring has established itself, but not for the others. Now, sorry. Now, if we see the availability of the farm power, it has increased from 0.28 kilowatt per hectare in 1961 to 5.17 to 2.10 in 13-14, and is expected to increase to 5.17 kilowatt per hour. Even in Bihar also, the availability of farm power is quite high, and there is significant correlation between the power availability, crop yield, and the crop intensity that has increased significantly. As Dr. Mehta was talking, that because of wherever the mechanization is poor, low, this is less. But there is a few interesting statistics. I got it from my colleagues that in India the average number of tractors per million hectare is 4,000 around, while it is more than 6,000 in Bihar. I was just thinking that what can be the reason for this. I will request Dr. Mehta to correct me if somewhere some mistake is there, or search the reason why Bihar has got a much higher density of tractor availability than the rest of we see the national average, while it is lower than the national average in many other parameters. Now, if we see the level of the mechanization and see how the farmers, how the across the crops, the mechanization is working. This way, even when a number of times in the horticulture science, horticulture congress and the other forum of the horticulture division, I have been talking that mechanization level of our horticulture crops is quite low, and which is evident here that it is less than 5% as far as the horticulture crops is concerned. We have developed, we are a good number of our farm institutes are developing a small farm for the horticulture crop growers, but still they are not getting. Just an example, my colleagues are developing a cabbage harvester, but when they started demonstrating in the farmer's field, farmers would look, we can work faster than this machine. What you are working, we will just harvest by hand, and it is much faster. So we have to work upon that how we can increase the mechanization in further as far the vegetable sector is concerned, farm our fruit sector is concerned, the horticulture. In the others, as you see in the seedbed preparation, the things are very good, very rosy as far the mechanization is concerned, in sowing and planting also, except for the paddy and the other few crops. Is millets also it is less, but I am seeing that Dr. Sanjay Das will be talking about the millet mechanism, the millet, but it is very good in the wheat, potato, maize. Similarly, for the wheat control, also it is quite high. And now we are finding even that just now when we are discussing about the drone technology, what we found that with the drone technology, even for especially for the horticulture crops and the sugarcane, it can be used more effectively. Then, so by that probably we will be able to increase the pest mechanization in the pest control. Similarly, in the harvesting, if you see paddy, rye, wheat, potato, and the maize potato, then up to it is quite high. In maize, it is just 50 to 60%, but for the rest of the crops, it is between 20 to 30% only. In some crop is going up to even gram, it is going up to the 40%. In vegetable, it is less than the horticulture crops, and the vegetable, it is less than the one. So here is the scope for all our engineers to work upon and see how we can, because there is much more post-harvest classes in the vegetable crops and the harvesters. So if we are in the harvesting and the threshing, we are mechanizing then the productivity will increase. So as I said, the scope is very good, high in seeding and planting, in plant protection, and harvesting and threshing for all. Now, what is the opportunity? In the eastern states, the low level of the farm mechanization, and this gives a very high opportunity by promoting the custom hiring service. Somehow in Bihar, they put emphasis on the custom hiring service in the first decade of this century, but somehow it didn't pick up what was desired. Now again, they are trying to start with the farm machinery banks. Let's hope that our new approach, and this is being done in all these government initiatives of the Rashtriya Krishi Vikas Yojana or the National Food Security Mission or integrated development of the horticulture. In all, they are trying to go for the farm machinery banks by which the custom hiring can be promoted. But still, we are trying in one of our projects on the climate resilient agriculture, we are trying to have a bit different approach. Let us see if we succeed or not, but that is one side which we can use. Then, in one of the things where we need to strengthen ourselves is the star management. The paddy star management is getting problematic year by year. Every year, the farmers are burning it. We are facing the environmental problem. Earlier, this was limited to the Punjab, Haryana, and the Western UP. Now it has even shifted to the Eastern UP and the Bihar also. In the Western, the southwestern part of the Bihar, it has increased very significantly. What we found at RPCAU that this paddy extra of again harvested properly, it can be very easily used for the mushroom production. And mushroom production has taken up on a very high scale, large scale in Bihar at present. Our experience is showing that it has got a very huge potential of creating employment at the local level, even in the farm laborers which returned from their respective places from this metros during the corona pandemic. They sought employment and they have started their mushroom production. It is hard to believe that in this mushroom center of my university, just now they have concluded, they are still running, I think, a 1 week training program in which the participants have paid from their own pocket, 1,000 rupees per training, and that also only for the online training program. So that indicates that what is the potential of mushroom, and we can utilize. We have to develop the whole chain, that how we can harvest the paddy stuff from the fields, cut it and utilize it for the mushroom growing, because that is making, and this oyster mushroom, which is normally not that much preferable as for the fresh consumption. But my scientists, I'm happy to inform you that my scientists have worked very effectively for the processing of the mushroom, and at least they have developed not less than some 10 products of mushroom which have found acceptance among the customers. So when the consumers are accepting the mushroom products and the mushroom production can be taken up, this is especially the oyster mushroom with the paddy star, I think there is a very good scope for this system management, and we need more machines. Few machines are visible here on the side as on the screen, but we need to do it even better. Now, this farm power source I talked earlier in Bihar, again, it is quite high in few districts, and few districts has gone, it is very low, that we need to correct. Then we have to identify what is the region, and few regions is mainly the flood affected, because what I am seeing that few of them are which are flood affected, they have got less tractor density. This is farm code. Now I will just talk about what the technology innovation we have done at our university. The first one is boat mounted solar pumping system, because what I always used to say that our farm machinery, farm mechanization has not picked up to the speed desired, because our farm machineries are a good number of times, especially in the challenge ecology, which I call the flood prone areas or the drought prone areas or the waterlogged areas, they are not compatible to the needs of the farmers. And this is for one approach where this can be used for the riverine areas. This boat system is very good for the areas on the other both sides of the river, because these are the areas which are having the water, but they are unirrigated because the farmers are unable to use diesel pumps. With the rising cost of the diesel, the irrigation become very uneconomical. But with this system, what we are finding that the farmers can irrigate it, and this has found good acceptance among the farmers. The farmers are taking up now. This is another view of this, and the cost of power, you can see it is just 35 rupees per hour, while the cost of the diesel operated pump is around anything between 150 to 200 rupees per hour on the hiring basis. Then one thing more, again, we saw in the eastern part of the India, where the groundwater is available at the shallow depth. Now, till now, what they were using, they were mainly using the diesel pump operated, the engine operated centrifugal pumps, or even where they are using the electric pumps, they were using the centrifugal pumps. This, and with the your groundwater table going down during the summer, they were lowering the pumps down the pit so that the water level remains within 15-18 feet of the pump. What we saw that can we change it and to a single phase 3 HP pumps, submersible pumps, And what I to our pleasant surprise, we found that this is very, very effective. The cost is costing just 10,000 rupees per acre. You can say 25,000 rupees per hectare only. The discharge is anything between 7 to 10 liters per second. So with the small farmers whose plots are very small, as you know, in Bihar or in Bengal, in both places, or even in Odisha, there is no consolidation. So the farm sizes are small, farm plots are smaller. So it is not very feasible to handle large discharges when the groundwater level is just lower level. So the discharge becomes too huge for the small channels to handle it. So this one we have found it very good. And this year, last year under our climate smart agriculture project, we have demonstrated it at 17 places in 15 districts of the North Bihar. And the farmers have used it very nicely. They are very much convinced with this and hope in the coming years this will spread. Similarly, for the, as I said, although in Bihar the groundwater exploitation is still within around 50%, the problem is that from the aquifer, that it is going down since they are using mainly submersible pumps or even hand pumps for the drinking water. There is a problem of the groundwater decline. And there is a problem of the flood drainage during the monsoon season. So we designed this recharge system in which we are recharging the second aquifer, not the first, second aquifer during the monsoon season and we are filtering it properly with the online filter. And this you find the photograph which you are seeing in the morning. This was the condition the whole our sports ground was full of water, and by the evening the whole water was drained by this. And this we had also installed one in the Madhubani district of North Bihar. And this year the farmers have told, although this year the rainfall was very high, huge, it was 1.5 times the average. But still the farmers have told me that they have been able to sow wheat after 35 years. From the last 35 years, that land was remaining wet even for the full December, and they were not able to sow wheat. But this year, because of this structure, the land got dry by mid of December, and they could sow the wheat. This is another solar tree for our flood prone areas, because if you are using solar tree system for irrigation, then in the flood prone area that was getting washed away. Few of you might have seen that one seen last year flood when the whole solar system was getting washed out from our system, in which the lights were blinking. That was probably used for the signal purposes in a railway crossing, and the whole was getting washed away. This one we have installed with the support of the CSIR, and it is working well till now. Now it has, we have seen this 2017 flood, 18 flood, 19 flood, and 2020 flood. So it has survived 3 floods with a depth of water up to 5 feet. The other one is the solar based Matsya Bandhu that we have designed for fish vendors using the solar, and there is a fridge which is operated, and the minimum temperature goes even up to the minus 20 degrees centigrade, and thus the fish remains okay for the next 24, 48 hours, 60 hours. So this is very good for the fish vendors. Even this year we had suggested that even for the corona vaccine also it can be used wherever there is no fish system. This is another view of our solar tree. Honorable ex-agriculture minister of Bihar was there. Then we are also working on the processing of waste, and this is from our Center of Wealth from Waste, processing of the pigeon pea stocks. And with pigeon pea stocks, we have developed different things. This you can see. We have a calendar stand, then some decorative items, and this your agarbatti sticks Also, we are using this because earlier these PWT stocks were being used as a domestic fuel, but with introduction of Ujjwala, now this is becoming a waste. And this, my scientists, I'm proud of them that they have developed these systems and they are improving upon it. Similarly, cobblestone is again, this was being used as a domestic fuel. Now with the domestic, with the introduction of Ujjwala scheme for which LPG is being supplied, this has become again a waste, and the amount which is generated every year is mind-boggling. It is 10.5 lakh ton every year it is coming up, and I'm proud of my scientists who have developed different products from this, and this is also within the next week. By this end of year, we will be having very good products made of this cornerstone. This is, we are making it as an alternative of the packaging material where thermocol is being used, because thermocol is a very dangerous for our ecosystem. It takes 500 years for the thermocol to decompose, while this packaging system, packaging material will be totally organic and it is decomposable. So our way forward will be power operated weeder for the narrow and the wide row crops, high clearance tractor with narrow tires for interculture operations if we want to go for the horticulture crops, specifically aeroblast sprayer for the orchard, and then promotion of precision drills, planters and transplanters, equipment for mechanization of orchards, crops, pit making, transplanting of saplings, pruning, spraying in all crops. Here I have got something to say to my fellow agriculture engineer or investors, that how the Chinese machines, they are developing things. On that day I was seeing a video in which sitting on the back of a tractor, they were just dropping the seedlings, and the wheel was making the holes, and those seedlings were dropping in that and getting transplanted. Now, these sort of the things, they are available in the Chinese market, but certainly they are not suitable for our conditions, our ecology. So we have to develop those things, especially for the planting of different vegetables. And that also, some my colleagues can say that this is available in the, but it is not going to the farmer, so we have to think of it. Then equipment for the harvesting maybe fodder crops, that's available, but still many has not gone to the farmers at the level which we desire. Now another, the drone is going to become a, we can especially spraying system, although there is huge potential, but it still did not being used by the this year. After seeing we are at my university, I have planned that we'll be purchasing few for the putting up in our farmers in the banks, which our KVK are going to start from this year under the Climate Smart Agriculture project. But we will be using this also for spraying, especially the orchard crops as well as our sugarcane. Then we need to use, come up with our different activities. There was one was a smarter technological and managerial frontiers for the Indian Agricultural Center. There is one talk on this. But what I will suggest to my fellow agriculture engineers, that let us use robotics and artificial intelligence. I was very happy to see that in the last Kitagya program, there were many such sort of the prototypes and the proposals concept had come in which they were using this artificial intelligence for cotton picking, for weeding, for spraying, for optimum spraying. We need our agriculture universities need to gear up to develop the robotics and artificial intelligence labs. We with the support of my colleagues, Dr. Ambrish is there, my Dean College of Agriculture Engineering, and he's very enthusiastic about developing this labs for this using robotics and artificial intelligence. There are problems because we are not getting such staff which have got specialization this robotics and artificial intelligence in our university. There are very few. Now we have to think out of the box how we can get the people from the industry, how we can utilize their talent as an adjunct faculty or as a scholar in residence, or just collaborate it. Like this, our people who had come for the drone demonstration, we are talking with them, and we are on the process of developing linkages that we utilize their knowledge, specifically in the case of the robotics and artificial intelligence, to develop like one of the impulses, like you will say, impulses, especially the moon and this your wood. It has got very huge potential in Bihar plains after the monsoon that is setting up. But the major problem is the picking. Now you have to pick it twice or thrice at least. It can be picked up only by the hand because you have to choose that which one is has matured for picking. Now can be used artificial intelligence and the robotics. Okay, the robot's finger will go and pick only those your fruits who are mature, because I have seen many people are leaving cultivation of the moon and wood only because they can't afford the labor and the family labor which was being used earlier. Ladies who are picking up, they are no more interested in going in the sun and picking the moon. Yeah, otherwise this was a very good summer crop, but it's a problem. So these are the things. Same for weeding. Can we have this for weeding, only taking out the weeds and leaving the others, not using the pesticides which are anyway which are problems for polluting our groundwater and our soils. Similarly, for the identification of the disease, we can use these. So there is potential in this, and I will suggest my colleagues, Dr. Mehta is there, that he is the right person to start this on a national level, coordinating this research program all over the country. Then again, this for the solar team. Thank you very much. I hope this will give us this talk. I'm very thankful to Aisa for starting this, choosing this topic also, because this has got huge potential of creating the employment in the countryside as well as in the productivity. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Srivastava Sahab, for briefing about the mechanization status, particularly with reference to Bihar. He also highlighted about the solar-based gadget, different gadgets which can be used in fields. In addition to that, he highlighted the need for going for smart machinery with the application of AI as well as IoT. So now we move to the next speaker, and next speaker, lead speaker is Dr. Sanjay Das, and he is Dean at College of Agriculture, Engineering and Technology at OUAT Bhubaneswar. He is also Technical Director of Food Processing at in Indian Society of Agriculture Engineers, and he will be delivering talk on mechanization of millet production and processing in tribal districts of Odisha. So this is the most important area in which everyone is focusing nowadays, particularly for use of millet for food purpose, and he will be delivering talk on mechanization production as well as post-production mechanization of millets. So I request him to deliver his talk. Unmute yourself, Das Sahab.
Okay, sir. So, sir, can you see my screen now?
Yes, Das Sahab, please go ahead.
You can see the screen. Okay, sir. So, good afternoon, everybody. So, esteemed co-chairman of this session, Dr. C.R. Mehta, who is the director of the Central Institute of Agriculture Engineering, Bhopal. Conveners and rapporteurs of this session, most respected Dr. R.C. Srivastava, who is the Honorable Vice Chancellor of Dr. PJTSAU, and Dr. M.L. Gaur, and all the eminent people who are attending this meeting. So Samastanku, again, a good afternoon to all of you. Namaskar. First, let me thank and take this privilege of mentioning my obligation to all those people in the organizing committee for considering my name to be a speaker on this session. And it's a great opportunity to speak before eminent people like Dr. Srivastavaji, Dr. Mehtaji, and many more. My previous speaker, Dr. Srivastava sir, actually has highlighted excellently about the need of mechanization and avenues of mechanization in Indian scenario. And his deliberations made my job a little bit easier. So, thank you so much, sir, for this. And as you know, this particular session are having three keywords. One is agricultural mechanization, innovation, sustainable agriculture, and farmers' prosperity. So considering all this, so I thought it will be a good thing to share my experiences on all these aspects in our state initiative in Odisha Millet Mission and the mechanization interventions in the whole process. So before going to discussing about the Odisha Millet Mission, so let me share some of the facts about the Odisha farms and farming. So as you can see, the number of land holdings is huge, but at the same time, the average size of the holdings is only 1.03 hectares. And the number of marginal and small holdings is 91.84%. So this is very, very remarkable to mention here at this stage that it is very difficult to introduce mechanization, particularly in the areas where the land holdings are so small. And in addition, in the tribal districts of Odisha, due to the small size holdings and due to the slopy land, hilly terrains, less investment capability of the farmers, lack of irrigation facility, etc. So they have been creating challenges to introduce mechanization. And at the same time, it was also a challenge for the state government to increase the farm income. And adding to the challenges were the traditional mindset of the people, and particularly the small farmers who are often very reluctant to switch over to the new crops and new technologies. But at the same time, there was an opportunity for the millet cultivation. And you just see that millets are mostly grown by the tribal people. And there is opportunity because the tribal people are familiar with the crop. The crop is climate resilient. Inputs requirement as compared to other crops are very, very less, because as you know, the irrigation requirement, pesticide, insecticide requirements, these are also very limited. And at the same time, it can increase the farm income with suitable marketing interventions. This is very, very important. So considering this, the Odisha Millet Mission was started in the year 2017. And that actually emerged as a consultation between the government, the academia, and the civil society organizations. And it started operating in 14 districts. Now it has gone to 15 districts and with more than 1 lakh farmers. As you can see the shaded in the crop. So these are the area which were taken under the Odisha Millets Mission. Just a brief introduction about the Odisha Millet Mission. So as I mentioned, so this started as an initiative between the Odisha government. WASIN is an organization which is based at Hyderabad, which is engaged in the field of promotional research and working as a technical partner or technological partner for the Odisha Millet Mission. And NCDS is the Navakrishna Chaudhary Center for the Developmental Studies. And this mission was to promote the millet farming in the state. And ultimate goal was to increase the income of the farmers, particularly the rural and tribal farmers, and overall status of the farm income of the state. So these are all the components of the program, starting from the improved agronomic practices, training and mobilization by the community resource persons who were generated within the field itself, improving the productivity of the millet crops, promotion and establishment of farmer producer organizations who would be taking up further the initiatives by the state government or the civil service organizations. And then if I talk about the processing aspects, so setting up the decentralized processing facilities, custom hiring centers, promotion of millets, and promoting household consumptions. So these were the prime areas which were identified for intervention for promoting millet production and utilization in the state of Odisha. And remember, when such a program was being conceived by the government at the government level, we at the university, being a natural technology partner of the government, there was also a lot of brainstorming at this level on how to support the mission. And as you all know, engineering interventions are very, very vital for reducing drudgery, increasing income, among many other things. So we started working on the mechanization aspects. So now very soon we realized that if we think about mechanization of the millet crops, so these are some of the challenges, mostly cultivated by the tribals. And as I mentioned, there will be reluctance from adapting to the new technologies and machineries. At the same time, small size and less landholding, uneven farmland, poor socioeconomic condition, irregular or no power availability. So these were some of the things which were very, very important when we thought about mechanization of the millets. So we thought that the machines and technologies which are available in other parts of the country might not be well adapted to our system, and we have to think about something new, new technologies, new machines. And with these objectives, we have to go for small mechanization and mechanization of the post-harvest operations. And because agriculture engineering also considers processing and value addition, so that was also in our domain. So when I talk about the engineering interventions and small farm mechanization, so we tried to bring in a complete package for the farm mechanization of the millets. So as you can see the improved moldboard plow. So this is a moldboard plow which was developed specifically for the small bullocks which are available in the tribal districts of the state. So normally the body weight of these indigenous cattle, they are up to 400 to 600 kg. So the total draftability will be around 40 to 60 kg. So that is why actually we developed small moldboard plows where the width of cord was limited to 10 centimeters. The weight was about 4.8 kgs and the draft requirement we found out as 43 kgs. So this is how we try to introduce the improved moldboard plow in the millet areas. The second one, the improved yoke. So this is again a development by the UAE, UAE. There was little modification for catering to the need of the Odisha cattle, Odisha bullocks. And we found out that the neck contact area for the modified one was about 6,800 millimeter square and the weight was only 6 kg. Then the bullock done disc harrow, then the bullock done seed drill, and particularly the stubble cum weed remover. So that was also having a draft requirement of 45 kg to meet the challenge of being adopted by the local bullocks, and the field efficiency was 72%. And this is how also we thought about the use of seed drill to have a complete package. So as you can see, so the Central Institute of Agriculture Engineering, so they have developed a bullock done 3-door seed drill. So that was also tested in our millet growing areas, and subsequently with some modifications, like we modified the metering mechanism. There was no depth adjustment in the CIAE system, so we did that, and also we had some furrow covering mechanism. So like this we modified, and as you can see here, Dr. C.R. Mehta, who is the President Director of the CIAE, and then he was the project coordinator of the FIM scheme. Actually, he also visited and he gave very good inputs to improvise the machines. So these are some of the diagrams, design drawings of the bullock done 4-door seed drill. Then the engineering interventions on the post-harvest operations. So this is very, very important. So if you remember when Dr. Srivastavaji was mentioning, he was mentioning about the mechanization in the millet crops, particularly for the post-harvest operation is to the tune of 20 to 30% or so. So this was very, very tedious. Suppose, for example, with the help of the Odisha Millet Mission, the cropping area and the production are going to increase. So ultimately, there will be a need for threshing, purling, and cleaning mechanisms to reduce the drudgery in post-harvest operations. So this is how we started. So we tested the BBEC thresher, which has been developed by Almora, but we found that that had some demerits and that needed some modifications. Like actually the capacity was very limited and 2 passes were required for improvisation of the efficiency and output. So we developed a raggy thresher cum purler. So these are the developments. So this raggy thresher cum purler, so that has a threshing capacity of about 110 kgs per hour feed rate and output is 90 kg per hour. The threshing efficiency has been to the tune of 95% and the cleaning efficiency is 94%. So this is very, very important. So this machine, which is operated by a 1 HP motor, has a capacity of 90 kg per hour in terms of output, which is only 5 to 6 kg per hour by the manual methods. So these are some of the developments, as you can see. So at each stage of the development, we had a testing of the machine and we had improvisation of the machines. And for each stage, all the eminent people actually from within our university and also from outside the state, whenever any dignitaries visited our place, we showed them our performance and we got their inputs. So these are the design drawings for the thresher, and we have also applied for the patent during 2018. And as I was mentioning, so in the first photograph, you can see the Honorable Chief Secretary of the Government of Odisha visiting the exhibition actually where we showcased our machine. In the next photograph also, you can again see Dr. Mehta and all the eminent people from Bhopal who visited the center. In the third photograph also, you can see the Director of Agriculture of the state government, who is also from the agriculture background. He also saw the performance of the machine and gave us the inputs. So all these things actually generated a lot of improvement in the machines, and that penetrated easily to the millet mission that was operated by the Odisha government. And let me tell you that the cost of the machine is about 67,000 rupees. And with the active support of the government, we are getting subsidy of about 25,000 rupees for the general caste and 30,000 rupees for the SC/ST people. And now we have sold almost more than 450 machines within a span of 2 years, because we got the patent in 2018 November. So after that, 19 and 20, so more than 450 machines have been sold. And as I mentioned, so when we go for demonstration of the machine at any place, so definitely the people will be asking for different modifications. Sir, can you have a paddling system? Can you have other type of system where no power is available? How can you operate like that? So also at the same time, we tried enabling the operation of the machines by different types of systems like paddle operation, treadling operation, and also the rotary system. The rotary system is also a very new concept in the state of Odisha, but fortunately, we have been promoting this one, particularly for the community-based threshing units where there are multi-operations. So this is also a success in the state. At the same time, we also subsequently developed a little millet thresher cum cleaner and subsequently sorghum thresher cum cleaner. The little millet thresher cum cleaner that has got the design registration, and the patent is ready for the OUAT sorghum thresher cum cleaner, which will also be submitted very soon to the patenting authority. So this is all about the farm mechanization aspect. So as I was mentioning, there is a need for complete mechanization of the farming operations, starting from the field preparation to the harvesting to the weeding, planting, of course, that is there, and then up to threshing and purling, all those things. So this complete mechanism actually was introduced, and that was well accepted by the farming community, which are particularly the small and tribal farmers. Then, as I was mentioning a little bit about the development of the value-added products, our university also worked on development of the value-added products, and the local technologies were communicated and trained to the people by the university headquarters as well as through the KVKs operating in different parts of the state. But at the same time also let me mention that for the development of the value-added products, the recipes and the products developed by the Indian Institute of Millet Research, Central Food Technological Research Institute, and as well as some local NGOs, they also penetrated well into the market. So then about this is a flow chart for the development of the value-added products, NutriPasta product, which is also available now. Then some development of value-added products like the ragi malt powder, malt preparation, etc. So I will not be going into the details of all those things. But what I would emphasize is that after the production, the post-production aspects and the value addition aspects are very, very important if the product has to find a place in the market. So the Odisha Millet Mission actively considered all those things, and the university gave active support in all those interventions through the Odisha Millet Mission. And these are some of the photographs for the field demonstrations and meeting with the farmers, and as well as the demonstration of the different machines in different parts of the state. It is very, very difficult. I think you all realize that introducing any new machine or new technology with the farmers, and particularly with the small and marginal farmers. So this is how it's a tedious work for the last 2 years or so, where we had almost more than 200 demonstrations, field meetings, then popularization of the technology through mass media and all those things, which were very vital in promoting the technologies and machines. And the last photograph you can see, this is how the machines were transported from the manufacturer to the beneficiary, a very satisfying photograph for the university like ours. Again, some of the outreach activities which were very, very vital, very, very important for the promotion of the machines and the technologies. So all these things resulted in a very successful implementation of the Odisha Millet Mission. And now this Odisha Millet Mission has got recognition across the country and also globally. So the government of India has already asked all the states to adopt the Odisha Millet Mission model for the promotion of millets, pulses and oilseeds. The State Planning Commission of Chhattisgarh has also asked the government to start a millet mission on the lines of Odisha Millet Mission. Even the government of India has set up a task force to study the framework of our millet mission and to revise the national submission on the millets based on our learnings. Then even the international agencies like the Cambridge University, the UN IFAD, UN FAO, they have also supported the framework. And about the most important success of our university, more than 450 ragi thresher cum purlers have been sold and now are in use in different parts of the state. And from this, 267 have gone through subsidy. As I was mentioning, so 25,000 rupees was the subsidy support by the state government of Odisha. So 267 machines have gone through subsidy. So another 200 machines were sold by the entrepreneurs or purchased by the entrepreneurs of farmer who did not care for the subsidy. That's again another factor which is very, very satisfying. So sir, this will be my last slide. So as I was mentioning, so the unique initiative of the state government with the inclusion of proper partners and proactive contributions of all partners, that has yielded the desirable result. So this is very, very important. Integrated approach and contribution of a multidisciplinary group contributing and taking care of all the aspects. And this is a model where the participation of the academia and research institutes have been found very vital. So had we not penetrated the millet machine at appropriate time, so definitely there would have been somewhere a gap. So this is very, very important. And another important thing is that the machine was well adapted only because the developments were need-based, and that is how it got quite acceptance. So that time actually when there was a thought of increasing the area of the millets, so immediately the people started thinking how to do the processing, how to do the threshing, how to do the purling. So this is how the need actually created the machine. So this is how it got quick acceptance, and the support of the policymakers and field officials. Let us talk about the subsidy, let us talk about the support in the field demonstration, all those things. that was also very, very crucial in popularization. So any equipment or any machine that is developed by the university can penetrate well to the society if we get a good support from the government machinery. Proper backward and forward linkages are also very, very important, starting because when we developed this machine, actually we had a partnership with one partner here, local manufacturer. So from the starting of the development, he has been associated with us, and subsequently also the marketing aspects, whether it is a machine, whether it is a product. So those are also very, very important. So sir, coming back to the theme of the session, so innovation and agriculture refers for farmers' prosperity. So I think Odisha Millet Mission and our involvement in that can be considered as a successful model for innovation and agricultural reforms for farmers' prosperity, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much for your kind attention.
Thank you, Dr. Das, for briefing about the Odisha Millet Mission and also about the different kinds of equipment which have been developed by OUAT and developed as well as demonstrated. In addition to that, OUAT has also commercialized millet thresher also on a large scale. So with these words, we again thank you. And now we invite the next speaker, Dr. M.L. Gaur, who is Senior Professor at Anand Agriculture University, Anand, and he will be delivering talk on smarter technological and managerial frontiers for Indian agrarian sector, innovation outfits and concept, mainly focusing on the theme of this convention. So I invite him to deliver his talk. What's up?
Yeah. Am I audible, sir? Sir?
Yes, yes, yes.
Let me share the screen. Is my screen visible?
Yes, yes, visible.
Okay.
Make it full screen.
Yeah. So, good evening, friends. It's a pleasure for me for this particular lecture, and most pleasing is to see Mehta, Dr. Mehta, who is to be my year's batchmate. After a long time, I'm seeing him. So it's good time for me because I'm the last speaker. So naturally, I'm in stress of time. So much of the time, I have to adjust. 15 minutes is quite a less time. So at the outset, I would like to congratulate the ISA for this nice program and nice theme. And I'm gratified for being asked to present on this subject. Actually, I'm not farm machinery expert. I am soil water engineer, but I have tried to make my presentation for the rest of the two parts of this theme. Mechanization has been talked a lot by earlier speakers. So I will be doing much more on the new concept, the new era, IoT, and the new technological prospects in the country for managing the mechanical as well as energy and water. These three sectors are there. So without wasting time, let me start. Topic is given here. The contents are the pros and cons, and what are the concepts up to agriculture 5.0 and mechanization 2.0, and then some of the food for thought for the market, business, policy, big data, and IoT. These were my main themes while presenting this. You see, India is very fortunate in terms of many things. Largest producer for spice, pulse, milk, tea, cashew nut, jute, maize. Second largest in wheat, rice, fruit, vegetable, sugarcane. Third largest in global fishery, plus many more. Difficult to enlist here. But at the same time, you see, we have 31% of the global livestock that is to be fed in a proper way. We require mechanics, machine, and processing for that. We have 45 soils out of total 60 soils in the world, 45 in India. This is a big prospect for us. 20 zones we have, 10%. We are the 10th largest arable land on the globe, and we are the global agriculture gross value. We are adding 12% of the global value of the agriculture, tuned to the 2840 billion. And out of this, farming is producing 56%, and livestock is producing 30%. So very less effort of mechanization and energy conservation is done on the livestock sector. That is remain untouched. We are just giving more emphasis on farming only. So these are the new things that has to be taken in mind in the coming time. Policy is changing, our mood is changing, our plan are changing. We are coming out of the shell. The black box approach is gone away now. Now things are coming, what is required, need-based, tailor-made solutions. So as far as we see, we are producing 16% of GPD with 43% of the workforce. And agriculture startups are the future lines for our work. They are expected to be about $24 billion by 2025. So these are the prospects, and the requirement is that opportunity exists for the input market linkage, then the digitization of the records via farm management, and then the not quantity but quality management also. And afterward, access to credit and post harvest. These are the coming era where our agriculture engineers and our mechanization prospects must work. You see very typical condition. If you see in India, what is the situation? The small and marginal farmers, they are 86%. But the lands with them is only 47%. The semi-medium farmers, they are 13%. But they are the owner of 43% land. While the large farmer, they are only 0.6%. And they are the owner of 10%, 9% land. And the techniques, the facilities, the mechanization, the technology, it lies with these large farmers and medium farmers. These poor small farmers, they are far away from those technologies. So here is the prospect, how to make penetration of technology to this sector, which is a small and marginal farmer. And we have prospects in the 6 lines. We have to make some financial services for those category of farmers.
What's up? I think there is some connectivity problem with Dr.
Sir, there is some problem with him, connectivity.
So meantime, we may take any questions, inputs from other participants. Actually, participation is also not very good because this is last session.
And sir, I think because they will be streaming this one through YouTube, so maybe there will be more viewing in the YouTube channel rather than this active participation.
So if there are any questions, we can take those questions because we have experts from all the disciplines, whether it is soil, water, or processing. I think there is problem with Dr. Gaur. Gaur Saab? So, Dr. Sadashiv Rao, what are your instructions? We are waiting for Dr. Gaur to join back.
It is possible within 2-3 minutes, otherwise some of the session.
Okay.
There it seems. Speaking is coming.
Actually, he started his talk. And his topic is also important. He was about to talk about the smart machinery, equipments like that. Okay, we will wait for a few more minutes, but I think Dr. Rathod sir is not able to join. So we may request because one of our senior most colleagues is there, Dr. Srivastav. we may request him to give his comments, suggestion. Srivastav sir?
I think mic is mute. We'll request it.
Yeah. Srivastav sir, are you able to listen us? Okay, then shall I sum it up?
Sir, Chairman sir is asking for your views, sir. Please speak. Sir, Srivastav sir is joining. So
Yeah. Okay. He may not be able to listen us. Srivastav sir, you are senior most.
Hanji.
Srivastav sir, you are senior most person. So on behalf of this agriculture National Youth Convention, I request you to give your comments. Session, particularly we had two presentations.
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Mehta.
Actually, Dr. Rathod could not join due to some his health issue. I came to know.
Better if you would have joined. But still, firstly, I'm very happy that what Dr. Sanjay Das presented about this your millet production and processing. With now millets getting very prominence, you can say importance. Now to make the millets competitive with the other crops, like we are now in Bihar, we are trying that can be grown in summer, especially in the flood-prone areas. After flood-prone areas, we can take lentil, and after lentil, can we take the millets? That can be one of the, because the millet is the market price is around 50 rupees a kg. Maybe at the farm gate price, it can get 25, 30 rupees per kg. I talked to my breeders and they told no sir, we can easily get 3 tons per hectare if irrigation is there. So as I showed that we have got this your solar tree for irrigating the riverine areas. So we are thinking on that. So, but the problem of labor for processing and for production will remain. So I'm very happy that Dr. Sanjay Das is working on this, his team, and that's a very good area where they can work upon. So again, second one, smart technological and managerial. As I talked about AI and the robotics, what I will suggest that with the help of the ISA has done, and you are being at the helm of affairs for you are heading the administration on the engineering. I will suggest that why not come up with an eclipse on this your artificial intelligence and robotics. We have to work upon, we have to devise ways that how we can proceed for using this robotics and the artificial intelligence in designing our farm implement for the future. So I hope Dr. Mehta will take a lead in this, and all the colleges, I will request all the colleges of agriculture engineering across the country. We are having 20-25 colleges which are giving education and we are engaged in the research. All the universities should think over it and see how we can start working on this, because these two aspects have got a big role in designing. We need IoT and artificial intelligence managed farm implement for it. I hope another point where we need to do that is the alternate fuel. Alternate fuel in the last Kitagya, I found a few concepts on the hybrid tractors and the hybrid road. Even a few days back, Mr. Nitin Gadkari, Honorable Minister for the Road, he inaugurated one CNG operated tractor. We'll have to see whether we can have CNG operated tractors or even the electric tractors, so which can be charged as we are seeing the cars, because that will revolutionize our agriculture sector. Our tillage and the cost will go down, because if you want to increase the farmers' income, the only way out is to reduce the cost of production. You just cannot go on increasing the cost of price of the end product. So I'm very happy that this seminar happened, and we all three contributed a bit. The future lies with these, and I will suggest that we can take up this for our future work class. Thank you.
Thank you, Sitaji. So if host permit, then we may conclude the session with just a few comments from my side. But I think Dr. Gaur is not able to join. Or I tried to call him also, but I could not connect him. Okay, just I will be briefing. If he joins, then we will listen him for a few minutes. So we had two complete presentation, plus one presentation which was just started by Dr. Gaur. So both the first two presentation, both the speaker have highlighted particularly for mechanization addressing to the need of small landholding. Even third speaker has also given detail about the average landholding available in India is less around 1 hectare. And in that also 86% of landholding is below 2 hectares. So that highlights that our need for mechanization will be different as compared to what is the need for mechanization in developed countries. So that issue has been highlighted by all the speakers. Then in Bihar, Dr. Srivastav talked about the tractor density also, and at that time he asked my input also on that tractor density, high tractor density, but his observation is correct. That tractor density, particularly in the states of Bihar and Uttar Pradesh, are on higher side in spite of having very low average land holding. And that is due to what is my thinking, that tractors in those states may be used for some other purpose. And farmers may not be, for example, someone is having very small land holding and he may be operating that tractor on 1 hectare or less than 1 hectare area, but he may not be lending that tractor to others due to some status symbol or some other reasons, because that's why average land holding, particularly in the state, tractor density in the state of Bihar is more. But it is lower than tractor density in the states of Punjab and Haryana. So now I think Dr. Gaur has again joined back. Gaur Saab, are you able to listen us? Yeah. You are not audible. Some audio problem with you.
I think some network problem is there.
I think again there is.
Sir.
Yeah, Gaur Saab, yeah. Number of files have been opened.
I think
in addition to that,
sir, kindly share your presentation. Gaur sir.
Gaur Saab,
I think the
you have
problem
logged from number of systems, so there is echo to that.
Presentation.
I must get log out, I think. I must get log out and then again be log in.
But I think you have logged in from number of system or number of login attempt you have made. That's why there is echo.
Echo. I'm leaving and I'm again coming there.
So in addition to that, also Dr. Srivastav highlighted particularly for mechanization of horticulture crops. In that mechanization is very low. And right now we are putting lot of thrust on mechanization of particular horticulture crops, cotton, sugarcane, etc., in which mechanization is low. In addition to that, he also highlighted the need for custom hiring of farm machinery, particularly in the eastern states. He also highlighted about the management of paddy straw. So in that also government has made attempt, particularly through in situ management of paddy straw in the northern states of Punjab, Haryana, Western Uttar Pradesh, and due to that there is reduction in burning of crop residue by around 52% during last 3 years. In addition to that, he also highlighted the solar-based systems, particularly for water pumping, etc., boat mounted, and then solar tree also he highlighted. In addition to that, he also talked about the next generation technology which may be adopted in Indian agriculture like robotics, AI, high finance tractor, and he also highlighted the need for development of gender-friendly tools and equipment. The next second speaker was Dr. Das, and he talked mainly about the Odisha Millet Mission and efforts made by OULT for mechanization of production as well as post-production in millet cultivation. He also highlighted the number of value-added products which can be.
Sir, am I audible?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, Gaur sir, kindly open your WebEx in your taskbar below the computer screen. Open the WebEx program, and optional for the share slide is there. Yeah, sir, this one. Kindly join this. And there is a option for this sharing a screen. And if we are shared, your screen is visible.
No, but Dr. Gaur is already, so he's already on the screen, means he has joined us. So only thing is that
Yeah,
he has to
there
share
is joined us.
He has to
So now,
share
sir,
his
your
screen.
screen is visible.
Yes, yes, yes. WhatsApp, your
Thank you,
screen
sir.
is visible, so you may take 5 minutes because most of the participants even have laptops. So.
No problem, sir.
But you may mainly highlight the areas in which we can have application of AI, IoT, big data in the Indian agriculture. You are not audible.
Sir, kindly unmute your mic. Gaur sir, kindly unmute your mic. Hello, Gaur sir, kindly unmute your mic.
Some problem from his side.
Sir, I think their mic is mute. Meanwhile, I'll call him. Call sir, Gaur sir. Sir, kindly unmute your mic.
Okay. It's okay? It's okay?
Yeah, now you're audible, sir.
Okay, okay.
Yes, sir, it's okay. You're audible.
There was a lot of problems.
Yeah. No
Yeah,
problem.
sir.
You just may highlight the main areas in which.
I'm going to take the last point only without taking much time. I'm sorry for that. See, the progression of the technological in the country is towards big data, and we have to create the volume of data to jump from agriculture 4.0 to agriculture 5.0. And what is 5.0 concept? This is the adding IoT and big data in 4.0. That is simple. This big data requires 5 V's. Volume must be more. Velocity, it must be fast, very fast retrieval, very fast comparison, very fast analysis, very fast result. So volume and velocity. Then variety, it must have various kind of data, not only text. It should be video, text, voice, diverse, indirect, So kind of data must be varietal. Then veracity. Veracity is the quality, reliability, overall confidence on the data. It must have statistical confidence. And we can go for the big data. Then valorization. This is the ability to propagate. If you can generate the data, you are not able to propagate, it is of no use. So these 5V is the next chance, next working area for big data in agriculture. We have to create the volume of data, velocity of data, variety of data, veracity of data, and valorization of the data. So these are the platforms from crop. We must connect the platform with sensor. From platform, we can connect the data by software. From software, we connect the decision by artificial intelligence. And from decision, we will get the actuation. And actuation requires implementation. So these are the flow process as far as agriculture 5.0 is concerned. You have to add the robotics and AI to have at this juncture. So in this way, we can go for the coming time of agricultural technology in next 30 years, 20 years. And the main deliverables must be three only. First, reduce use of herbicide and pesticide. Number two, improve the water productivity, more rupees per liter of water, and increase the crop yield and quality. On these three aspects, maybe horticulture crop, maybe forest crop, maybe agriculture crop, we have to go to achieve these three deliverables by using this new concept of 5.0, where the sensor, data, software, and the decision and this data analysis, this will play the role. And it is called data farming. Many countries have started, they have forgotten agriculture, they have done agriculture data farming, create data, good data. So this way, we have to move ahead for the coming time. And these are the some of the cases, IoT use cases. We can have 6 cases as far as IoT is concerned for agriculture. Monitoring of the climate, greenhouse automation, crop management, cattle monitoring and management, precision farming, agriculture drones, predictive analysis of the smart and end-to-end farm management system. There must be total management system. Everybody, every farm behave like a thumb impression. Thumb impression of two people can never match. Natural water sets, no two water sets can never match in world. We have separate solution for individual water set. Don't apply common solution. We have to devise the tailor-made cloth. My shirt is as per my dimension. So my solution is as per my dimension of the problem. And dimension of the problem will be created by the data. And data will come from the measurement. Measurement must be perfect. Perfect measurement, perfect data, perfect solution. Then only we will get perfect project and perfect benefit for the farmer. So this concept of new concept of IoT and the 5.0 is more inclined towards creating a perfect quantified qualitative data from agricultural sector so that we can devise the solution for the coming ages of the agriculture. And you see this, this I'm not repeating, just leaving it. And this is a one step that is done by our Honorable Prime Minister. You said this SM, this submission on agriculture mechanization, one big step. It has 8 modules. You can see here 1 to 8. I will not read. Most of you know these 8 modules are there. In those 8 modules, they are giving the total change, total facelift of the Indian farmer in terms of the energy, water, and machines. These 3 things they are offering: water, energy, and machine. By this custom hiring machine, and you know, as told by Dr. Das, you know, millet-based machine. This is the thing which requires. Why to go follow the old concept of black box? This is to be done. This you do what is required. Forget. Do a new thing and create some new thing. Create some new era. So these are the platform. There is no problem of budget. Anybody can apply budget here. Very handsome budget is provided in this scheme, and where the 60% is from the government, 40% from the state government. While the Northeast they have 19 to 10. So this is very good scheme as far as mechanization and the application of IoT is concerned. And these are the mechanization 2.0. This is discussed right now. I think Dr. Mehta knows better my subject, but I have reviewed the whole world. The mechanization 2.0 they are working. We are farming as a service, a new concept. Where the old research and development and all the development are being inclined. What is the FSS? Big data, IoT, and artificial intelligence. These 4 sectors are 4 lakhs of this mechanization 2.0. And in coming time, most of the budget, most of the resources, most of the research, most of the development will be focusing on these 4 lines. So we have to make ourselves ready. We have to be geared up. We should take these 2 in our lakhs. We have to work on these four shoes for the coming time, because energy as well as the mechanization percentage is going to be drastically changed across the nation. By using these different concepts, we can go using the drone, smart data. No, nowadays, so many satellites are there, you can measure 1.8 meter on the land very easily. Free data is available. What data you want, you will get ready-made data with processing, with conclusion. So these kind of information is available. You can see the watershed is now automated watershed. It is not a physical unit. It is not a land boundary. It is comprising 29 implements in this: return flow, irrigation, even the temple. If one temple is there, this is a part of watershed management. Industry, rainfed, livestock, reservoir, fishing, everything is in this, and every aspect is being monitored by the sensors, and this data is going to the cloud. From cloud, we can have the connectivity with separate departments. Only ICR, State Agricultural University, cannot do nothing. We are zero. We cannot do unless we have inclusive approach. Everything will be done by many people. Make big group. Make big group and come out with the big solution by having our thinking approach, where every part must be integrated in an inclusive way. So each component of the watershed must be properly gauged without having any physical touch. By remotely you can do many things. So these are the final future of next 5 years. We will talk about what should be the near agriculture 5.0 in coming time. You have watershed, and watershed is total agriculture. This is, I define total agriculture. Not a single element of agriculture can be out of this watershed. And then this is to be governed by satellite data, by very mini space and time scale. Then we have to create the layers. Those layers must be analyzed, and then we take the decision by sitting on the table. And this will be taken not by one party. It may include 100, 200, whatsoever experts are there, they can take the decision. And that is the coming time technology. You see, this is one of the illustrative model for the bottom-up monitoring tools, where we start monitoring from the bottom. Say, this is a pond, a small pond is there, a small gauging structure is there. Earlier, am I audible, sir?
Yes.
Earlier, we used to gauge the water level still in the water. We want mechanical gauge, we want mechanical gear. Now things have gone. No need to create any gauging structure. Only from satellite, you can compute the depth of this water body, work out the weight, work out the shape, work out the pressure, work out the total depth of the flow, work out the cross section, and work out the stage of flow and discharge rate, and work out the hydrograph. Things are moving in a very smart way. Now, by using those sensor technology, drones, we can generate whatever we require without having any mechanical kind of thing. We can have the discussion between this gear and this structure, what they have talked, what this water body has talked, with the age that can be decoded. This is the coming time, future time in the gauging from the bottom up, and from the top up, we have those kind of things. From the sky, from the satellite, we can have anything we can gauge the way we like: erosion, stream bank erosion, pasture degradation, crop status, whatever you want, you evapotranspiration, soil moisture, everything is coming in a very big way. There's no issue. See, we have more than 29 satellites right now. This is a view of last month. 29 very good satellites, and they are giving the data of agriculture for our Earth. And at every 4 hours, at every 3 hours, we are getting data for whatever you want. So this is a good opportunity. We have to learn those details of satellites. Aqua is there, GPM is there, the, Sentinel is there. Sentinel is giving very good result. So these kind of things have to be learned by our future researcher. I am happy that ISA is having this theme. I request the young scientists, please go on this without wasting much energy in the field. You can have very good data from those kind of sources that are made available in the globe. See, I am giving some use this precipitation. You can have 0.1 by 0.1, even daily, even at 6 hourly, you can get the information. I have taken my 2 PhD students, they are working on this. You can get 6 hour data very easily for many years, whatever you like. The soil moisture you can measure at 40 kilometer distance, at every 3 days. What is the variation in soil moisture? Freely available data is there. Evapotranspiration you can measure at 30 meter distance. At every 30 meter, what is the change in 16 days interval ET value? What else you want? Everything is available from satellite and these so-called sensors. Only thing required, you can stream bank erosion. First we have to do the erosion pins, the survey. Now nothing is required. By having the sensor, you can gauge what is the change in the cross section of particular stream or particular order. This is the amount of the volume of the soil that is slided away, and this is the amount of the soil loss. So the future missions I have given is a sweat. It is started in 16. I think 21 they are going to launch it, and they are going to provide you NASA. In India also, Bhuvans, they are giving very good information. So data is no problem now. Now we are in a very comfortable situation. IoT is very easy now, unless you have your mindset, come out from the cell and do things in a different way, and that is called innovation. Innovation is not different. It is the doing the things in a different way, and good chance is there. And chance helps only those whose mind is prepared. Chance helps first mind. So these are some of the things that I would like to share with you. Very fast I am going because time is not there. So these are the top-down approach from where we can whole agriculture can be managed, and these are the issues for the coming time. You see, these are the connectivity. Everything is connected. Your tractor, your bulldozer, your road, your car, your everything is connected by this IoT concept, and you can define and you can have good data. It will give you good information, good knowledge, and good decision, and then only you can have good agricultural output. And this is one of the you see the area of the circle. Area of the circle. It is showing digital progress in the world where we are. You can see India where we are. With China, after China we are second. We are nowhere less. So believe in yourself. Hanuman never knows that he has power to cross over the sea up to Sri Lanka. But when he was told you have power, he crossed very easily. So India has power. India has capacity. Only we are not realizing it. Please realize it and change your system and change your thinking towards this new concept. So we can change the whole agriculture. Third way, we can be the leader of the agriculture in coming decades. And these are the things that I would like to share. I'm giving an example of 3 countries: Israel, China, and India. Why China is improving? Because the reason is that they require digital farming. They have digital plants, and every industrialist has at least 30 to 40% investment in digital agriculture farming. This is the root cause, is the root reason why they are developing. Israel, they have very digital transformation from the water and the irrigation and converting the salt water into good water. So those small things are helping their agriculture, and they are the leaders of agriculture. We have plenty of opportunity, but we don't have visionary application. I am sorry to say that maybe on top people are not knowing, or maybe on the bottom people are not knowing, or they are not honestly, they are not caring, they are not giving good respect for the people who knows these things. So we have to come out of the shell and do these things. And the last slide is that our Prime Minister has very well taken the new farmers policy, and that policy is totally inclined on 4 aspects: improve the farm input, improve the harvesting facilities, distribution must be easy, most income and selling should be easy, and consumer must get best price. Means there is a amendment in the Essential Commodity Act, there is a reform for produce selling, and there is a farmers empowerment and protection. These 3 things are the part of new agriculture policy that is being debated around. So this is a right time for agriculture engineer to switch over onto this new era of agriculture mechanization, and that is I am giving you. Thank you very much. This is my last slide. Lastly, I want to say M2M. You have to work on M2M. Measurement to management. Unless you have good measurement, you can never measure good management. Good management requires good measurement. Good measurement give you good data. Good data give you good information, good knowledge, good wisdom, good policy. So everything should be measurement. You must have good measurement, scientific measurement, and there cannot be better measurement than sensor. Thank you very much. This is my last slide. Sorry for the interruption.
Thank you, Dr. Gaur, for very good presentation. You have good presentation, but we could not give you proper time for making this presentation due to shortage of time. And you mainly talked about agriculture 5.0, then mechanization 4.0, and application of data, particularly for development of smart machinery. In that there will be role of big data, then AI, IoT. So that will help in having precision in agriculture for application of right amount of input at right location at the right time. So these these are some of the important points which you have highlighted during your presentation. Dr. Das has also highlighted about the linkage between the academia, researchers and policymakers to have for demonstration of the technologies which have been developed particularly for millet mechanization. With these words, I conclude this session. And now I again thank organizer for providing me opportunity to co-chair session and to listen all the important and distinguished speakers, including my friend Dr. God. I am listening him for the first time, and I came to know that he is working in the area of precision agriculture, or we may call it a smart agriculture. And I want to just brief him that we have already initiated working in this area for the last few years. We have come out with some of the technologies. So with these words, I again thank organizer for providing me this opportunity to co-chair this important session of 6th National Youth Convention, particularly related to agriculture engineering. Thank you.
Mehtaji, thank you very much. This technical session more effectively, even in the absence of Rathorji. And I thank others, Dr. R.C. Srivastava sir, and Sanjay Das sir, and MC Gaur sir, and Anurag, Bhargav, Rajaya, Shravan Kumar, and all the delegates. Thank you very much. Closing this session.
Okay.